Chapter 1. Congratulations, your initial unit is Succubus. Succubus. Su Xuan stared at the words on the stone tablet, frowning slightly. He is a traverser who traveled to this parallel world of lords 3 years ago. As long as people in this world reach the age of 18, they can be teleported to a different world called Endless Continent to participate in a lord competition. There are countless treasures and opportunities buried there, and even the secret of becoming a god can be found in the Endless World. So, as long as you can activate the Lord's mark in the Endless World, it means you have embarked on the road to the pinnacle of life. Su Xuan just successfully activated his Lord's mark, and random to the initial unit Succubus is about to embark on the road to become a lord. Although the Succubus's combat power is not as good as the top group, it is still considered a superior unit, which can help him conquer cities and territories in the Endless Continent. The only problem is, the Succubus is a special class. They do not consume food resources, but absorb the life magic power of their lords. If they are not fed enough, their combat power will drop significantly, so the combat power of the Succubus has always been in a very embarrassing situation. After all, Su Xuan is just an ordinary person. People have limits. The Succubus is also good. At least it is a high-strength unit. Let's see what my lord's talent is. Su Xuan smiled faintly, quite satisfied with the result. Only about 20% of the people in the world can activate the Lord's mark, and most of them have very weak arms, such as low-level arms such as goblins and slimes. The incompleteness of intelligence makes their upper and lower limits far lower than those of high-level arms. Su Xuan continued to check the words on the steel. The Lord's talent was the same as the initial unit type. Both determined the upper limit and lower limit of a Lord. Even high-level talent can make up for the incomplete quality of the arms, allowing the weak human race to have the power to rival the giant dragon. So, Lord talent is also an extremely important part. Su Xuan took a deep breath and focused on the Lord talent column. Lord talent, 100 times time control, SSS. 100 times time control, SSS. You can adjust the time flow rate of the units in the territory at will, up to 100 times. 100 times time control, SSS level talent. Seeing his talent as a lord, Su Xuan smiled. Arranged according to the level of the Lord Federation, from low to high. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. So, Su Xuan's SSS talent is the highest level talent. Tianhu starts. The Lord's imprint is successfully activated, sending to the Endless Continent. Sudden, an ethereal voice sounded. A blue light flashed, and Su Xuan's figure disappeared instantly. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying in a dilapidated wooden house. There is only a bed and a table in the wooden house, and a blue crystal ball suspended in the center of the room. Is this my initial town hall? Su Xuan muttered to himself. Every new lord who enters the Endless Continent will be randomly teleported to a territory and then presented with an initial town hall. The initial town hall can recruit subjects and collect basic resources for the lord. Su Xuan got up and walked to the blue crystal ball. With a thought, the picture in the crystal ball began to change rapidly, showing the option to recruit people. For the first time, each lord can recruit 2 subjects and 1 hero for free. But recruiting heroes first requires building hero statues, so it is not something Su Xuan can consider now. Recruit. Su Xuan clicked the recruit button, and the countdown began for the first 2 free recruits. Recruiting people, 1,000s. The recruitment time is 1,000s, but in Su Xuan's territory, it is not the case. Accelerate. 100 times the time acceleration is on. In just 10 seconds, the first citizen was successfully recruited. Buzz buzz. The dark purple light filled the whole cabin in an instant, and Su Xuan almost couldn't open his eyes because of the flash. At this time, a beautiful figure came out from the purple light. Her figure was enchanting. Her expression was charming. Her gestures were enough to fascinate people. When the purple light dissipates, the woman's appearance all caught Su Xuan's eyes. Dark purple devil horns, peach heart tail, jet black wings, and the twinkling love pattern in those beautiful eyes. Succubus. Succubus Delissa. Meet the Lord. At the first sight of Su Xuan, the Succubus Delissa knelt down to express her loyalty. But Su Xuan's attention was still attracted by the dangling Snow White. It wasn't until there was a wicked smile on the corner of Delissa's mouth that he regained his composure. Raising his hand, he flicked Delissa's mind. Don't use charm on your lord. Slightly, I know I was wrong. Delissa covered her forehead and admitted her mistake with a smile. Su Xuan shook her head helplessly. Who would have thought that the first thing the people she recruited would do when they came to the territory was to cast charm magic on her lord? It was lawless. But for Delissa's joke, Su Xuan was not angry at all. With a thought, he unfolded the basic information of Delissa. Name, Delissa. Race, Succubus, Elite. Level, First Tier 1 star. Power, 50. Agility, 60. Physique, 50. Magic power, 100. Talent, charm, skill, dark magic. Expand. Su Xuan browsed through Delissa's information panel roughly and nodded in satisfaction. The people and heroes recruited by the Lord have different qualities, from low to high. Common, rare, elite, epic, legendary, taboo, myth. The highest quality of the people is only the elite at most, so Su Xuan recruited elite quality succubi from the very beginning. It can be said to be very lucky. Delissa, I'm here. Go collect the timber resources in the territory and transport them to the town hall. Su Xuan gave orders to Delissa. Even though Delissa has excellent qualities, she cannot escape the fate of selling her body. Go hit the tree, Succubus. Follow orders. Delissa agreed with a smile. Serving the Lord is their mission as subjects. But why don't you go yet? Su Xuan asked Delissa, who was still kneeling on the spot. That is because... But Delissa smiled and said charmingly, My lord, I'm a little hungry. Chapter 2. My lord, I'm a little hungry. Delissa begged Su Xuan for food. She had been waiting for hundreds of years in the endless darkness, and she had longed for it for a long time. And now, I was finally summoned by the Lord. Naturally want to eat full. Hiss, Delissa licked her lips, staring at Su Xuan with squinting eyes, and said softly, You must be very delicious. I'll think about it when you finish the task. Su Xuan replied firmly to Delissa. Such an active request made Su Xuan a little embarrassed. But who let the succubus be such a creature? Indulgence increases one's own strength by performing life rituals with the opposite S*X. The succubus recruited by the Lord are only willing to perform life rituals with their Lord, which means that Su Xuan is their only food. Su Xuan began to feel a little worried. My level is still very low, and the magic power attribute is not worth mentioning. Delissa is a succubus who has been hungry for hundreds of years, and I don't know if my small body can hold it. Can I have some first? I'm so hungry. Delissa begged Su Xuan pitifully to let her eat something first. She was really hungry. If she was hungry, she might faint. No, go to work. Bad. Of course, Su Xuan can't spoil the succubi. If he spoils them too much, what will happen in the future? When the number of people he recruited is increasing, how to distribute his life magic power is a problem. After all, he is the only source of food for the succubus. This is why Su Xuan was embarrassed when he was randomly assigned to the succubus unit at the beginning. Can only say, his mission has a long way to go. After receiving Su Xuan's resolute answer, Delissa could only go out hungry to collect resources. Su Xuan was turning around and preparing to control the blue crystal ball. He also had a subject who was being recruited so he could speed up in time in the future. And at this moment, there was an ethereal voice in Su Xuan's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has entered the endless world, and the multi-child, multi-blessing system is being activated. System? Su Xuan was stunned by the sudden sound. Is this bound to the system? The Gospel of the Time Traveler. Is Goldfinger, 3 years late, finally here? There was a smile on the corner of Su Xuan's mouth. The SSS level talent at the beginning activates the system. Isn't it even more powerful? Ding! The multi-child, multi-blessing system is successfully bound. Every time the host gives birth to an offspring, they can get system rewards. As long as there is one more offspring, can I get the reward of the system? After seeing the introduction of the system, Su Xuan smiled again. This system is a perfect match for his SSS talent 100 times time control. After all, he can speed up the time flow of units. Ordinary people need to conceive for 10 months, but in Su Xuan's territory, it only takes 3 days. Certainly, everything must be based on the premise of pregnancy, and this is where Su Xuan needs to find a way. Let's speed up the recruitment of the second citizen first. Su Xuan turned his attention to the recruitment of the second people. He came to the crystal ball and used his Lord talent. Next second, the recruitment time that originally required 800s was shortened to 8s. When the countdown is cleared. Next second, the pale pink light instantly filled Su Xuan's entire wooden house. Immediately afterwards, a small and exquisite figure flew out from the pink light. At the same time, a sweet and childish voice came from Su Xuan's ear. "Are you my master?" The pink light is gone. The figure of the second succubus also came into Su Xuan's eyes at this moment. Except that she and Delisa are both succubus, they are completely different. Delisa is a tender and charming mature big sister, and she is a petite and sweet little lowly. The light pink twin ponytails set off her youthful vigor, and the little wings on the back are also pink, which looks soft and cute. Of course, the age of the succubus cannot be distinguished by their figure. They all have spent hundreds of years in the dark world, and they are much older than Su Xuan. Yes. Su Xuan nodded, sure that he was the other party's lord, although he didn't know why the little lowly succubus asked such a question. "My master." Sudden, the little lowly succubus flapped her wings excitedly, and before Su Xuan could react, she threw herself into Su Xuan's arms. "You finally summoned me. I was almost depressed in the dark world. Thank you so much, my master." The little lowly succubus wiped tears on Su Xuan's chest excitedly, soaking his clothes. Su Xuan smiled lightly, but didn't care. Since the little girl likes it, let her hug it for a while. Taking advantage of the gap, Su Xuan had a thought and unfolded the information panel of little Lolita Succubus. Name, Elam. Race, Succubus, Elite. Level, First Tier 1 Star. Power, 30. Agility, 100. Physique, 30. Magic Power, 80. Talent, Charm, Skill, Dark Magic. Expand. Is it the same elite quality as Delisa? Su Xuan saw Elam's attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. The properties of the two may be slightly different, but otherwise they are almost the same. Of course, I mean skills and talents. As for the body, the gap between A and G may be too huge. Even Elam may not have it. My master. Elam raised her head excitedly, her pink eyes fixed on Su Xuan's face. The look of anticipation made Su Xuan feel a little embarrassed, always feeling that he was walking into the abyss of depravity. You say? Give me an order. Elam excitedly petitioned. I can do anything for you. Anything. Well, you go to collect stones first. This is the iron pickaxe for collecting stones. Take it. Chapter 3. After some preaching, Elam picked up the pickaxe and embarked on the road of collecting stones. She never expected that her first task would be to collect stones, but she thought for a while that she was an ordinary citizen, and if she was playing the role of a farmer in the human race, there seemed to be no problem. Only, she is so hungry. Hundreds of years. She hasn't tasted the magic power of her lord's life yet. Hateful. You have to be the first one. After getting the two succubi to act separately, Su Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Feed this kind of thing to the succubus. Let's put it at night. During the day, the succubus should work hard. Try to let their lords recruit a few sisters tomorrow. Let's work together to expand the territory and create a better future. Beep. Sudden, there was a noise in Su Xuan's crystal ball. Immediately afterwards, an unread message popped up and came into view. Unread messages? With a swipe of his finger, Su Xuan clicked on the unread message. Dalong Zhuanzhuan invites you to join the big family of Class 7 of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. Class Group. Su Xuan was taken aback, but he didn't expect that his classmates would find him and invite him to join the group less than half an hour after he entered the Lord's world. However, it may also be related to the personal information registered before entering the Lord's world. The Lord's personal ID matches the DNA, and as long as the Lord's imprint is successfully activated, it will be registered in the information column of the Lord's Federation. Of course, only the most basic personal information is registered. As for the troops and Lord talents of the territory, they are all private information and will not be registered. Su Xuan chose to agree, and he was immediately drawn into a classmate group. Su Xuan joined the chat group. F***K? Look who's here. Su Xuan. I said he can activate the Lord's mark. Now 17 people from our 7th class have activated the Lord's Mark. The success rate is higher than the world average. Win. Su Xuan, why do you use your real name as your online name? Outrageous. Su Xuan, what type of army are you? Can you tell me? What is your talent level? Su Wei, are you checking your household registration? The Lord's talent and military type are the secrets of every Lord. How can you tell others so easily? That's right. These 2 pieces of information are like the length of a man. I won't tell everyone that Su Wei is only 9 centimeters. You shut up. After Su Xuan joined the group, it immediately aroused heated discussions among members of the group. After all, only 20% of the people who activate the Lord's Mark. Every student who joins the class group may be the last companion. As classmates in the original world, they naturally had to help each other. At this moment, someone at Su Xuan. At Su Xuan, your little girlfriend Qixingxue has been promoted to the Bronze Lord a week ago. You have to work hard. Bronze Lord? Su Xuan frowned. The Lord's Mark is also divided into levels, from low to high. Rookie, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, and King. And Su Xuan, who has just entered the Endless World, is naturally a Rookie Lord. When the Lord's Mark is upgraded, the Lord can get a territory increase and a great talent enhancement, even qualify for new hero recruitment. So, the level of the Lord's Mark also symbolizes the strength division of each Lord. Su Xuan replied immediately, Don't talk nonsense. Qixingxue and I are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Zhao Zilong's fan, isn't it? I saw you and her in a love hotel the other day. Love hotel? Damn it. Su Xuan, you're not human. You're even in class. Damn it. I've been licking for 3 years, but I haven't even added penguin friends. You've already entered the hotel. Whoa, goddess. My goddess is dirty. Oh shit. Why does this guy say everything? Su Xuan quickly replied. You talk too much. F***K. How dare he agree? I'm jealous. Stop talking. I want to challenge you. One-on-one battle with real men. Su Xuan frowned. His explanation seemed to make the situation even more confusing. However, I really didn't do anything. It's just a simple way to send the drunk female classmate back to the hotel. At Su Xuan, at S Fanboy, don't spread rumors, I'm still in the group. At this moment, the appearance of the heroine interrupted the chaotic scene. Su Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, but the second he closed the group chat, he immediately received a friend message. Qixingxue wants to add you as a friend. Agree. Qixingxue, why do you say everything outside? I didn't say it. Su Xuan was really hurting and couldn't tell, but he never said it. And nothing happened to them, did they? Qixingxue, that time was just an accident. Tell Zhao Ning to cover his mouth tightly. His big mouth always spreads rumors. What are you talking about? We didn't do anything, did we? Su Xuan shrugged with a wry smile. That can't let Zhao Ning talk nonsense. Okay, I see. Su Xuan closed the dialogue box and immediately added Zhao Ning as a friend, warning him to shut up. But in his heart, he wondered if he shouldn't have rejected Qixingxue's confession. After all, Qixingxue is a recognized class flower, with a good looks and a wealthy family. There may be men who reject beautiful women, but they definitely cannot reject rich women. However, Su Xuan rejected both of them. But after thinking about it, Su Xuan shook his head again. Hey, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there will be no results. Su Xuan calmed down and was about to check the resources of his territory. The resources of the initial territory will determine the initial growth rate of the new lord. If various resources are sufficient, it is not difficult to be promoted to the Bronze Lord within a month. For example, wood, stone, and gold mines are the basic resources for upgrading the territory. And just when Su Xuan stood up, ready to go out, sudden, bang bang bang, there was a loud noise from outside the cabin, and Delisa's seductive voice. My lord, all the wood collection is here, now I can have something to eat. Chapter 4. Lord, can I enjoy you now? Delisa's voice sounded like a spell, coming from outside the house. Su Xuan pushed open the door, and a certain amount of wood had already been piled up outside his wooden house. And at the moment when the wood is close to the wooden house, the Lord's Hall automatically stores resources into the Lord's space. Wood plus 1,000. It took only a while to collect 1,000 pieces of wood. Su Xuan was a little surprised. He remembered the gathering speed of ordinary farmers, only 100 wood per day. But Delissa only went there for about half an hour and collected 1,000 wood resources? My lord, in Su Xuan's thoughts, Delissa had already come to him. Delissa got very close. Her long purple hair fell like a waterfall, scattered on Su Xuan's fingertips. The soft hair was very comfortable to the touch, and even wafted a touch of fragrance. Nothing. Su Xuan shook his head, returning to his usual calm. There was an evil smile on the corner of Delissa's mouth, and her cold fingertips lightly brushed across Su Xuan's skin. The strange touch made Su Xuan shudder slightly. The seductive voice echoed in his ears. My lord, can I start? Finished speaking, Delissa's fingertips had already landed on Su Xuan's cheeks, and her two snow-white slender jade hands gently held them, waiting to eat her favorite lord whole at any moment. It's not yet. Su Xuan was about to say, it's not dark yet, don't worry. But his voice has not yet fallen. Delissa greeted him, blocking Su Xuan's mouth that was about to open. A scent of fragrance flowed along the lips and into Su Xuan's mouth. Grunt. Su Xuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A hot liquid surged in his stomach. The two kissed for a long time before slowly separating. Delissa held Su Xuan's cheek in her hands and smiled charmingly. Lord, you can't go back on your word after collecting the resources as promised. You will be responsible for filling my stomach, so, even if you resist, I'll take it as you want to add some fun to today's dinner. I'm starting language fall. Delissa gently tore open Su Xuan's skirt, trying to eat her lord clean. But at this moment, Su Xuan took the initiative to grab Delissa's palm, and the hot residual warmth made Delissa tremble slightly, and a pair of beautiful eyes like stars stared at Su Xuan's pupils. It seemed a little overwhelmed. Now the initiative has been transferred to Su Xuan. I only heard Su Xuan say indifferently, of course I will not disappoint my people. As a reward for completing the task, I will reward you with a perfect life ritual. Delissa understood Su Xuan's words, and a bright smile filled the corner of her mouth. Respectfully thanked Su Xuan. Thank you for your gift, my lord. Su Xuan raised her arms and easily hugged Princess Teresa. Delissa's body was very soft. Su Xuan just touched it lightly, and his hands sank into the whiteness. Master, you don't dislike my weight, do you? Delissa suddenly asked Su Xuan with concern. After all, she is also 1.75 meters tall, with a plump figure, and with an amazing G. She weighs more than 130 caddies. But this is nothing to Su Xuan. Maybe he can't move a 130 gene brick, but he can easily lift a 130 gene Delissa. It seems that there is a kind of magical power that allows Su Xuan to hold Delissa for at least an hour. Of course I don't dislike it. Su Xuan replied with a smile. Your figure is just right, flawless. Thank you, Lord, for your praise. Delissa left her lip marks on Su Xuan's cheek with a smile. At the same time, Su Xuan entered the cabin with Delissa in his arms. Boom. The door of the cabin was firmly shut. Turn the space inside into a closed area, and then the ritual of life magic begins. Delissa finally enjoyed the magic of life she had dreamed of, and Su Xuan? He underestimated the succubus. The following is a plot of the Lord educating his people. 10,000 words will be omitted below. The other side. While Su Xuan was feeding Delissa, Elam is collecting stone resources within the scope of the territory. Her small body quickly swung the pickaxe, smashing the huge rock into pieces. Come on, Elam. Elam wiped his sweat, cheered himself up, and said, You can complete the task sent by the Lord with a little more. There is a little more. While speaking, Elam looked towards the stone mining area ahead. This stone mining area has hundreds of acres. Damn it. Why are there so many? Woohoo. When will we be able to eat the Lord? Just when Elam wanted to cry, but had no tears. Sudden, a rock shakes. Elam was attracted by strange vibrations. At this time, the stone suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, a clumsy earth elemental waved its fist and broke into Elam's sight. Earth element. Elam was a little surprised. There was an earth element here? But soon, her surprise turned into a bad smile. I'm worried that I won't be able to complete the task assigned by the Lord. It's good of you to come. Come and work for me. Ask for a monthly ticket for flower valuation. Chapter 5. Oh my lord, your magic power of life is really amazing. Delissa licked her fingertips lightly, her eyes filled with satisfaction. She finally tasted something that made her dream. The lust and magic power is full. It was like a dream. If you can, she wants more. Of course, this is not up to her. Let me rest. Su Xuan took a deep breath. In his nostrils, there was only Delissa's body fragrance and a strong breath of life. As a new lord who has just entered the endless world, Su Xuan is still a veritable ordinary human being. His attribute is even more outrageously low. The highest magic attribute is 12 points. Only a few rounds of attacks by Delissa exhausted Su Xuan's magic power. But that's not okay, Delissa smiled. I saw pink love patterns blooming in her eyes, and at the same time, she hooked her fingertips lightly. Let the magic power that had been exhausted be filled again. Look, Delissa caressed Su Xuan's cheek and said with a smile, My lord, your power is endless. Boom. Just when the two are honest with each other, the wooden door of the hut was kicked open. At the same time, Elam rushed into the cabin with great interest. Excitedly shouted, Master, my mission is complete, la? Elam. Su Xuan was even more flustered by Elam, who broke in suddenly. One succubus can't handle it by itself, but two can't ascend to heaven? He should see his T***** soon. How come? As for Elam, who saw the scene in front of her, her pupils instantly lost their highlight. The coveted first bite has been snatched away by someone else. Oh, isn't this Elam? Delissa smiled evilly, hugged Su Xuan in her arms, and walked toward Xubi. He whispered, You are late, Lord has been eaten up by me. Despicable Teresa. You are absolutely hateful. Elam stomped angrily. Suddenly, two groups of pink flames appeared beside her. I am going to kill you. Just you? A dwarf who is not as tall as my waist. Shut up. You disgusting big cow. That's better than your little red bean. Damn it. Accept it. The two succubi fought because of Su Xuan's disagreement. This gave Su Xuan a chance to breathe. The succubus is too scary. Su Xuan heaved a long sigh. He was no longer a simple little boy. But in front of the succubus, there is no room for resistance. Even every rhythm is controlled by the other party. No wonder it is the embodiment of lust. Fortunately, the appearance of Elam disrupted Delissa's rhythm. Otherwise, Su Xuan, who has already fired 7 times, must explain it here. Slip. Su Xuan put on his clothes and slipped out of the wooden house. The sound of fighting between Delissa and Elam still came from the wooden house. Walking out the door, Su Xuan was immediately attracted by a stone man. It is following orders to carry the stones to Su Xuan's town hall. Stone plus 1,000. Earth element. Su Xuan was slightly surprised. Why is an earth element working for him? Could it be that guy Elam? She was clever and directly threatened the earth element to work for her. She was originally a hard-working miner, but suddenly turned into a high-ranking supervisor. Of course, Su Xuan didn't care. As long as Elam does his job well, that's enough. Now there are 1,000 stone and 1,000 wood. It will take some time before the town hall is expanded, but new buildings should be able to be built. With a thought in Su Xuan's mind, a blue light screen appeared in front of him. The function of the blue light screen is the same as that of the crystal ball. The only difference is that the crystal ball is also the core of a territory. If the core is destroyed, the fortifications of the territory will be destroyed. Su Xuan takes a quick look at the buildings he can build. Blacksmith shop, lumber mill, quarry, barracks. After some thought, Su Xuan showed the construction of a logging camp and a quarry. Wood, 800, stone, 1,000. These two buildings can increase the extra quantity of wood and stone collected by 20%. Barracks and blacksmith shops are not in a hurry now, because he has not yet created an important resource for building weapons and recruiting soldiers' gold mines. The lumberyard is under construction. Countdown 5,000 S. The quarry is under construction. Countdown 5,000 S. Accelerate. Su Xuan immediately accelerated the construction time of the two buildings. The original duration of 5,000 seconds was suddenly shortened to 50 seconds. In a short while, the lumberyard and quarry were built in his territory. Of course, they are functional buildings that only provide buff bonuses, so they don't need to be managed after they are built. When the two buildings were completed, the sky of endless world was also dyed with night. Su Xuan is going back to the town hall to cook food. He was ruthlessly squeezed by Delisa just now, but his physical strength was exhausted, so he had to replenish some nutrition quickly. Just as Su Xuan turned around, suddenly, roar! A low growl sounded from behind him. Su Xuan suddenly turned around. A burly black bear broke into the territory, staring at its prey. Monster! Su Xuan frowned. His luck was really bad. He encountered a dangerous monster on the first day he entered the endless world. But Delisa, Elam, exist, Su Xuan called out. The two succubi immediately ended their fight and rushed towards Su Xuan's position one after another. Get rid of it. Obey. Dare to break into my lord's territory. Court death. Dump. Chapter 6. Roar. A mournful scream echoed in the forest. The black bear weighing 1 ton fell to the ground under the combined fire magic of Delisa and Elam. Umph. A stupid monster who is overconfident. Delisa snorted coldly and extinguished the flame at her fingertips. What are you pretending? It's obviously the monster I killed. Elam on the side retorted angrily. Too lazy to argue with you. Delisa ignored Elam and walked straight to Su Xuan. He asked with concern, My lord, are you not injured? No injury. Su Xuan shook his head, then looked at the roasted black bear. Dinner seems to be settled tonight. After some tossing, Su Xuan set up a bonfire, boiled the bear meat into broth, and shared it with the two succubi. It doesn't matter whether it tastes good or not. The key is that after eating the bear meat, Su Xuan can clearly feel his exhausted body recover instantly. He finally knew why the lords who came back from the endless world were so ridiculously strong, and they had such terrifying bonuses just by eating the flesh of monsters. Not to mention those rare treasures hidden in the endless world. Master, are you full? Delisa was holding the bowl of bear meat, absent-minded. She didn't like to eat these foods. She just wanted to eat Su Xuan. On the contrary, Elam ate very happily, and the corners of his mouth were covered with oil stains. Well, I'm full. Su Xuan nodded. After eating the bear meat, his whole body was full of strength. Delisa stretched out her hand to Su Xuan quietly and said with a smile, Is it my turn? Before she finished speaking, Delisa greeted Su Xuan. The two kissed in the night, but did not disturb Elam. It wasn't until Elam finished eating the meat in the bowl that she happily said to Su Xuan, Master, I will listen to you and eat everything. When she saw that Su Xuan and Delisa had already finished the dinner party and were doing extra after-dinner activities, her pink pupils lost their highlight again. Despicable Teresa. She was about to jump up. Little did he know that he had already fallen into Delisa's trap, and the magic had just begun to work. Next second, Elam found that his body was no longer under his control. As if being acupunctured, he remained motionless on the spot. And at this moment, Delisa glanced at Elam and smiled evilly. The Lord tonight is mine, Delisa. UB asterisk 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 D. Oh. Giggle, live broadcast screen for the next period. 50,000 words will be omitted below. Head hurts. The next day? Su Xuan clutched his head and woke up from his sleep. The sinking of last night made his mind a little groggy. Beside him, Elam was sinking into dreamland holding his arm. The poor little guy was just a spectator on the sidelines last night, and Delisa didn't leave Elam a chance at all. In the end, I just let Elam take a sip, which is like an arrogant charity. It's Delisa. As soon as Su Xuan thought of Delisa's greed, he felt his heart beat faster. Sure enough, the succubus is a greedy and insatiable creature, and now he is completely unable to satisfy their demands. Master, are you awake? The gentle and charming voice sounded in Su Xuan's ears. Su Xuan turned to the side, and Delisa was lying on her side. Her body was only covered with a thin blanket, showing her perfect figure to the fullest. The snow-capped scenery is the most pleasing to the eye, but the wooden bed is a bit narrow. If it wasn't for Elam's petite figure, which only occupied a small area, it would definitely not be able to accommodate them. Delisa's beautiful posture made Su Xuan feel happy when he woke up in the morning, but he knew that he could no longer be controlled by desire and must let reason occupy his brain again. No breakfast for you. Bad? Su Xuan quickly put on his clothes, so as not to sink into the gentle land of the succubus again. At this time, Delisa leaned close to Su Xuan's ear and softly blew. My lord, I seem to have the crystallization of your life. Real? Su Xuan turned his head abruptly, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Yes, Delissa nodded. She was also deeply puzzled about this matter. Obviously, it is very difficult for succubi and humans to give birth to offspring, but we have only had it a dozen times. Maybe it is Lord, are you too powerful? It's a good thing, Teresa. I'm glad you're pregnant with my offspring. Su Xuan expressed his joy to Delissa. Su Xian's approval made Delissa's mouth curl into a charming smile. As long as the Lord likes it, I am willing to give birth to more offspring for you. Besides, succubi are different from humans. We don't have a big belly during pregnancy. It will not have any impact on combat power, or even. Delissa leaned close to Su Xian's ear and whispered, even during pregnancy, I can continue to serve the Lord. Grunt. Su Xuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He knew he had fallen to the abyss step by step in the temptation of the succubus. Fortunately, this abyss belongs to him. Continue. Create humans. Duh. Chapter 7. Damn it. Damn it. Delissa. Clang, clang. Elam wielded the pickaxe and diligently collected stones for the territory. Her pretty face is full of anger. Elam's resentment stemmed from being told by Delissa that she was pregnant when she woke up in the morning. Obviously, everyone is a succubus who was recruited to the territory together. But Delissa is already pregnant, but she hasn't tasted the Lord's food yet. Damn it. Despicable Teresa. Go to hell. Elam knocked on the quarry angrily. Sooner or later, she would tie Delissa's tail into a bough and hang it on the gate of hell. But soon, her anger turned into panic. A pair of bright big eyes looked at his body and muttered to himself, does the master only like big ones? But even small ones are cute. Elam sighed softly, longing for Su Xian's blessing in his heart. Gulu gulu. At this time, the earth elemental carried a huge boulder and ran to Elam in a panic. What? Didn't you see that I was mining? Elam asked the other party angrily. The earth element hurriedly put down the boulder, then waved its body made of stone and gestured to Elam. Elam naturally couldn't understand what the earth element wanted to express. So he asked it, have you encountered other monsters or hidden mine veins? Gulu gulu. The earth element nodded immediately, confirming Elam's guess. Quick, take me to see. Elam immediately commanded the earth elemental. The earth elemental moved his legs and led Elam to the depths of the mine. Soon, Elam found something to excite the earth elemental. I saw a golden light shining in the depths of the vein. It's a rare mineral. A smile appeared on the corner of Elam's mouth. If he told Su Xuan the news, he would definitely be rewarded by the master. The opportunity to receive merit has come. You stay here and guard. I will go find the master. Elam hurriedly flapped her wings and returned to the territory. The earth element was left in the vein to wait, and the next second after Elam left, a black shadow quietly appeared from the depths of the mine and opened its bloody mouth to launch a surprise attack on the earth element. On the other hand, Su Xuan is trying to speed up Delissa's pregnancy. The gestation period of a succubus is several months longer than that of a human, but under Su Xian's 100-fold acceleration, offspring can be born in 5 days. This should be fine. Su Xuan caressed Delissa's lower abdomen. With his efforts, the succubus imprint on the lower abdomen has been filled with a certain amount of magic power. This is also a special talent of the succubus race. The seal of the succubus mark has 3 layers, and every time a layer is broken through, the succubus can gain all-round growth. But judging from the current situation, if Delissa wants to break through the first floor, I am afraid that hundreds of inputs will be needed. My lord, I can feel that the little guy in my stomach is growing super fast. Is this your strength? Delissa was shocked by what Su Xuan had done. Of course, Su Xian's time acceleration would not have any effect on her body. Well, your task now is to take good care of the fetus, understand? Su Xuan nodded and asked Delissa to protect herself and the child. Okay, I understand. Delissa smiled. Su Xian's concern was like a flame from hell, making her heart warm. Owner. At this time, Elam hurriedly flew back to the territory and landed in front of the two of them. What's wrong? Su Xuan asked. Master, I found a rare mineral vein. Elam reported to Su Xuan excitedly. Rare veins. Master, come with me. Elam immediately led Su Xuan to the location of the mine vein, and Delissa followed immediately. Although she is pregnant, it does not affect the battle. Soon, they came to the location of the vein, but the moment they arrived at the scene, all three were stunned. See, a giant python is entangled with the earth element, trying to swallow it into its stomach. Monster! Su Xuan's face froze when he saw the scene in front of him. This giant python was 20 meters long, covered with dark red scales, and had a gray horn on its head. This monster, at least a first-order 2-star monster. Gulu Gulu. Seeing the reinforcements coming, the earth element hurriedly waved his hands to ask Su Xuan and the others for help. As an elemental body condensed by a stone, it never dreamed that it would be used as food one day. Get rid of it. Su Xuan gave orders to the 2 succubi. Although the opponent is a Tier 2 monster, it still cannot pose a threat to the elite quality succubus. Leave it to me. Master. Elam was excitedly preparing to make a move. Sudden, a dark purple flame passed by Elam's side. Next second, then the giant python was engulfed in the sea of fire. Hiss! The giant python let out a miserable cry, and its huge body kept shaking, trying to extinguish the flames. But Delissa's flame seems to have life. The more the giant python struggles, the more powerful the flame is. Just for a moment, the giant python burned into a pool of ashes. When did your magic power become so powerful? Elam looked at Delissa in disbelief. The flame released by the other party just now is definitely several grades stronger than her own flame. But they were all succubus recruited to the territory on the same day. Of course it is. Delissa glanced at Su Xuan, smiled evilly, and said, "The power of the Lord." Chapter 8. That naturally comes from the power of the Lord. Delissa smiled mysteriously, looking at Su Xuan with a pair of seductive eyes. Even without breaking through the seal of the succubus mark, the succubus can still improve its own strength by absorbing the magic power of the Lord's life. With Su Xuan's help, her attributes can be said to have doubled. Damn it! Elam gritted her teeth enviously. A pair of big watery eyes looked at Su Xuan expectantly. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak, conveying her extremely envious jealousy to Su Xuan. Ahem! Su Xuan shifted his gaze in embarrassment. It's definitely not that he is biased, but that he is too weak now. That night, it was completely Delissa's home game, and she was just cooperating with the other party. Poor Elam. Who told you that you couldn't beat Delissa? My lord, it seems that something has fallen. Delissa walked to the charred corpse of the monster, and she stretched out her hand to pick up a spar from the ground. The spar, shining with blue light, made Su Xuan happy. Said, "Is this a magic crystal?" The so-called magic power crystals are simply experience. Killing powerful monsters will drop magic power crystals. The magic power crystals will be stored in the territory and can be promoted for the people of the territory anytime, anywhere. Delissa handed the magic power crystal to Su Xuan. As soon as Su Xuan took over, the magic power crystallized into a ball of white light and poured into Su Xuan's mind. At the same time, an ethereal voice sounded. Magic crystal storage capacity, plus 100. And 100 magic power crystals, just upgrade the first order 1-star to the first order 2-star. Of course, Su Xuan didn't use it in a hurry. His attention was attracted by the golden light deep in the vein. Master, master. Elam hurriedly pointed to the golden light in the depth of the vein and shouted, "This is the rare vein I found." Earth element scratching his head frantically. This is... Su Xuan walked into the depths of the mine vein, staring intently at the golden light. Gold mine. Su Xuan first made some judgments, but after thinking for a moment, he immediately shook his head. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary gold mine, because he found that there seemed to be other colors in the golden light, like colorful bright. Is it bright gold? Su Xuan's heart was shocked. The so-called brilliant gold is an ore that is higher than gold mines. Gold can be used to recruit heroes and people, or to create equipment, while brilliant gold is an important material for recruiting epic heroes, or creating rune-enchanted equipment. In other words, if you use card drawing in the game as an example, it is guaranteed. As long as you have bright gold, you must recruit heroes above the epic level, and add rune enchants to your weaponry. It can be said to be an existence that is far 10,000 times rarer than gold. According to the pricing in the trading market, 1 unit of brilliant gold is equal to 10,000 gold. And judging from the mine veins in front of him, there are at least 10 units of brilliant gold. This represents 100,000 gold. 100,000 gold. 100 units of gold recruit one subject. That is 1,000 subjects. 1,000 succubi? Elam. Su Xuan hugged Elam excitedly. What's the matter? Before Elam could react, Su Xuan had already carried him into the air. You did a great job. Su Xuan kissed Elam hard on the face. Even though Elam is small, she is so reliable at critical moments. A lot. Thank you, Master, for your compliment. After receiving Su Xuan's admiration, Elam showed a sunny smile on her immature and pretty face. At the same time, summoned up the courage to ask Su Xuan, Master, then can I make a small request? Of course. Say it. Su Xuan smiled and listened carefully to Elam's appeal. I also want to be like Delissa. Elam shyly held Su Xuan's cheeks and asked with full expectation, to be favored by the master. Hearing this, Su Xuan smiled lightly and replied, No problem. How about tonight? Real? Certainly. Great. Earth element. Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and work. Earth element. Angry. UN% at hashtag. Soon, all the resplendent gold was collected. There are a total of 12 units of brilliant gold, and Su Xuan intends to sell 2 units of brilliant gold, because there is a high probability that there are no gold resources in his territory. In order to speed up the development, gold is a necessary resource, and 5 units of brilliant gold are required for the minimum recruitment, so selling 2 units of brilliant gold is the best choice. Of course, if necessary, you can sell more brilliant gold. After all, even the simplest hero recruitment, it is possible to recruit heroes above the epic level. It is just a matter of probability. The probability of epic heroes appearing is about 1.5%. After returning to the territory, Su Xuan immediately listed 2 units of brilliant gold on the trading market at a price of 15,000 gold. The trading market will deduct 10% of the transaction tax. As for why not 10,000 gold? Resources with price, but no market are naturally higher than the reference price. And the moment when 2 units of brilliant gold appeared on the trading market, immediately attracted the attention of a group of lords. What the hell? There is a brilliant gold mine in someone's territory. It's just a black iron lord? Is this kid lucky? There is a bright gold mine at the beginning. What's the use of 2 units of brilliant gold? At least 5 units must be sold together. He must have extra. The brilliant gold mine is mine. First come, first served. Here comes the epic hero. Add me as a friend. Just the moment he hung up, Su Xuan instantly received dozens of friend requests. And without exception, they are all gold lords. And there are even platinum lords who add him as friends. This made Su Xuan happy. It turns out that bright gold is more valuable than he imagined. Asked for a monthly ticket for flower evaluation. Chapter 9. Su Xuan agreed to everyone's friend requests one by one. The next second, dozens of chat boxes engulfed him like a tide. Brother, do you have a lot of brilliant gold? There must be some, right? You sell 5 at once. I'll give you 80,000 gold. Friend, I know you still have stock. Can you part with it? Most of the chat content is about Su Xuan's bright gold reserves. After all, most of the lords above the gold level are well informed, and they know in their hearts that it is impossible for the resplendent gold to have 2 units of or veins at one time, at least 5 units of or veins. Otherwise, there would not even be enough guarantees for recruitment. 2 units of brilliant gold can at most create 1 piece of rune-enchanted equipment, but if you use brilliant gold to create rune-enchanted equipment, the improvement is far less impressive than that of an epic quality hero. After Su Xuan learned about everyone's requests, he also knew that if he sold 2 units of brilliant gold, basically no one would buy them. Even if someone buys it, the premise is that the other party still has more than 3 units of brilliant gold, or there are other complicated reasons. Therefore, it may take a long time for his 2 units of brilliant gold to be sold. So, Su Xuan sent a message to the crowd. I happen to have 7 units of brilliant gold, but because there are too many people asking for the price, and my territory imprint level is only black iron, I can't enter the auction house, so it's hard to judge which one to buy. Who makes the deal? How about this? Each of you quote a number. The one with the highest price will win. Su Xuan sent this message to everyone who came to make an offer. As soon as this news was sent out, all the lords were ecstatic. They guessed right. This black iron lord must have more than 5 units of brilliant gold. But the next second, they fell into deep thought again. Su Xuan's rule is to set the price of brilliant gold at a nihility that can be high or low. Similar to the way of bidding, the price is cleverly hidden, and sometimes it may be more efficient than bidding. And Su Xuan just needs to wait for the quotations from the lords with peace of mind. 7 units of brilliant gold are bundled and sold, at least worth more than 100,000 gold. Certainly, the best estimate in his heart is 120,000 gold. This is far beyond the price of brilliant gold. Coupled with the extremely lack of resources in the early stage, it can be said to be a timely help for Su Xuan. About 10 minutes later, the first offer from the Lord finally came. I will offer 100,000 gold. As Su Xuan guessed, the reserve price is basically impossible to be lower than 100,000. Soon, the second Lord also revealed his own price. 110,000. Immediately afterwards, the third place. Fourth place. 90,000. 115,000. 120,000. 200. 130,000. Su Xuan glanced at the quotations of the lords, and his heart was full of joy. It was the Lord who quoted 200. Fork it out for me. 150,000. Sudden, a lord's offer directly ended the game. Su Xuan took a sharp breath. 150,000. This price is already twice the price of bright gold. Okay, the bright gold is yours. Su Xuan made a deal with the other party immediately. Brilliant gold, 7. Gold plus 150,000. Take off. Thank you, little friend. This brilliant gold came very timely. After completing the transaction, the Lord thanked Su Xuan. Happy transaction, Su Xuan replied, and informed the other lords that Shui and Jin had been sold, and the rest of the lords could only end the conversation in frustration. And when Su Xuan was about to end the conversation, he suddenly discovered that it was the Platinum Lord who bought the brilliant gold. Really, a Platinum Lord is rich. Su Xuan glanced at the 150,000 gold reserve in the territory, feeling happy. This amount of money is enough to raise his territory several notches. But before that, owner, Elam walked up to Su Xuan with a ruddy face and said shyly, "It's already night." Hearing this, Su Xuan smiled and turned off the blue light screen. Then he cast a pair of fiery eyes on Elam and whispered, "I've kept you waiting for a long time. Are you ready? You will be eaten by the succubus soon." Elam's eyes wandered, and her immature and pretty face was full of shyness. Although she is both a succubus, she is completely different from Delisa. As long as Delisa can get started directly, she will not bluff. If it was Delisa at this time, she would have already started to touch Su Xuan. And although Elam was plausible, he still stood where he was, not daring to make a move. Su Xuan also noticed that Elam's pink heart tail was wagging rapidly, showing her nervousness. This made Su Xuan laugh secretly, so he is a king with a strong mouth. The kind that drops the chain at the critical moment. That's all. Su Xuan stretched out his big hand and hugged Elam like a plush toy. He said with a smile, "Who is the prey?" Elam, "Ah, so I'm the prey. The hunter is going to be loaded." Snapped, master. I was shot. Don't be afraid. I'll help you stop the bleeding." Duh. Chapter 10. At dawn, Su Xuan was sitting by the window, having breakfast. Delisa was standing behind Su Xuan, lightly pinching his shoulders to relieve his fatigue. As the main output, Su Xuan can be said to be dedicated to his duties, but it's a pity that Elam is too useless. She is clearly a succubus, but she looks pure and innocent like a little girl. Everything needs to be controlled by Su Xuan. It's a disgrace to the succubus. Moreover, Elam's combat power is even lower. If it wasn't for Delisa to take over, Su Xuan would not be able to enjoy herself to the fullest. Perhaps this is the difference between the big sister and the little sister. Elam is really inferior. While helping Su Xuan hold Su Xuan's shoulders, Delisa smiled and mocked. "Sure enough, there is a reason why you are not tall." "Shut up, Delisa. I'm just too nervous. I'm not trash," Elam shouted in a trembling voice. Her attitude was very firm, but the trembling calf betrayed her fiercely. As soon as she stood up, the severe pain forced her to kneel down again. "Yeah, not trash," Delisa answered with a light smile. A contemptuous smile flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Hateful. This is not my fault. Master must be too powerful." Yes. Su Xuan didn't participate in the conversation between the two, but just drank coffee on the sidelines. Regarding the evaluation of the two succubi, Su Xuan said that they each have their own advantages. Some people like adult girls, others like Lolita. Su Xuan is different. As long as he is pretty, he likes them all. Say, Su Xuan quite likes Elam. Because Elam's petite and cute appearance is like a doll. I want to destroy it while making people feel pitiful. After breakfast, Su Xuan immediately started working today. He glanced at the territory's resources. Wood 5,000, stone 6,000, gold 15W, brilliant gold 5. With sufficient resources, Su Xuan feels extremely at ease. With a thought, immediately start the construction mode. The first building to be constructed is, of course, the hero statue. Hero statue construction requirements. Wood 3,000, stone 5,000, gold 1,000, put up. Su Xuan clicks the build button. The hero statue is being built. Countdown, 9999s, accelerate. After 100 seconds, the construction of the hero statue is completed. You are eligible for 1 free recruitment. After the construction of the hero statue was completed, Su Xuan fell into deep thought. Do you want to use bright gold? Su Xuan thought for a moment, and finally decided to use bright gold. Because, for the first free recruitment, the probability of recruiting high-quality heroes is much lower than ordinary recruitment. And, as the level of the Lord's mark increases, the probability of recruiting high-quality heroes will also be slightly increased. So, it is the most beneficial to use at this time. High-quality heroes are also more conducive to early-stage combat. Recruit. Use brilliant gold. Heroes are being recruited. Brilliant gold has been used. Countdown, 72H. Accelerate. Time accelerates, and in an hour, Su Xuan will welcome the first hero in the territory. After that, after Su Xuan finished recruiting, he turned his attention to the town hall. He needs to recruit a few more succubi to increase the labor force in the territory. But the population has reached the upper limit, 3/3. Please upgrade the town hall. Town hall upgrade requirements. Wood 20,000, stone 20,000. Not enough stone and wood. Su Xuan frowned, immediately opened the trading mall, and directly spent gold to buy basic resources. 1 unit of gold is equal to 20 wood or 20 stone. Su Xuan then spends 10,000 gold to buy 100,000 wood and 100,000 stone. Upgrade. The town hall is being upgraded. Countdown, 240H, accelerate. When the town hall officially started to upgrade, his cabin was immediately surrounded by white light. After more than 2 hours, it will be transformed into a new town building. Su Xuan no longer needs to live in a cabin, but can live in a more spacious house. After this, Su Xuan built several other buildings. Mines, smithies, sentry towers, facades, and partially decorated buildings. After some operations, Su Xuan's territory can be regarded as taking shape. After doing all this, Su Xuan immediately went to find Elam. Elam hasn't conceived his life crystal yet. Must act quickly. Elam, the battle is not over yet. At the same time, Su Xuan's class group is chatting hotly. F***K, Chi Qingxue has recruited epic quality heroes. Real or fake? Of course it's true. She signed up for next month's College Lord competition and will represent our Class 7. I heard it with my own ears. F***K, her luck is too good, right? This is the first hero of epic quality in our 7th class. Well, my hero is only of rare quality. I heard that her grandfather gave her 5 units of bright gold, brilliant gold. No wonder. Brilliant gold is an ultra-rare material, and 5 units of brilliant gold can guarantee the recruitment of epic quality heroes. No wonder. It turned out to be the power of money. I know about this. The trading place just completed a transaction of 7 units of brilliant gold. It is rumored that the seller is a Black Iron Lord. Lord Black Iron? Damn, what shit luck. I remember that Chi Qingxue's arms are elves. Epic quality, elven hero. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. Duh. Chapter 11. Master, I'm so supportive. Elam was completely defeated, lying on the ground and moaning. Put your little hands on the slightly protruding belly and pat it gently, trying to relieve the discomfort. What a waste, Elam. Delissa sarcastically added fuel to the side. Take a break. Su Xuan smiled faintly and shifted his gaze to the hero statue. He was very puzzled. The town hall has been built. Why hasn't the hero statue recruited heroes yet? Obviously, the recruitment can be completed in less than an hour. As for his town hall, it has been upgraded from a log cabin to a stone house with an area of 200 square meters. After upgrading to the stone house, the population limit of the town hall rises to 10. Strangeness. Su Xuan walked to the hero statue, puzzled. It stands to reason that the countdown to hero recruitment should be over. Why? When Su Xuan unfolded the information panel of the hero statue, he understood why. Hero recruitment countdown, 500 days. Taboo. Forbidden hero? Su Xuan's heart was shocked. No wonder hero recruitment has been unsuccessful. It turned out that the recruited heroes were of forbidden quality. The higher the quality of the hero, the longer it takes to recruit. Of course, the lords can use special props to shorten the recruitment time, but Su Xuan doesn't have that kind of props. Fortunately, with the 100x time acceleration talent, the 500-day recruitment period only takes 5 days in his territory. My luck is really good. Su Xuan touched the tip of his nose happily. After 5 days, a hero with forbidden quality will welcome in his territory. On the other side, Qi Qingxue was waiting for her hero recruitment to complete. Countdown to hero recruitment. 5 days. Legend. Is this the power of brilliant gold? It's amazing, Qi Qingxue exclaimed in disbelief. The heroes she recruited are not epic quality heroes, but legendary quality. And this is also thanks to the 5 units of brilliant gold presented by her grandfather. Beep. An unread message pops up. Qi Qingxue raised her hand and opened the chat bar. Qingxue, you have to perform well in the Academy Lord competition in a week's time. Qi Qingxue. Don't worry, Grandpa. The bright gold you gave me has recruited heroes of legendary quality, and I am bound to win this competition. Really? That's really great. It's all thanks to the Black Iron Lord. Even if it costs 15W, it's worth it. Qi Qingxue. 15W? Grandpa, are you serious? This is far beyond the market price. Ha. It's okay. As long as my good granddaughter recruits powerful heroes. Come on, Qingxue. I look forward to you becoming the first Platinum Lord in the family after me. Qi Qingxue. Yes, I will. After the chat, Qi Qingxue took a deep breath. Her gaze became extremely firm, and she muttered to herself, sooner or later, I will become a Platinum Lord. Make you regret your original decision. You be *******D, who rejected me. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 5 days, Su Xuan recruited 5 new succubus subjects. But it's a pity that they are all ordinary quality succubi, and their combat power is far inferior to Delisa and the others. However, even normal quality succubi can still conceive. With Su Xuan's hard work, 3 of them conceived their own offspring. And, just today, Su Xuan and Delisa's baby is finally born. Come on, Delisa, Lord, please grab my tail. Caught it. But what's the use? It can make me love you more, my lord. Finally, with the unremitting efforts of everyone, the baby was born safely. Su Xuan, who became a father for the first time, hugged his daughter excitedly, and his heart was so happy that he even forgot that he had a system called multiple children, many blessings. At this time, there was an ethereal voice in his head. Ding! Detected that the host has offspring born. Race, half succubus, half human. The aptitude evaluation of this descendant is epic quality. Reward, territory increase elemental weaving, A. Lord boost source of life, S. Magic weaving, A. The people on the territory, the magic power increases by 100%. The source of life, S. Your magic power of life is endless. Su Xuan was overjoyed when he saw the system rewards. Whether it is the increase of the Lord or the increase of the territory, it is a great enhancement for Su Xuan and his territory, especially the ability of the source of life. He can finally stop taking medicine. Despicable Teresa, are you all right? After Delisa gave birth, Elam, who had been waiting outside the door, rushed into the room immediately. Although they have been fighting and bickering, the relationship between the two is still very close. Of course it's fine. Our succubus bodies are not that fragile. Delisa smiled and shook her head. It's you, Elam. Why haven't you conceived the crystallization of the Lord yet? Elam lowered her head in shame when Delisa asked her this question. Some of the newly recruited succubi are pregnant. As a result, as the first batch of succubi recruited, Elam has yet to show signs. No one could have imagined this. It's okay, Su Xuan rubbed Elam's head, comfortingly said. It may be that Elam is still young, but sooner or later he will grow up. By then, he will be able to conceive life. Yes, it must be like this. Elam nodded movedly. Tears rolled in her eyes. She is still young. It has only been born for more than 200 years. That's all. Ask for a monthly ticket for flowers evaluation, Meemda. Chapter 12. The children of succubi are different from ordinary human children. Half of their nutritional source comes from the mother's breastfeeding, while the other half comes from the life magic power stored in the mother's body. In other words, during this period of time, Delisa will ask for more. If Su Xuan needs to take care of the remaining 6 succubi before changing, he will increase his input to Delisa. For ordinary humans, this is definitely held difficulty. But for Su Xuan, who has the source of life, it's just a matter of time. Unless the source of life is exhausted. That would definitely not be possible with just a few succubi. It may take hundreds of succubi to compete with Su Xuan. And today, not only is the territory ushering in a new day, it's the day when a new hero arrives. After Su Xuan comforted Delisa and their children, she walked quickly towards the hero statue. This moment, the originally bleak hero statue is now blooming with a dazzling dark golden light. There are only 5 seconds left before the arrival of the promotion quality hero. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the end of the countdown, the dark golden light lingering around the hero statue burst instantly. Dazzling dark golden light suddenly appeared, forcing Su Xuan to cover his eyes. Forbidden quality heroes are different, almost blinding his eyes. And the moment Su Xuan closed his eyes, suddenly Su Xuan felt a gust of warm wind blowing towards her face. Immediately afterwards, a pair of hands rested lightly on his shoulders, and at the same time, an extremely enchanting and charming voice came from his ears. "Are you my lord?" Handsome little man, hiss. As soon as the voice came out, Su Xian's body was not only trembling. The heart is shaking. His soul is trembling. That's like a charm from hell. Capture Su Xian's soul. Grunt. Su Xuan swallowed nervously. Slowly open your eyes. The moment he saw the person in front of him, suddenly, my heart was pounding. It roars like a car engine. Appeared in front of his eyes. It's a black succubus. Her whole body is dark black. Long black hair, black wings, black heart tail, and black pointed horns. Although she is a succubus like Delisa and Elam, the succubus in front of her has an evil charm that other succubus in the territory do not have. Incomparable evil charm. Plus the dark black that is like facing death. Su Xuan understands. The succubus in front of him is definitely an extremely dangerous poison. Su Xian's days made the succubus in front of him smile mysteriously and whispered, "Succubus Freemia. Serve the Lord." The voice just fell. Freemia's information panel unfolded in front of Su Xian's eyes. Name, Freemia. Race, Succubus. Taboo. Level, first tier 1 star. Power, 500. Agility, 500. Physique, 500. Magic power, 1000. Talent, evil charm. Skill, dark magic. Expand, 1000 magic power. Su Xuan was shocked when he saw Freemia's attributes. The highest attributes of Delisa and the others are around 100, but Freemia's attributes are all above 3 digits. The magic power is as high as 1000 points. This is just a 1 star. Then if it is constantly breaking through the level, how terrifying will Freemia's attributes be? Su Xuan is unimaginable. Is this the hero of forbidden qualities? Isn't the higher mythical quality? Grunt. Su Xuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva in disbelief. The magnificence of the endless world has just begun to unfold before his eyes from now on. Oh, Freemia noticed Su Xian's fluctuating emotions, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She gently held Su Xian's cheek. Those eyes that were as pitch black as a black hole devoured everything about Su Xuan. He said with a smile, "My lord, what are you thinking? Why don't you let me do something quickly? If you stand still, you won't be able to make your territory thrive." Ahem. Su Xuan quickly came back to his senses. He was almost fainted by Freemia. However, Su Xuan knew very well in his heart that Freemia was not like Delisa and cast a spell on him. It's his own temperament that captures Su Xuan firmly. Su Xuan took a deep breath, and a strong scent surged in his nostrils. He suppressed the flames that were about to move and said to Freemia, "Now there are several monster lairs in the territory that have not been cleaned up. Go and clean them up." Follow orders. Freemia accepted the order with a chuckle. Before leaving, Su Xuan also observed Freemia licking the tip of her tongue. That seductive move was irresistible. Then, she unfolded her pitch-black demon wings and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Su Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. He only felt that he was standing in front of Freemia, without the slightest ability to resist. Even if he has the blessing of the source of life, he may not last long. That is to say, Freemia alone is comparable to hundreds of ordinary succubi. Grunt. Su Xuan was full of surprises. He recruited a top-quality succubus. Asked for a monthly ticket for flowers. Chapter 13. Do you need other materials to continue upgrading the town hall? After Su Xuan gave the order to Freemia, he focused on the materials needed to upgrade the town hall. Now, he is still a rookie Black Iron Lord, but when the town hall is upgraded again, he will enter the ranks of the Bronze Lord. But upgrading to the Bronze Town Hall requires a new material, Lord Metal. And how to get the Lord's Metal? There is only one way to attack the territories of other lords. After the victory, you will get the Lord's Metal. Defeating a Black Iron Lord can probably get 100 Lord Medals, and promoting from the Black Iron Town Hall to the Bronze Town Hall only needs 100 Lord Medals. In other words, if you win about 2 to 3 territorial battles, you can be promoted to Bronze Lord. The issue is, first of all, you must find the enemy's territory before you can launch a war. That kind of efficiency is really not high. So, the Lord battle comes to the fore at this time. The so-called Lord battle is that the lords of both sides lead their heroes and soldiers to fight in a special space. The victor gets everything. The loser loses everything, including life. Of course, because the Lord battle is too cruel, it is difficult for new lords to develop resources, so another special Lord battle has been derived. Academy Lord Contest. Compared with ordinary Lord battles, it is simpler. Only hero units participate in the battle, and it is a competition-based event. However, heroes will die in battle from time to time, but the probability is far lower than in ordinary Lord battles. After all, once an ordinary Lord battle starts, it will never end, unless the two sides make peace for some reason, or the Lord of one side dies first. I remember that if you want to participate in the College Lord competition, you must first be below the Gold level Lord and report to the specialized personnel. Su Xuan thought about it. Since he has Freemia in charge, the competition for the Master of the Academy should not be difficult. As for the specialists, Su Xuan can ask the students in the class group. Many of them have been in the Endless World for 2 or 3 months, so they should know how to contact each other. But before that, he had to raise Freemia's level up. Freemia's level is only first rank and 1 star. Although all attributes are far beyond ordinary people, the suppression of the level will still suffer a lot. Therefore, raising Freemia's level now is the most important thing. It is necessary to hunt more monsters and increase the reserve of magic crystals. Boom. A bang. Just as Su Xuan was thinking about how to increase the reserve of magic crystals and improve Freemia's level, a bunch of monster corpses were thrown in front of Su Xuan. Su Xuan was taken aback for a moment, and then looked up to see Freemia suspended in midair. He whispered, "My lord, all the monsters in the territory have been cleaned up." Hearing this, Su Xuan turned his attention to the piled-up corpses of monsters. Among the piled corpses were not only 1 SD and 2-star monsters, but even 3-star and even 4-star monsters fell under Freemia's flames. That is to say, Freemia only has a first-order 1-star level, but can easily kill 4-star monsters? Su Xuan was very pleasantly surprised. The forbidden hero lived up to his name. Dispose of the monster's corpse. I want to get the magic power crystal inside. Su Xuan immediately gave another order to Freemia. Obey. When Freemia waved her hand, the pitch-black flame instantly engulfed the corpse underneath. The blazing flames burned up the piled corpses in just a moment, leaving only a few sparkling magic crystals left in place. Su Xuan picked up the magic power crystals one by one, and the reserve of magic power crystals increased rapidly at this moment. Magic crystal storage capacity, plus 2,000. The surge in experience made Su Xuan understand that his worries were a waste of time. Of course, the more magic crystals, the better. Oh, that's right. Freemia suddenly remembered something, and after landing on the ground, she reported to Su Xuan. My lord, when I was inspecting the territory, I detected the existence of another territory. Another territory? Su Xuan raised his brows. There is another territory around his own territory? How far is it? 100 kilometers. Su Xuan frowned. Where did Freemia go to inspect the territory? Why did they fly to an area hundreds of kilometers away? The most outrageous thing was that it had only been a few hours since I gave her the order. Since the enemy is 100 kilometers away, it should not be noticed by the other party in a short time, but it is certain that the two sides will conflict sooner or later. Su Xuan thought for a moment. He couldn't determine the level of the opponent's territory. This is the unknown of colliding with the enemy lord in the endless world. No one knows what kind of enemy they will face. It may even be black iron against diamonds, just like hitting a stone with a pebble. Therefore, before the other party notices, you must try your best to make your territory present the most powerful posture. Even if he is just a rookie lord. Let's upgrade the succubus first. Freemia. Yes, Su Xuan called. Freemia then half-kneeled in front of Su Xuan. With a thought in Su Xuan's mind, a blue halo appeared in the palm of his right hand. With the palm lightly touching Freemia's forehead, the energy of the magic power crystallized into her body. Magic crystal minus 100. Your hero Freemia has been upgraded to tier 1 and 2 stars. All attributes plus 100. Your hero, Freemia, has a new insight and has acquired a new skill, the body of the magic flame. Chapter 14. Your hero, Freemia, has a new insight and has acquired a new skill, the body of the magic flame. New skill. Su Xuan was a little surprised. Generally speaking, a hero's comprehension of new skills basically only appears in the promotion of the big stage. And the promotion in the small stage is only the increase of attributes at most, and there is only a very small probability of comprehending skills. But Freemia comprehended skills when she was promoted from Tier 1 star to Tier 2 star, which can be said to be extremely talented. Magic Flame Body. Advanced magic. The body temporarily evolves into a pitch-black flame element, which increases the power of flame magic and is immune to physical damage. Oh, after Freemia sensed that she had learned a new skill, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It seems that she has learned a good skill, voiced down. Next moment, Freemia's whole body was surrounded by pitch-black flames. Immediately afterwards, her blood and flesh transformed into the flame element form, and what stood in front of Su Xuan was no longer a carbon-based creature, but a special life form made of pitch-black flame energy. Nice power. Giggling, admiring her new skills, Freemia laughed like a silver bell. The pitch-black flame also became active with her joyful mood. Occasionally, jet-black flames splashed and landed on Su Xuan's shoulders. What's interesting is that the flames didn't cause any harm to him. On the contrary, there was a strange sense of comfort. Su Xuan glanced at Freemia's upgrade experience. Upgrading from Tier 2 to Tier 3 requires 500 magic power crystals. Seeing that the magic power crystals are still sufficient, Su Xuan injected experience into Freemia. Magic crystal, 500. Your hero, Freemia, has been upgraded to Tier 1 and 3 stars. All attributes plus 100. Your hero, Freemia, has a new insight and has acquired a new skill. Flame Surge. Again, Su Xuan couldn't calm down for a while. If the first time was luck, what about the second time? Is it possible that all taboo heroes are like this? Upgrade to one more skill? Flame Surge, intermediate talent. Flame is like a plaything. You can control it at will. Another good power. Freemia used her new ability once again. I saw that the flames lingering around her were constantly changing shapes under Freemia's thoughts. Or a sharp holy sword, or a phoenix spreading its wings. As long as Freemia can think of anything, it can be woven into shape through flames. It can be described as a very practical talent. In either case, thank you Lord for your gift. After testing her new abilities, Freemia immediately changed back to her original form and expressed her gratitude to Su Xuan. Heroes can only become stronger through the crystallization of magic power bestowed by their own power, which is why they are so loyal. But Su Xuan is still immersed in the point of Freemia's continuous breakthrough and continuous acquisition of new skills. Is today my auspicious day? Su Xuan couldn't believe it, and hurriedly added 100 magic crystals to himself. Magic crystal minus 100. You upgrade to tier 1 2 stars. All attributes plus 10. Su Xian's face darkened. It seemed that he was thinking too much. Besides, why is there such a big gap in the improvement of all attributes after upgrading to a level? Although I know that heroes of different qualities have different attribute gains after upgrading, which means that the gap between heroes of different qualities will become wider and wider as time goes on. But it's too big. Is this the terrifying potential of a forbidden quality hero? It's just that the attribute increase of a single level up far exceeds that of a low-quality hero. Even Freemia's increased attributes after leveling up are much higher than the initial attributes of Delisa and the others. As for the stat increase of the Lord, the upgrade increase of all Lords is after all attributes plus 10, and there will be no surprises. And the biggest improvement to the Lord's strength is the upgrade of the Lord's Mark. Every upgrade of Lord's Mark will usher in a qualitative change. In addition, if the Lord wants to learn skills, he needs to rely on other means, and the level improvement alone is useless. Only a very small number of Lords will have a chance to acquire new abilities after upgrading. As for which Lords, this is something that even the Lord Federation has not investigated clearly. It seems that we must quickly upgrade the Lord's Mark. Su Xuan muttered to himself, and then returned to the stone house to upgrade the rest of the succubi from 1 star to 2 star. During the period, Su Xuan noticed that after the elite quality Delisa and Elam were upgraded, all attributes plus 30, and the upgrade of the other 5 ordinary succubi, all attributes are only plus 5. Compared with the taboo quality Freemia, this is simply a world of difference. After upgrading the heroes and subjects, Su Xuan unfolded the blue light screen and contacted his classmates to inquire about the College Lord competition. The object of questioning was naturally Zhao Ning. Zhao Ning, are you going to participate in the Academy Lord competition? Shocked expression. Zhao Ning. Su Xuan, I'm not talking about you. How long have you been in the endless world? It's only been less than a week, right? You're about to sign up for the Academy Lord competition? Are you dreaming? Don't worry, just tell me how to sign up and when. Zhao Ning, that's up to you. It happens that the first day of next month will be the Academy Lord contest. If you sign up, I will send you a link later, and you just follow the process. Well, thanks. Zhao Ning, I think you're still too impatient. Why don't you wait for the Academy Lord competition in 3 months' time to practice your hero's level? Even if you can't win the championship by then, you can at least earn some Lord medals and be promoted successfully. Lord of Bronze. What you said makes sense, and I will consider it. After Su Xuan replied, he closed the chat bar. 3 months later? I'm afraid that after 3 months, I have already been promoted to a Gold Lord, so I won't be able to meet the requirements for participation. There are still 10 days until the first day of next month. Su Xuan glanced at the time. This time is enough for him to upgrade the hero, as well as, during this period of time, it is enough to activate a few more territory increases by virtue of the multi-child multi-blessing system. The premise is, as the Lord, Su Xuan must work harder to cultivate talents. Time is running out. Succubus, let's go together. I want to hit 10. Chapter 15. 5 days later, Su Xian's territory ushered in the birth of new life again. The 3 succubi gave birth to Su Xian's offspring, and even a pair of twins. Ding. Detected that the host has offspring born. Race, half succubus, half human. The aptitude of this descendant is rated as rare quality. Reward, territory increase endless life, D. Lord increase, all attributes plus 5. Endless life, D. All units on the territory get the effect of endless life, and the natural recovery is increased by 50%. Ding. Detected that the host has offspring born. The birth of 4 descendants provided Su Xian's territory with 3 E-levels, 1 D-level Lord boost, and 2 E-level Lord talents, plus a small increase in attribute points. But compared to the increase provided by the offspring born by Delisa, it is far more than the sum of the 4 offspring. And this may be related to Delissa. After all, the other 3 succubi are of normal quality. Holding the 2 children in one hand, Su Xuan deduced, "Hey, my lord, do you want me to give you a hug?" Elam asked Su Xuan enthusiastically, wanting to share a little pressure for Su Xuan. "Forget it. You can't even take care of yourself." Su Xuan resolutely rejected Elam. Although Elam has lived for more than 200 years, but her self-management ability is no different from that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Lively and active, she often needs Su Xuan to hug her to fall asleep. "My lord is right." Delissa nodded in agreement. "You are still a child yourself. Why don't you learn to take care of yourself first?" "You? Damn Teresa." Elam jumped up angrily, trying to tap Delissa's lower abdomen to vent the resentment suppressed in her heart. "Stay away from me, baby boy." It's a pity how could Delissa have the time to pay attention to Elam? With a slight push, Elam was pushed aside, and he concentrated on feeding the baby girl in his arms. This scene brought Elam even closer to collapse. She took a look at her barren figure, and she was afraid that even if she had the master's offspring, she would not be able to take on the burden of raising her. "Damn, hate." Elam stomped angrily, impotently furious. Then he looked at Su Xuan pitifully, as if he was seeking a solution from Su Xuan. Su Xuan was also helpless about this. Now, except for Elam, the rest of the succubi are pregnant, which is obviously not his problem. Oh, correct. Freemia is not pregnant yet. To be precise, Su Xuan has not had close contact with Freemia yet. Because of this period of time, Su Xuan has been busy with trivial matters in the territory. And Freemia is the first combat force in the territory. She needs to clean up the monsters that invade the territory and beware of the movements of the nearby territories. As a result, there has been no good time for the two to exchange feelings. It wasn't until these 2 days that I just had some free time. Su Xuan looked at Freemia, who was sitting by the window. She was a bit out of place with the peaceful scene in the house. Freemia seemed to have noticed Su Xuan's gaze, and then cast her gaze on Su Xuan. "My lord, do you have any orders?" "Nothing." Su Xuan shook his head, suddenly thought of something, and said to Freemia, "Come with me to inspect the territory together?" "Follow orders," Freemia responded, got up immediately, and followed Su Xuan. "Master, I want to go too." Elam excitedly wanted to be together, but was stopped by Su Xuan. "You don't need it, just stay at home." Okay." Elam stayed at home in despair, obediently waiting for his master to come home. Su Xuan and Freemia patrolled the territory together. The two walked side by side for a long time, until they stopped at a cliff. Standing on the cliff, Su Xuan can fully see his territory, which has developed from a small wooden house to a small territory that has begun to take shape. Of course, this is inseparable from the credit of Freemia. "Freemia, I've worked hard for you recently." Su Xuan praised Freemia. "This is what I should do." Freemia's voice came slowly from behind. Since Su Xuan had been looking at the distant territory, he didn't notice Freemia's every move. "Hey, as a lord, the subjects will naturally be rewarded for their meritorious deeds." Su Xuan expressed his opinion to Freemia with relish, and after a wonderful speech, he slowly turned around. Said to Freemia, "So, if you want anything, you can directly mention it to me. Lord, I must." The moment he turned around and looked at Freemia, the sound stopped abruptly, just because, while Su Xuan was speaking, Freemia had already taken off all the clothes on her body. "Freemia, my lord." Freemia bit her fingertips lightly. A strange red light flickered in her dark pupils. She couldn't wait to say to Su Xuan, "The reward I want is very simple. You take this first talking room." Freemia used her magic power to create a magic sword burning with pitch-black flames. Su Xuan took the magic sword from Freemia, but he was very puzzled, not understanding what Freemia wanted him to do. Then, there was another chain made of magic in Freemia's hand, and then she put one end of the chain on her snow neck, and then handed the other end to Su Xuan. "Come on, take this again." Su Xuan took the chain again, but his heart was even more confused. "What is this for?" Chapter 16. Su Xuan held the flaming magic sword in one hand and the chain in the other, at a loss. He couldn't understand. What did Freemia want her to do? See, after Freemia handed over 2 things to Su Xuan, she was even more excited. She cupped her cheeks with both hands, showing an obsessed expression. Those pitch-black eyes ignited raging flames to express her excited heart. That's it. Freemia smiled evilly. Now, my lord, it's time for us to inspect the territory. Past the territory? Su Xuan has question marks all over his head. How is he going to patrol? Oh, he seems to understand something. Freemia smiled charmingly, and the body of the magic flame activated. Her body was instantly covered by flames, and under the control of her thoughts, the pitch-black flames formed the posture of a war horse. Freemia sat at the center of the flaming horse. Certainly. Freemia reserved a seat for Su Xuan. Come up, my lord. Freemia called out to Su Xuan. Her eyes are full of anticipation, looking forward to soaring in the sky with Su Xuan. This is the first time for Su Xuan to encounter such a special request. But be a lord. Who doesn't love to soar through the skies on a flaming steed? Even the flame horse has a pair of jet-black wings of fire. It's just so cool. Su Xuan jumped up. How to control it? Su Xuan asked curiously. Judging from his sitting posture, he is the one who controls the flame horse. Just pull the iron chain lightly. Can it still be like this? Su Xuan gently tugged on the iron chain, and Freemia responded immediately. Next second, the flaming horse followed Su Xuan to lightly pull the iron chain and step on the horse's hooves. Su Xuan instantly understood. Take off. Follow orders. The flame horse spreads its wings. Soar. Su Xuan skillfully steered the pitch-black flame horse and began to patrol his territory. Of course, there is a beautiful woman in his arms who patrols the territory with him. The only problem is that Freemia likes to sit face-to-face with him, and she has nothing, so Su Xuan's eyes are only white. Fortunately, with the black flames as the curtain, Su Xuan doesn't want others to see his own beautiful snow scene. Master, do you know? Freemia stretched out her fingertips, gently raised Su Xuan's chin, and said in a tender voice full of expectation, I've endured it for too long. Watching other succubi occupy you. I really can't wait any longer. I really want to monopolize you. Become my exclusive treasure. But, discourse, Freemia licked the tip of her tongue. Her beautiful eyes were full of longing. His fingertips even quickly slid across Su Xuan's chest. In an instant, a pitch-black flame ignited. Everything on Su Xuan's body disappeared in an instant. To this, Su Xuan didn't reply, just holding the flaming iron chain and flaming magic sword tightly, staring intently at the beauty who came into contact with negative distance. The only thing on my mind is that my own source of life can withstand the temptation from hell. It must be possible. Must. Now, Freemia whispered obsessively, My lord, you only belong to me, right? Yes. Then please wave the flame demon sword in your hand. Let's start. Let us be in the sky. Shine with the sun and the moon. As you wish. Wait, Freemia. You're on fire. You are on fire. I'm sorry. My lord. I can't be half-hearted. Please be patient with the temperature of the flame. It's so hot. Damn it. Don't care. That's right, that's it. My lord, let's sweat recklessly. The inspection of the territory. It's just begun. The following is a detailed description of the inspection of the territory. 100,000 words will be omitted below. When night falls. Su Xuan rode the pitch-black flame horse back to the territory. After landing safely, Freemia returned to her original form. The first thing she did when she changed back was to thank Su Xuan. Thank you, Lord, for your hospitality. Ahem. Su Xuan looked away in embarrassment. Right now because it was still a little hot, it was hard to imagine what it would be like to be wrapped in high-temperature flames. But just now, Su Xuan experienced it. Master, you are back. As soon as Su Xuan came back, Elam ran towards him. She seems to be bullied by Delissa again. Oh, succubus little Lori Elam, only great lords are your true friends. What's wrong? Su Xuan hugged Delissa in his arms and asked, Master, Delissa bullied me again. She said that I will never grow taller in my life. I will not grow up. Elam complained to Su Xuan aggrievedly. Forehead. Su Xuan was at a loss for words regarding Elam's complaint. What Delissa said is not unreasonable. Master, do you think so too? After Elam noticed Su Xuan's reaction, crystal-clear teardrops overflowed from the corners of his eyes. Elam, she's so cute even when she's small, but master, didn't you find out? Only you. I can do it in one step. This is Elam's advantage. Delissa and the others are just jealous of you. I like you the most. Probably. Then master, let's go to sleep quickly. Elam invites you to drink black tea. Maybe not today, Elam. But, didn't the master say he likes me the most? Ahem, be good, listen to the master today. It's really not possible. Oh, okay. Chapter 17. In the Elf Territory, Qi Qingxue is completing the recruitment of legendary quality heroes. Due to the improvement in quality, the recruitment time was delayed by a day or two. It wasn't until today that the recruitment of heroes was barely completed. Qi Qingxue stood in front of the hero statue full of anticipation, waiting for the arrival of a legendary hero. Buzz buzz. Under Qi Qingxue's gaze, the green elf hero statue burst into dazzling light. Finally come. Qi Qingxue could hardly conceal her excitement, her hands trembling slightly. As she has been promoted to the Bronze Lord, she naturally knows the power of legendary quality heroes. The elite quality heroes under her command are enough to sweep the rest of the Black Iron Lords, let alone legendary quality heroes. Even in the category of Bronze Lords, Qi Qingxue is confident that she can dominate the audience. Ding! A deafening clear sound resounded through the sky. The dazzling light gradually dimmed at this moment. When the light slowly dissipates, the elven hero who obeyed the call finally caught Qi Qingxue's eyes. Even Qi Qingxue, who is a girl, is inevitably attracted by her beauty. That beautiful face is like a fairy descended from the world. Her long golden hair is scattered like a waterfall, her fair skin is as smooth as jade, and her arrogant figure is even more pleasing to the eye. Beautiful. The beauty makes people fascinated by her, crazy for her. But what is even more intoxicating is her strength. The elf slowly opened his eyes, and the sun, moon, and stars seemed to be contained in the blue pupils. Such a gesture made Qi Qingxue overjoyed. She is sure. The strength of this elf definitely surpasses most legendary quality heroes. Welcome to my domain. My hero, Qi Qingxue warmly welcomes the elves. However, there was a hint of suspicion in the elf's eyes. After glancing at Qi Qingxue, she asked coldly, "Are you really my lord? What are you saying?" The reaction of the elves made Qi Qingxue unbelievable. Every hero recruited should obey the lord's orders and serve the lord loyally. But this elf, to say that he is not her lord's strange remarks? What is this? The elf's cold eyes looked around, and after confirming that she hadn't found the answer in her heart, her eyes suddenly became confused again. The elf landed slowly and came to Qi Qingxue, said to Qi Qingxue in a gentle tone, "Please forgive my nonsense just now, my lord. The elf hero Tylan is here to obey the call, to serve you." Suddenly, it seemed like an elf who had changed into a different person, which made Qi Qingxue startled. After realizing the current situation, Qi Qingxue let out a long sigh of relief. She almost thought that the hero she recruited would betray her. Fortunately, it was just an accident. It's okay. I didn't take it to heart. Qi Qingxue shook his head and left the matter behind. Thank you, Lord, for your generosity. This is... Qi Qingxue suddenly noticed a faint pattern on Tylan's lower abdomen, similar to tattoos. But why do tattoos appear in such places? Tylan also followed Qi Qingxue's gaze and looked at her abdomen. Due to the occlusion of the armor, only a small part of the pattern can be seen. Tylan took off the armor, and a special mark came into the eyes of the two of them. Magic imprint. After seeing the original appearance of the pattern, Qi Qingxue was taken aback. She never remembered that the elves would have the brand of the magic mark. That is the imprint that only each special race will innately carry. For example, succubus. How could it be? How could my elf have the mark of a succubus? Qi Qingxue couldn't understand, so she hurriedly stretched out her hand and gently wiped the mark on Tylan's lower abdomen, only to find that it was a real mark, not a fake. This made Qi Qingxue unable to calm down. Could it be that he recruited a hybrid of succubus and elf? But succubi and elves are all women. How could there be mixed races? Accident. It must be an accident. Qi Qingxue lightly bit her fingertips, feeling a headache from the marks on Tylan's body, although this did not affect Tylan's combat power. But as an elf lord, suddenly an elf with the mark of a succubus was born in her own territory, which must make her very concerned. Compared to Qi Qingxue's concern, Tylan didn't care. A pair of blue eyes looked towards a certain direction, as if there was a voice in her heart calling her. 3 more days passed in circles. During the past 3 days, Su Xuan often patrolled the territory with Freemia, and Freemia was also pregnant with his child. As soon as the news came out, Elam was blown away. She even started looking for some unorthodox methods, just to be able to conceive the Lord's child. Pity, everything is in vain. The original intention of 100 times did not make this lowly succubus pregnant. It can only be said that Su Xuan tried his best. Can't move. No. In this night, Su Xuan is immersed in dreamland. But he realized that there seemed to be something extra in his quilt, and he was even challenging him repeatedly. Stare. Su Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, surprised to see Elam working hard to catch up with the other succubi. Master, help me. I don't seem to be able to get in. Chapter 18. Elam. Su Xuan was full of question marks. Why is Elam attacking him at night? Help me, master. Elam kept adjusting her posture, but still couldn't complete the action. She is so petite. In front of Su Xuan, she is as petite as a doll, without strength. Su Xuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly and put his big hand on Elam's shoulder. Grit your teeth, Elam. Recently your lord has become stronger. Well, I'm not afraid. Don't wake them up. Master, I was wrong. I think. No, you don't want to. When the moon dissipated, Su Xuan had already fallen asleep beautifully. Elam curled up in the corner, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Choked up, the master is not human. How could human beings have such a powerful magic power of life? The master is a villain. Su Xuan's life magic may be just right for other succubi, or it may be within the range of tolerance. But for Elam, Su Xuan's life magic power is really too powerful. With her petite succubus body, she can't resist the attack of life magic. Only by relying on perseverance can I resist waking up the sleeping sisters. But the price in exchange is the crystal-clear teardrops rolling in the eye sockets. Fortunately, a faint smile curled up at the corner of Iram's mouth. Gently stroking her lower abdomen, she could feel that the life bestowed by the Lord had been conceived in her belly. All suffering is worth it. For the master. The second day, Su Xuan and Freemia are patrolling the territory. The pitch-black flaming horse skipped across the sky, and the situation on the ground was unobstructed. Sudden, Su Xuan detected an orc scout breaking into his territory. The opponent's goal seemed to be very clear, and they ran straight to Su Xuan's town hall. My lord, do you want to get rid of it? Freemia asked Su Xuan. Wait first. Su Xuan shook his head, letting Freemia follow her secretly. Orc, tier 8 star. Su Xuan observed that the level of orcs is 8 stars in the first order, and this is still at the level of a scout. If it is a hero, at least it has surpassed the second level. Assuming that the opponent's hero is of elite quality, the increase in attributes for the 10 levels is about 300 or 400. And now, his Freemia is a tier 5 star. Even with only 5 stars in tier 1, Freemia's total attributes have already exceeded 1,000. The opponent's lord's imprint level should not be high. It should be a black iron lord or a bronze lord. Su Xuan speculated. If it is a silver lord, generally speaking, the rank of ordinary soldiers has reached the second rank. Of course, there may be fault tolerance, and there is a small probability that the other party is a silver lord. And judging from the fact that the opponent sent scouts into Su Xuan's territory, the enemy lord probably had some idea about his territory. Certainly, no matter what the opponent's purpose is, he will never let go of any enemy who breaks into his territory. Especially scouts. If the information of the territory is exposed, it will definitely be a headache for the developing lord. Freemia, kill it. Obey. Freemia immediately waved her wings and launched a surprise attack on the orcs. Discovered. The orc's keen sense of hearing noticed Freemia's appearance, and he was immediately terrified. Just wanted to escape. A mass of black flames descended from the sky, engulfing his whole body. The burning of the flames made the orc howl in pain. It couldn't get rid of the flames, but it took this fatal blow by virtue of its rough skin and thick flesh. But there was only one last breath left, in a burning body. Su Xuan and Freemia fell from the sky at this moment. Landing in front of the orcs, they were about to deal the final blow to the orcs. Even in the face of death, we orcs are fearless. When the orc saw Su Xuan and Freemia, he showed a smug smile. Then he pulled out the bone knife at his waist, shouted, "The great lord will avenge me. My job is done." Puff. The orc stabbed the bone knife into his chest. Suicide. Su Xuan frowned. He was too decisive to die. There must be a problem. "My lord, look at this." Freemia immediately noticed the strangeness and saw that the orc was firmly holding a piece of tortoise shell in his left hand. There is a piece of text recorded on it, which is part of the information of Su Xuan's territory, and a piece of words that the orc wants to pass on to its lord. "My lord, good news. The opponent's hero level is lower than mine. Led your wolf cavalry to flatten his territory. You want to promote the bronze territory day and night. It's now? Is the other party just a black iron level lord? But there is only one step away from the bronze lord." Su Xuan was relieved when he saw this piece of information. At least he knew that the enemy near his territory was just a black iron lord. Moreover, he is still a lord who has not been able to advance to the bronze territory for a long time. The quality of the heroes in the territory is definitely not that high. After comprehensive evaluation, Su Xuan made a decision. Since the information of the territory has been exposed, Su Xuan decided to attack the opponent's territory directly without doing anything else. Then take the initiative to attack directly. "Freemia, follow me to destroy the opponent's territory." "Obey, your lord." At the same time, the orc lord just received the information sent back by the scout at the cost of his life. When he read all the information, he immediately showed an excited smile. "Ha ha, I didn't expect an unlucky egg to be born near my territory. Finally let me wait until this day. It's still 10 points away from upgrading to Bronze Territory Lord's Medal. This last piece of the puzzle is decided to be you. Come on." The Orc Lord is happily preparing to gather troops and launch a war against Su Xuan's territory. However, at this time, an Orc soldier ran into his town hall in panic, shouted to him, "My lord is not good. There are enemies coming in." Duh. Chapter 19. "My lord, an enemy has launched a war against our territory." What? The Orc Lord was stunned when he heard this. He was still thinking about launching a war on the neighboring territory. How did the war happen to come to him? Etc. He remembered that there were no other lords near his territory, only the new lord who had just arrived in the endless world half a month ago. Could it be that guy? The Orc Lord was thoughtful. He guessed that it was very likely that the other party realized that his territory was exposed, so he sent soldiers to launch a counterattack against his territory. How many people came from the other side? Here comes a hero. Just one person? When the Orc Lord heard that only one person had come, his expression lightened instantly. Did the other party think that he could occupy his territory by sending only one hero? It's ridiculous. Sure enough, he's just a rookie lord who hasn't experienced the cruelty of the endless world yet. A ferocious smile appeared on the face of the Orc Lord. "Your absolute counterattack. In my eyes, it is as ridiculous as a praying man's arms. Let all the wolf riders in the territory dispatch. I want to show the other party. The little bronze lord is shocked." Obey. The orc soldiers hurried out of the town hall to gather the wolf riders in the territory. The orc lord also took steps immediately, preparing to walk out. However, he hasn't stepped out of the town hall yet. Just listen. Boom. A bang. The pitch-black flames engulfed the gate of the town hall in an instant, and the Orc Lord was so frightened that his legs went limp and he slumped on the ground. This. What the hell is going on here? The Orc Lord turned pale with fright, completely unable to understand what happened. Where did this black flame all over the sky come from? Just when he was overwhelmed with fear, a few orc knights with black flames all over their bodies rushed into the town hall with their heads in their hands. They shouted at their lords, "My lord, run away. That succubus is too powerful." What? Succubus? The orc lord turned pale with fright. Was the movement just now caused by a succubus? If he didn't say it, he would have thought it was the dragon's breath. Damn, where's my werewolf hero? Where's my duck? The orc lord pins his last hope on his hero. His hero is a rare quality. It was even promoted to tier 2 1-star. Its strength is enough to sweep everything. Just a succubus. Boom. There was another loud noise, and a huge werewolf head fell in front of the Orc Lord. At the same time, a message popped up in his field of vision. Your hero duck died in battle. Please grief. Grass. After seeing the prompt that popped up, the Orc Lord immediately swears. He never dreamed that his hero would be powerless in front of the enemy heroes. The war had just started, and the opponent beheaded him. And just as the Orc Lord was immersed in fear, two figures entered his sight. Naturally, Su Xuan and Succubus Freemia. I didn't expect this battle to be so easy. Su Xuan was surprised while walking. He thought that the enemy heroes would fight desperately, which might be a bit tricky, but after a few rounds, Freemia directly wiped out the opponent, not much different from those Orc soldiers. My lord, what should this guy do? Freemia pointed to the Orc Lord who was slumped on the ground, and asked Su Xuan. The moment Su Xuan looked at the Orc Lord, the expression of the Orc Lord instantly fell into fear and doubt. The opponent is obviously just a black iron lord, and he has only entered the endless world for half a month. Why is his hero so powerful? The most important thing is that the opponent's hero is only tier 1 and 5 stars. A terrifying conjecture sprouted in his mind. Tier 1, 5-star heroes showed such great power. Isn't the quality of the opponent's hero in the epic quality? No, legendary quality above? Damn it. Envy and jealousy exploded in the mind of the Orc Lord. He never dreamed that the unlucky guy he thought would summon a hero of legendary quality. What a crazy start. Brother, don't kill me. I can give you everything. The Orc Lord begged Su Xuan for mercy. Kill you? Isn't everything about you also mine? Su Xuan replied with a light smile. Freemia. With an order, a pitch-black flame ignited in Freemia's palm. Wait. Don't. Before the Orc Lord could finish speaking, Freemia's flames engulfed his whole body. Congratulations on your successful capture of the next territory. Lord Metal plus 50. The enemy's territory resources have been sent to your territory hall. Wood plus 10,000. Stone plus 20,000. Gold plus 3,000. Refined iron plus 500. The dazzling array of resources made Su Xuan nod in satisfaction. This Orc Lord has much more resources than he imagined. There's even refined iron for forging weapons. Su Xuan suddenly noticed that there was still a piece of withered parchment in the treasure house of the Orc Lord. Ancient treasure map. Epic. Treasure map. Chapter 20. Su Xuan unfolded the parchment, and there was a location marked on it. Not far from here. Only 60 to 70 kilometers away. But the strange thing is that the other party has the treasure map, but they didn't dig the treasure. Obviously, there are dangerous monsters in the place where the treasure is buried, which leads to the treasure map being stored in the treasure house. There may be something strange, just wait and see. Su Xuan pocketed the treasure map. With the death of the Orc Lord, its territory was also destroyed at this moment. In the endless world, as long as the Lord dies, the territory will dissipate, and the people in the territory will usually choose to commit suicide and go with the Lord. There are only a few exceptions, and that has to do with race. For example, humans, demons, etc. After finishing the Orc Lord, Su Xuan first took Freemia to the location indicated by the treasure map. The place where the treasure is buried is a dark cave. From time to time, there was a deep panting sound in the dark cave. Even Su Xuan, who was outside the cave, could hear it clearly. Su Xian's expression froze. It was obvious that there were powerful monsters in the cave, preventing anyone who coveted the treasure from breaking in. You have to find a way to bring it out. Su Xuan knew that once he entered the cave, he would be attacked by monsters, and with the unknown terrain, the battle would obviously become extremely difficult. Moreover, I still don't know the level of the monster. If it is a 3rd and 4th tier monster, I'm afraid that he and Freemia will be wiped out with just raising my hand. Since it's a cave, you can smoke out the monsters. After Su Xuan thought of a way, he acted immediately. First place dead grass and branches in front of the cave, and then judge the wind direction. After confirming that the wind direction is blowing into the cave, let Freemia ignite it from a distance. Then wait in the distance. Once you find that the level of the monster is too high, immediately retreat strategically. Soon, flames ignited. Gray smoke was blown into the cave by the wind. Ahem! A strange cough sounded in the cave. Immediately afterwards, an angry roar resounded through the sky. The monsters living in the cave are angry. Coming. Su Xuan stared. Staring closely at the entrance of the cave. Even though he was in the sky, he could still feel the shaking of the earth and mountains. Next moment, a snow-white spider monster rushed out of the cave. It looked around angrily and vowed to tear the D. It let go at its door into pieces. Tier 2, 3 stars. Su Xuan also confirmed the monster's level, Tier 2 and 3 stars. No wonder the Orc Lord has never been able to dig out the treasure. However, since it was a Tier 2 and 3-star monster, Freemia should be able to deal with it easily. Freemia, do it. Obey, Su Xuan ordered. Freemia immediately launched an attack on the huge white spider. The pitch-black flame turned into a flame bird, roaring away. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The white spider sensed the danger in an instant, and it spit out the spider's silk in a hurry, weaving it into a shield, trying to block Freemia's flame. Of course, it seems to be underestimating Freemia's flame. It's just that the moment it touched the spider's silk shield, the shield made of spider silk immediately ignited raging fire. It's not so much blocking as it is fueling the flames. Chi, 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 chi. The white spider ran around with its hot spider legs. Its body burst into a white halo at this moment, barely extinguishing Freemia's pitch-black flame. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After extinguishing the flames, the white spider held up its spider legs and waved wildly. Like protesting? Does this monster have extremely high intelligence? Su Xuan muttered to himself, although he knew that the stronger the monster, the higher its intelligence would be. But the white spider in front of him doesn't seem to be that simple. At least its intelligence surpasses that of a 10-year-old child. The fight continues. Freemia spread her wings and quickly flew towards the white spider. Two raging fires ignited on both sides of her body, and with Freemia's thoughts, they transformed into two flaming magic swords. Call out. The flame demon sword flew out quickly, hit the 6 big red eyes of the white spider directly. The fiery magic sword made the white spider feel an irresistible threat. After protesting angrily, it fled into the cave in a hurry. 2 pitch-black magic swords followed closely behind and flew into the cave together. But the next second, Freemia frowned. She felt that her flame sword seemed to be extinguished. Su Xuan also sensed Freemia's vigilance, so she didn't pursue her further. I'm afraid there are other monsters in the cave. Just as the two were blocking the entrance of the cave, a cold scolding sound came from inside the cave. Dare to break into my territory. Court death. Finished speaking. White spider silk spewed out from the cave in an instant. They shot at Su Xuan and Freemia like raindrops. Freemia immediately blocked Su Xuan behind her, and the pitch-black flame instantly ignited, igniting all the spider silks that spewed out. And at this moment, a beautiful figure walked out of the cave slowly and came into Su Xuan's sight. After seeing the other party, Su Xuan's eyes immediately fixed. Humanity? Wrong. The appearance of the other party looks like an ordinary woman, with a pretty face, snow-white long hair shawl, and crystal-red pupils as beautiful as rubies. But strangely, she has 6 eyes. Chapter 21. Spider turned human. Su Xuan speculated. Some monsters can evolve into human form through some opportunities, or change form by virtue of their powerful magic power. Judging from the strength of the opponent's second-tier 5-star, it should be the former. Generally, only monsters above the 5th level can change their forms at will. Therefore, she retained some of the characteristics of a monster. After the woman walked out of the cave, the white spider just followed immediately behind her, catching Su Xuan's eyes again. They seemed to be very close, like sisters. All I saw was that the big white spider was hiding behind the woman, waving its spider legs as if saying something. And this ignited the woman's anger. Despicable intruder. The woman stared slightly and whispered coldly, "You will pay for your stupidity." Finished speaking. White spider threads emerged from all directions, attacking Su Xuan and Freemia again. Although she is a second-order 5-star monster, Freemia's fire attribute happens to restrain her opponent. Even if there is only a first-order 5-star level, it is enough to fight Spider-Woman. "My lord, please step back a little." Freemia told Su Xuan to take a few steps back so as not to be affected by the battle. Su Xuan naturally backed away tactfully. His lord's mark hadn't been promoted yet, and his combat power was a bit insignificant. The next second, when Su Xuan retreated to the safe area, Freemia instantly entered the state of the body of the magic flame. The pitch-black flame instantly enveloped her whole body. At the same time, a huge pitch-black fireball condenses in the sky, and the violent flames are constantly beating and flickering, maximizing the power of magic. The power displayed by Freemia shocked Spider-Woman. She has never seen such a terrifying flame. The incomparably pitch-black flames seemed to come from hell, making her feel deeply terrified. Not only her, but the white spider hiding behind Spider-Woman was also frightened. Being restrained by its attributes, it panicked for a while, and even thought of running away. Something is not right. Run. The white spider hurriedly moved its 8 legs and hid in the cave. Spider-Woman was stunned. Why did her sister run away without fighting? And at this moment, Freemia's pitch-black flame has fallen at this moment. Boom. A bang. Spider-Woman was instantly engulfed in pitch-black flames. Freemia returned to Su Xuan after releasing the magic. The magic she cast just now was a high-level magic, the Fall of Hellfire, which cost her a lot. But it also caused the enemy to suffer a near-fatal blow. My lord, she should have no strength left to resist. Freemia reported to Su Xuan. Okay, let's wait for the flames to dissipate. Su Xuan nodded, and Freemia assured him that he was extremely at ease. An hour later, the black flames were dissipating. When Spider-Woman appeared in sight again, she was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Hateful. Spider-Woman tried to stand up, but the severe pain made her unable to move. She could only watch Su Xuan and Freemia come in front of her and wait for death to come. Second level 5-star monster. Su Xuan walked up to Spider-Woman and observed it carefully. A second-order 5-star monster can at least provide tens of thousands of magic power crystals, enough to upgrade Freemia from the first-order 5-star to the first-order 8-star. Just when Su Xuan was about to give the order to kill Spider-Woman, that white spider came back just now. It bravely stopped in front of Spider-Woman, trying to resist Freemia. However, its strength is far from enough to fight Freemia. Freemia just waved her hand, and the white spider was seriously injured and fell to the ground in an instant, together with Spider-Woman. The body that fell to the ground made it impossible to turn over, and the 8 spider legs were struggling to wave the air. The funny picture made Su Xuan very interesting. My lord, are you going to kill them? Freemia icily said, a pitch-black flame ignited in her palm. Wait, don't kill us. I can sign a contract with you. When Spider-Woman faced death, she had to lower her posture and beg Su Xuan for mercy. She wasn't afraid of death, but she just couldn't bear to see her sister die here too. It's not yet transformed. Sign the contract. Su Xuan was thoughtful when he heard this. The monsters in the endless world can be subdued by signing a contract. After signing the contract, the monsters are as loyal as the recruited heroes. But generally powerful monsters would not be willing to submit to humans, preferring to die in battle. Only monsters who are afraid of death or have fetters in their hearts will choose to be forced to sign a contract. The Spider-Woman in front of her is the latter. After she evolved into an adult, her spiritual intelligence is no different from that of a human being, so she is naturally more afraid of death and her attachment to emotions. Only, what Su Xuan wants is not simple surrender. He walked up to Spider-Woman, reached out and grabbed Spider-Woman's chin, and asked softly, after signing the contract, you will serve me wholeheartedly. Do you understand? Spider-Woman fixed her eyes when she heard Su Xuan's words. But after a moment of contemplation, she still replied to Su Xuan, I understand. That's good. Su Xuan was about to sign the contract, only to see a white paper appear out of thin air. He signed his name on the white paper and handed it to Spider-Woman. Since she can't write, Spider-Woman can only use her own spider silk instead. The magic contract is maintained by the laws of the world, so as long as the laws of the world can be used to distinguish identities, it can take effect. When Spider-Woman's spider silk falls on white paper, at this moment, that piece of white paper burst into dazzling golden light. Then, it turned into 2 beams of light and shot into the eyebrows of Su Xuan and Spider-Woman. The contract has been established. You have obtained the magic pet, White Jade Spider Elite. Chapter 22. The contract has been established. You have obtained the magic pet, White Jade Spider Elite. Name, Bayou. Race, White Jade Spider Elite. Level, Tier 2 5-star. Power, 1100. Agility, 1200. Physique, 1500. Magic power, 1000. Talent, silk winding. Skill, silk spinning. Expand. The information panel of the white jade spider appeared in Su Xuan's line of sight. Although her level was a whole stage higher than Freemia's, her attributes were not as high as Freemia's. This is the gap in heroic quality. Between the elite quality and the taboo quality, there are epic quality and legendary quality, which makes the gap between the two so large. After completing the contract with the white jade spider, Su Xuan glanced at the white spider. It also fell to the ground, flailing its spider legs and struggling. Su Xuan originally wanted to sign a contract with it, but after seeing the white spider's not very smart appearance, he chose to give up. I am deeply afraid that it will infect myself through the contract. And when the white jade spider joined Su Xuan's territory, the effect of the territory immediately amplified to her. The effect of endless life, D, was activated on her body, and the speed of recovery from injuries increased by 50%. The recovery speed of the seriously injured white jade spider has been greatly improved. Originally, the recovery ability of monsters is strong. After adding the effect of endless life, D, the white jade spider recovered its ability to move in just a short time. How can there be so many increases? The white jade spider exclaimed in disbelief. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Su Xuan. She can feel that there are several kinds of boosters on her body, and there are even 2 particularly powerful boosters. Her magic power and recovery speed have been greatly improved. Of course, she also knew in her heart that these increases came from the completion of the contract. That is, her master, the power bestowed by Su Xuan. As a white jade spider with intelligence, she naturally knows that there are some special groups among human beings. They are creatures from another world, and they are called lords. And the man in front of him is definitely one of the lords. Only the lord will give his subjects powerful buffs. The issue is, why is his increase so much? Su Xuan seemed to feel the shocked gaze of the white jade spider and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." The white jade spider shook its head and looked away in panic. But her 6 red eyes were always fluttering, and she occasionally glanced at Su Xuan secretly, trying to solve the doubts in her heart. "Sister, help me." Sudden, the big white spider asked Baiyu for help. She was still flipping on the ground. Baiyu hastily turned the big white spider over and made it move again. After hearing the big white spider speak, Su Xuan was also a little surprised. It turns out that this guy can spit out words before he takes shape. However, the voice was a little immature, like a little girl who was underage. "Huh." The big white spider wiped the sweat from his forehead, then cast 6 red eyes at Su Xuan. She naturally remembered everything that happened just now. Although her IQ is not as high as her sister's, she still knows the simplest common sense. Lifting one spider leg, making a salute gesture, shouting to Su Xuan, "Hello, Sister Master." Brin, Baiyu glared at Bailon. What does Sister Master mean? Even if this is true, she shouldn't use this title. But Bailon doesn't care. Instead, she swayed her 2 spider legs and led the way for Su Xuan. "The treasure is inside. Sister Master, please. Smart little guy. Lead the way." Decree. Su Xuan fell in love with her, and the 2 entered the cave together to find the treasure buried here. This guy, Baiyu's brows were lightly furrowed. She sold herself in exchange for a chance to survive. As a result, his younger sister greeted their enemy with a smile and the blink of an eye. It's magical. But Bailon didn't think so in her heart. Damn it. This guy is amazing. Even the little brother under him can crush me and my sister. He must be a big boss. Surrender, surrender. Hurry up and take refuge in him. This was Bailon's real psychological reaction. Here, here. Su Xuan, led by Bailon, entered the dark cave. Glowing stones can be seen everywhere on the edge of the cave, providing light for the dim cave. Soon, they reached the end of the cave, and there was a white bone at the end of the cave. Su Xuan was about to get close to the bones, but was stopped by Freemia. "My lord, it's dangerous," Freemia said to Su Xuan vigilantly. She can deeply perceive the terrifying magic power from the bones, which is enough to destroy the world. Because of this, Su Xuan didn't dare to take another step forward. He looked at Baiyu and Bailon and asked the 2 sisters, "Do you know the origin of this bone?" Bailon, "No. It's our food." Food. Su Xuan frowned. Could Bailon and Bai be able to transform into human beings and talk because they ate that corpse? Bailon, stop talking. Bai scolded Bailon and then explained to Su Xuan. This corpse was a powerful necromancer when she was alive. When she entered the cave, she had only her last breath left. In the end, she was powerless and her soul dissipated. When she dies, we'll eat her. Duh. Chapter 23. We just ate her. Bai explained to Su Xuan. Yes, yes, yes. I ate it. I ate both hands. Bailon added excitedly. It smells like gardenia. It tastes so good. Forehead. Su Xuan didn't answer. After all, Bailon was explaining to him what it was like to eat people. However, they are monsters, and there is nothing wrong with eating people. Is she really dead? Suddenly, Freemia asked the two spider sisters vigilantly. This question immediately plunged the present into silence. Why do you say that? She must be dead. I have confirmed that her soul has long since disappeared. Baiyu replied to Freemia. It is her flesh and blood that allows us to evolve. You said she was a necromancer in her lifetime. Freemia explained to Bailon. What are necromancers best at? It is the necromancer magic that controls life and death. It's just a matter of simply removing the soul from the body, which is very simple for them. What you said makes sense. Everyone looked at the bone one after another, and under Freemia's guess, they were full of vigilance towards the bone. What was her strength before she was alive? Su Xuan asked Freemia. At least above the 4th level. Freemia replied to Su Xuan. Above the 4th level? Then let's stay away from her. She is not an opponent now. Su Xuan turned around and was about to leave. Necromancers above the 4th rank, even in the state of the dead, were enough to wipe them out. Freemia nodded. If she approached rashly, she might be trapped by a necromancer. Therefore, it is the best choice to wait until the strength is sufficient. Baiyu and Bailon exchanged glances and immediately followed closely behind. Although they have been staying with the necromancer, they are monsters after all, and may not be the necromancer's target. And just when Su Xuan and others were about to leave, the bone suddenly trembled, and then stood up in a strange posture, alive. Su Xuan frowned slightly. The bone was indeed luring the prey, and now seeing her target leave, she was in a hurry. Oh, I didn't expect to be seen through Baiyu. Ethereal voices came from all directions, and it could be concluded that the way of making them was through magic. Su Xuan turned his head to look at the bones. Since the other party took the lead in talking to him, it was natural that they had no choice but to make such a bad move. What? There's nothing we can do about it. So you're in a hurry? Su Xuan calmly asked the necromancer with a smile. I can't do anything about you? Then you underestimate me too, after all. I was also a 6th level necromancer before I was alive. Isn't it easy to deal with you group of ants? The necromancer chuckled. Oh. Su Xuan smiled lightly upon hearing this. He threatened the necromancer. I'm standing right here. Come here. You. Facing Su Xuan's provocation, the bones of the necromancer's angry body creaked. But as Su Xuan said, there is nothing she can do to make Su Xuan perfect. If she had the means, she would have already done something to Su Xuan and the others. Let's go. Su Xuan didn't bother to pay attention to the other party. No one knew what would happen if he stayed any longer. Wait a moment. The necromancer hurriedly shouted to Su Xuan. How about a deal? If you can bring me back a decent body, I can grant you a wish. Oh, hearing this, Su Xuan suddenly became interested. After thinking for a moment, Su Xuan replied, I will think about it. After the words fell, Su Xuan took Freemia and left quickly. Who knows what bad idea this necromancer is planning? Necromancers can't be trusted, etc. Su Xuan ran very fast and didn't give the necromancer a chance. As for when to come back, it would not be too late to come to her after I was promoted to the Silver Lord. Let's go, Su Xuan said to the two white jade spiders. Follow me back to the territory. Obey, Master. After returning to the territory, Su Xuan decided to focus on upgrading the hero level and increasing the increase in the territory. There are still about 7 days before the College Lord competition. During this time, he needs to maximize his combat power. As for how to increase combat power, Su Xuan recruited 2 more succubi to fill up the population. It's a pity that the maximum population of the Black Iron territory is only 10 people. If it is promoted to the Bronze territory, the population will increase to 50. At that time, 50 succubi will go together. Cough, cough. The most important thing is that the second hero can only be recruited after being promoted to the Bronze Lord. Therefore, promotion to the Bronze Lord is urgent. If tonight, just choose Delissa, and when Su Xuan was busy building the territory, 2 white jade spiders were sleeping in the room Su Xuan specially prepared for them. It may be difficult for them to fall asleep. The magical factor in the air makes their heart beat faster, and their snow-white cheeks are covered with a touch of pink. Even Bailan's spider body was dyed from white jade to red. Elder sister. Bailan shook her spider legs and said to Baiyu in a panic, "His territory is full of succubus. He. He is the king of succubus." Duh. Chapter 24. Sister. What to do? Bailan asked her sister for help in a panic. "We've entered the succubus den. What are you afraid of? The succubus doesn't think about you." Baiyu rolled her eyes. Not to mention that the gender is incorrect, and the race is also incorrect. No one should be in heat with a female spider. That's not necessarily true. I heard that succubi like white liquid. My blood is white. They must be thinking about sucking my blood dry. Bailan said hypnotically, "I promise. You're safe. Real. Go to sleep." Oh, they are forced to sleep in a weird atmosphere. Luckily, spiders have no hearing, but can feel the vibrations. And just after the 2 spider sisters fell asleep, a black spider woven by magic power crawled out of Bailan's joints. Hey, as I said, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." The black spider creaked and laughed. She is the necromancer in the cave, a soul spider condensed by the power of soul. The necromancer can perceive everything around him through this soul spider, but it cannot threaten other creatures and can only be used as a reconnaissance unit. Damn man, the necromancer said to himself angrily. How dare you reject me? I must let you know how powerful I am. Let me look for it. Where are you? The black spider moved its slender legs, looking for Su Xuan's location through the breath of the soul. Found it. The necromancer went through several rooms and found Su Xuan. But when she saw the wonderful picture in the room, she stood stiffly in place. Damn, why is the garden full of spring scenery as soon as you come in? The necromancer was furious. Before she died, she was still a baby. She had always been obsessed with necromancer magic and had never learned about life magic research. But now she was witnessing such a wild scene in secret, which made her feel a little overwhelmed. Especially the combat power of both sides is at the ceiling level, the succubus and her lord. Wonderful battles can arouse resonance and a sense of substitution, coupled with the unique aura emitted by the succubus itself. Even the soul of the dead will be affected by it. After going back and forth, the necromancer's long-sealed girl's heart was actually shaken. Don't let me know your weakness. Hiss, what a big magic wand. The necromancer snorted coldly. Then I found the best auditorium and enjoyed it quietly. Su Xuan suddenly felt as if something was peeping at him and stopped involuntarily. What's wrong? Delissa asked Su Xuan suspiciously. It's nothing. Maybe it's an illusion. Continue. 3 days later, Su Xuan's territory ushered in the birth of new life again. And this time, Su Xuan's mood was even more excited and tense. Because, in production is Freemia, his forbidden hero. Su Xuan is full of expectations for the 2 children, but before that, he needs to wait anxiously outside the door. The rest of the succubus will let the child land safely, as long as there are no accidents. Boom. Sudden, a pitch-black flame blazes in Freemia's room. What's the situation? Su Xuan quickly rushed into the room, trying to extinguish the pitch-black flame. But when he broke into the room, Heiyin quickly looked back at this moment, and then condensed on a small snow-white and immature hand. Oh, Su Xuan was stunned for a moment. All I saw was a lovely baby girl in Freemia's arms. But what Su Xuan couldn't understand was why the eyes of the newborn baby girl were not clear and pure, but deep and dark. Even just born can master the fire of hell that is more terrifying than her mother? Seriously? Ding. Detected that the host has offspring born. Race, half succubus, half human. The aptitude evaluation of this descendant is taboo quality. Reward, territory increase. Crimson Hell, SS. Lords increase. The certificate of the king, SS. Crimson Hell, SS. All units in your territory get a scarlet mark. Get a chance to revive, cooling time 3 days. Units with scarlet marks increased their damage by 50%. Lust increased by 100%. Certificate of the King, SS. Your all attributes increase by 100%, and every time the Lord's mark is promoted, the effect increases by 100%. Forbidden quality? 2 SS level boosts. Su Xuan was overjoyed when he saw the reward prompt popped up by the system. These 2 SS level boosts are amazing. Su Xuan far exceeded expectations. Come on, let me give you a hug. Su Xuan walked towards Freemia, reaching out to hug his daughter. However, the little guy turned around, pulled off the covering clothes, and began to drink milk on his own. Ahem, it's really a snack. The first thing after birth is to drink milk, which shows that she is different from other babies. Children can be taught. On the other side, in the elf territory, Qi Qingxue is leading her elves to fight against the monsters in the territory. When a second Tier 1 star monster fell under the arrow of the elf, a happy smile appeared on Qi Qingxue's face. This is enough. Qi Qingxue unfolded the territory information, and the reserve of magic power crystals finally reached 20,000. Enough for her legendary hero Thailand to be promoted to Tier 2 in 1 star. Qi Qingxue took a deep breath, and a blue light cluster appeared in the palm of his hand. When a sufficient amount of magic crystals were injected into Thailand's body, Thailand's whole body burst into golden fluorescence. Level up. Tier 2 1 star. Qi Qingxue hurriedly unfolded Thailand's attribute information. When she saw that Thailand's overall attributes had been greatly improved after being promoted to the 2nd level, the corners of her lips raised involuntarily. Great! All attributes have finally exceeded 1,000. The champion of this Academy Lord competition. I am sure to win. Let's talk. Qi Qingxue blinked and said to himself, did he participate too? It's been less than a month since he entered the endless world. That's all. We are all in the same class, so I'll help him then. But I definitely won't accept his apology. Definitely not. Chapter 25. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed, and tomorrow was the day for the Academy Lord competition. Su Xuan is deciding who to take to the Academy Lord contest. In the past few days, 2 new succubi were born in the territory, gaining 2 F-level territory boosts and 2 E-level Lord boosts. There was one increase that interested Su Xuan. Women's heart. You can hear the voices of women in the territory. This adds a lot of fun to Su Xuan's daily life. For example, when patrolling the territory together with Freemia, Su Xuan can always hear Freemia thinking, "My lord, that's not how the flame sword is used. It's a weapon against me, not for entertainment props," or what Delisa thought in her heart. The magic of the Lord is getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, even I will. But Elam is a bit special. Ever since she was pregnant with Su Xuan's crystallized life, she has always cared for herself. This is the crystallization of the Master and me. I must protect her well. This can be regarded as a clear stream among all succubus. Therefore, Su Xuan will take special care of Elam and feed Elam well every day. Cough, cough. This back and forth always puts Su Xuan in a special state. After living with the succubus for a month, he felt that his mentality had changed slightly, and he could no longer integrate into the world of ordinary people. Hey, Su Xuan sighed softly, and then turned his attention to the attribute panel of the succubus. Name, Freemia. Race, Succubus. Taboo. Level, Tier 9 star. Power, 1300. Agility, 1300. Physique, 1500. Magic power, 1800. Talent, Evil charm. Skill, Dark magic. Expand. With the hard work of the past few days, Freemia has been promoted to the first level 9 star. Delisa and Elam are both the first level 7 star, and the rest of the ordinary succubi are the first level 5 star. Most of the territory's resources are spent on Freemia. You have an unread message. Coming. Su Xuan muttered something to himself, and then opened the chat box. Zhao Ning. Su Xuan, are you ready? Tomorrow is the Academy Lord competition. Well, ready. Zhao Ning. I pulled a group where our 7th class participated in the competition. You come in. Good. Your friend Zhao Ning invites you to join the group chat. 7 class. Chong Chong Chong. Su Xuan clicked agree to enter the group chat. There are 6 people in the group. 5 of them are classmates who participated in the competition, and the 6th is the teacher in charge of management. Because it is a competition chat group, Everyone used their real names. Zhao Ning. At Su Xuan, if you don't understand anything, you can ask us. There are 2 people in this group who have already participated in a round of the Academy Lord competition. Lian, hey, Su Xuan is really going to participate in the Academy Lord competition? You have only entered the endless world for less than a month, right? Wang Long. Su Xuan, who gave you the courage? Most of us have entered the endless world for more than 3 months. Even I have been developing for half a year, so I dare to participate in the competition. Qi Qingxue, we are all in the same class, so we must help each other when the time comes. Lian, I am relieved to say that there is a beautiful woman in Qi. Wang Long. Lian, why are you joining in the fun? Isn't it your 2nd time participating in the Academy Lord competition? Lian, that thigh needs to be hugged. Qi Damei is an epic quality hero. Su Xuan, how many people can you bring? Qi Qingxue, at Su Xuan, 10 people. Zhao Ning, 10. 10 people. Su Xuan rubbed his chin. That is to say, all members of the Black Iron Lord participated, but compared to the Bronze Lord, it still has a little advantage. After all, the Bronze Lord can recruit a 2nd hero, and the quality of the hero must be higher than that of ordinary soldiers. Zhao Ning. At Su Xuan, the Academy Lord competition is held in a special venue, so you will be teleported to a special area, and we will spend about a week there. Su Xuan. Okay, I see. Competition Management Instructor Lu Baiyan. Everyone should perform well. The Lord who wins the top 3 in the competition will get a piece of elite quality equipment. The 1st place will even get a piece of epic quality equipment. Zhao Ning, all right. After getting the general information, Su Xuan closed the group chat. Since all the members participated in the Academy Lord competition, he didn't have to choose. He left 2 succubi to take care of the children, and the other succubi and 2 white jade spiders joined him in the competition. Also, during the competition for the Academy Lord, the territory is protected and will not be attacked by other territories, and Su Xuan does not need to worry about the safety of the territory. Now, just wait for the tournament to start. The next day, a portal appeared in Su Xuan's territory, and at the same time, his territory was surrounded by a circle of golden light, and he was temporarily invincible. Before departure, Su Xuan specifically reminded the succubi to wear thick clothes and behave normally. Although they can only express their longing for their lords, their intimate behavior with the people of their territories under the watchful eyes of the public will somewhat attract strange eyes. Let's go. Su Xuan led the succubi into the portal. The portal flashed a dazzling white light. The next second, Su Xuan was then teleported to the area where the Academy Lords competed. Of course, the succubi were not by his side. They were teleported to a special area. It's similar to Pokemon being put into the baby ball. When Su Xuan opened his eyes, the bustling city came into view again. I'm just waiting for you. At this time, a familiar voice entered Su Xuan's ear. Su Xuan turned his head to look, and there was a tall, straight, and cold girl standing behind him. She flicked her long hair, and her long white dress fluttered in the wind, showing a youthful atmosphere. Qi Qingxue's beautiful eyes swept across Su Xuan's body and continued, Zhao Ning and the others are in the coffee shop in front. Let's go. Chapter 26. Are you still used to living in the endless world? If you need help, you can just tell me. As a classmate, I can give you a little help. Qi Qingxue and Su Xuan walked side by side, chatting about topics. Okay. Su Xuan simply replied, don't force yourself too much. You don't have the family to provide you with resources, so you will hit a wall everywhere at the beginning. Qi Qingxue glanced at Su Xuan next to her and continued, so, the students in the class are the only contacts you can use resources. There is no need to be polite to everyone. Qi Qingxue is also aware of Su Xuan's background. The family has no father and no mother, and the household registration was just completed 3 years ago. For Su Xuan, it was all about starting from scratch. But Qi Qingxue is different. There are more than a dozen lords in the family, and even her grandfather is a noble platinum lord, which creates a huge gap with Su Xuan. Ahem, Qi Qingxue coughed lightly and said to Su Xuan with her eyes turned, the Academy's Lord competition has a 2-person competition system, and you can invite another Lord to participate. Then you invite me, my legendary quality hero should be able to help. What Qi Qingxue originally wanted to say was that her legendary hero can take you flying. But this changed when she was about to say it. After all, she has always been very low-key, except in front of Su Xuan. She didn't know why, but she fell in love with Su Xuan and even took the initiative to confess to him, but was rejected by Su Xuan. Originally, I wanted not to be confused by emotions, but also to become stronger so that Su Xuan would regret it. But when I saw Su Xuan again, I don't know why, the aura emanating from Su Xuan's body attracted her even more. Even just walking side by side made her heart beat faster, like a little deer bumping around. With the help of the beautiful woman Qi, then I can rest assured. Su Xuan thanked him politely. His eyes were as calm as water. You're welcome. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a classmate. Qi Qingxue smiled lightly. Su Xuan smiled without saying a word. The two soon arrived at the coffee shop, where Zhao Ning and others had been waiting for a long time. You guys are finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. When Zhao Ning saw Su Xuan enter the door, he rushed over immediately, wanting to give him a big hug, but Su Xuan refused. At the same time, Qi Qingxue also reacted in the same way. You are really indifferent. Zhao Ning smiled awkwardly and let it go. As soon as Su Xuan sat down, he was attracted by a centaur behind Li Yan. In addition, there are many creatures from the endless world in the coffee shop, brought here by their lords. Can creatures from the endless world be brought in here? Su Xuan asked Zhao Ning. He remembered that there were regulations here, and creatures from the endless world could not be sent here. Because once a dispute arises, it is likely to cause huge casualties. So the creatures in the endless world are separated from their respective lords when they are teleported, and go to a special area that exists independently. Yes, but you need to pay a sum of gold, about 1,000 gold. And you also need to pay a deposit of 10,000 to ensure that you will not cause trouble here. Zhao Ning shrugged and said, however, summoning the creatures from the endless world in this world, the purpose of most people is to pretend to be aggressive, and no one will cause trouble. Ha ha, Zhao Ning is right. Li Yan laughed loudly and said, Su Xuan, look at my centaur hero. Elite quality, level 2 and 2 stars. Is it worth it? Hang, hang. Su Xuan echoed with a smile. At the same time, he thought in his heart that since he could summon creatures from the endless world to this world, maybe he could let Freemia and the others come over to play, get a taste of the variety of the modern world. Su Xuan, the College Lord competition will officially start tomorrow, and I have already received the card for the room you live in these few days. Zhao Ning handed Su Xuan a number plate with room 0626 written on it. Big bedroom. It's enough for you to display your divine power. Thanks. Su Xuan put away the room card, and then called the waiter to order a cup of coffee for himself. How about we sing while there is still a lot of time? I haven't experienced modern entertainment since entering the endless world. I'm so bored every day. Zhao Ning asked everyone. Yeah, I know a few girls from the class next door, and they are also here to participate in the College Lord competition this time. I'll go and call them over. Isn't it enough that we have a big beauty? Hey, Miss Qi is a tiger sitting in the town. What our pack of wolves lack now is a canary with an active atmosphere. What you said makes sense. You guys go first. I want to take a stroll around first. Su Xuan said immediately. I'll go there later, too. Qi Qingxue spoke slowly and said to several people. Okay, I'll send you the address later. Let's go first. I'll tell you that these two people are tricky. I think I can have their wedding wine next year. Hush. Be gentle. Don't be overheard by Miss Qi. Zhao Ning and the others left in a hurry, ready to relax and have fun before the Academy Lord competition. I'm leaving first. See you later. Qi Qingxue also left quickly, not knowing where he was going alone. Su Xuan didn't pay much attention to it. After drinking coffee leisurely, he was going to the teleportation area to teleport Delissa and the others over. This area is not big, but there are all kinds of facilities, even love hotels. Su Xuan remembered that this area was jointly funded and built by 5 academies in Yunhai City. So the people who came here were basically students and teachers of the 5 academies. Su Xuan came to the teleportation area, paid 33,000 gold, and teleported Delissa and the others here. The moment when the 3 succubi teleported here instantly attracts the attention of everyone around. Even though Su Xuan made them dress very tightly, without revealing a piece of white. Even the talent of the succubus was forcibly turned off. But Succubus's extremely high appearance still caused a sensation. Damn it. What kind of army is that? Isn't the appearance too high? This is too beautiful, isn't it? Compared with my goblin, it's nothing like mud. That lord is too happy. Even if their combat power is not strong, I feel that blood is earned. Facing the coveted eyes of the people around, Su Xuan hurriedly led the succubi away. But she didn't notice that Qingxue happened to be here, and she happened to summon Tylan, the legendary quality elf, to this world. And amidst the exclamation of everyone, their eyes turned to Su Xuan. Isn't that Su Xuan? When Qingxue saw the 3 succubi summoned by Su Xuan, his heart trembled. Su Xuan's units are all beauties? A sense of frustration suddenly arose in Qingxue's heart. She seemed to have no competitive advantage in front of the 3 of them. At the same time, the elf Tylan also noticed the existence of Su Xuan. The moment she met Su Xuan, the magic imprint on her lower abdomen shone with a faint halo. Tylan's beautiful eyes were slightly dazed, and she muttered to herself in disbelief, "Is the master?" Chapter 27. My lord, is this where you live? It's really interesting. On the way, Su Xuan took Delissa and the others back to the hotel. The novelty naturally aroused the curiosity of the 3 succubi, especially some small gadgets, which they love very much, such as candied haws. Fortunately, the currency here can also be paid in gold. Otherwise, Su Xuan would really have no money to pay. Master, this is delicious. Elam chewed the candied haws and handed the remaining candied haws to Su Xuan. Eat it, I won't eat it. Su Xuan declined. Why? Is it not delicious? No, I just want you to eat more. Candied haws are very sweet. Thank you, master. The 4 went around and went back to the hotel, and Su Xuan went back to his room according to the door number. The room is a single room, but the bed is huge. Even 4 people can sleep well. After entering the hotel, Su Xuan was in a difficult situation. Should he go to Zhao Ning and the others to sing? After he glanced at the 3 of Fremia, he immediately left Zhao Ning and others behind. What fun is there in singing? Besides, I am tone deaf. Why not stay in the hotel? Would any of you want to shower with me? Me. I want it. Su Xuan looked at the transparent glass in the bathroom, with a smile on his lips. Did he go straight back to the hotel? Qingxue also quietly followed. She was very concerned about what kind of relationship Su Xuan has developed with the people in her territory, then quietly followed Su Xuan to the door of Su Xuan's room. She glanced at the room number, and Su Xuan's room happened to be next to hers. Qingxue returned to her room, and then a touch of fluorescence lit up on her fingertips. She is using magic to sharpen her sense of hearing to monitor the movement in Su Xuan's room. But the magic just started. A strange sound came to Qingxue's ears. Master, 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 Elam, are candied haws sweet? Sweet. Me too. Look, Fremia. Elam stuck on the glass is really in a mess. It's really embarrassing, but it also makes me envious. Only Elam can do that kind of gesture. Whoa, Delissa, help me. What a waste, Elam. Are you really a succubus? The astonishing dialogue made Qingxue's face turn red in an instant. Where would she have thought that she would hear such a powerful conversation? As well as succubus. She finally found out about Su Xuan's unit. It turned out to be the legendary succubus. Qingxue gritted her teeth lightly. When she learned that the 3 girls were all succubus, she finally understood why she was not competitive. How could any man be able to resist the temptation of the succubus? Compared with the succubus, the gap between her and the succubus is really too big. It must be because of the succubus that Su Xuan became like this. They are deadly to male lords. 2. It's too lewd. Qingxue blushed and was about to interrupt the magic. But she was also unwilling to give up like this. And just when Qingxue was still unable to make a decision, ding-ling, there was a doorbell in Su Xuan's room. Somebody is coming? Who? I'm Tylan. I have something to do with you. Lin. Qingxue was stunned for a moment. She turned her head abruptly, only to find that Tylan, who had been following her all along, had disappeared. Wouldn't that be? Qingxue rushed out of the room and saw Tylan standing at Su Xuan's door. Is there a problem? Su Xuan opened the door halfway, only wearing a loose bathrobe on her body. His face was full of doubts. He didn't quite understand why an elf would knock on his door. Say something. Whose family is this elf? When Su Xuan opened the door, Tylan's cheeks were instantly flushed with blush. Her eyes were a little evasive, and she whispered shyly, I. Talene, what are you doing? Just when the female elf was about to speak, Qingxue rushed over quickly and stood in front of Talene. Qingxue. Su Xuan was taken aback when he saw Qingxue, but soon came back to his senses. It turned out that the female elf belonged to Qingxue's territory. So your race is elves? It's not bad. Su Xuan glanced at Tylan and said with a smile. Qingxue was a little fascinated by Mu Chuanfeng's smile, not at all like what I heard just now. Cough, cough. Qingxue hurriedly said to Su Xuan, I'm sorry, this child ran to the door of your room suddenly. Didn't he bother you? While speaking, Qingxue looked into Su Xuan's room. Compared to Tylan, she was actually more curious about what was going on in the room. No. Su Xuan shook his head and then asked, Do you want to come in? I have good black tea here. No more. When Qingxue heard that Su Xuan invited her into the room, she was terrified. She hurriedly grabbed Tylan's hand and ran back to her room. After Qingxue left, Su Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't come in. After Su Xuan closed the door, he took off his bathrobe, and Elam was hiding inside. Chapter 28. Talene, what are you doing? Why are you bothering people? Qingxue asked slightly angrily. She couldn't understand why her hero ran to the door of Su Xuan's room. Tylan's eyes flickered, and it seemed that there was something hard to say. Tylan's silence made Qingxue very difficult. She had to know what her hero was thinking before she could make a choice. But her elf doesn't seem to want to tell her what she thinks. Next time without my order, don't bother other people, understand? Qingxue couldn't bear to blame Tylan, so she had to ask Tylan to promise that she would not behave like today again. I see, Lord. Okay, I'm going to rest. Remember, don't leave the room. Qingxue warned Tylan at the end, and then got into bed. How can she still be in the mood to sing now? I just want to hide under the blanket and calm down the chaotic emotions. Tylan stayed in the room, but her heart had already been taken away by the person in the next room. She didn't know why she suddenly behaved so strangely. But Tylan's eyes fell on the magic imprint on her lower abdomen. She vaguely realized that this magic imprint was planted for her by the man next door. Su Xuan wiped off his sweat, sat on the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, sipping a cold drink. Looking out of the window, the world of feasting and debauchery makes people contemplate the mysteries of the universe. Didi. Sudden, Su Xuan's chat bar exploded. Zhao, Su Xuan, where are you? Zhao, I'm having fun. Why haven't you come yet? Come quickly. There are black threads. Zhao, if you don't come, we will be over. Zhao, damn it. Qingxue didn't come either. Tell the truth. Are you with her? Zhao, damn. Their boyfriends are here. Don't come. I'm going to slip. Su Xuan. After Su Xuan saw Zhao Ning's message to him, his face suddenly became mixed. Who would have thought that they could be so magnificent with a single song? Fortunately, I didn't go. Jingle. At this time, the doorbell rang again. Coming. Su Xuan hurriedly got up and went to open the door. Outside the door is a mature woman. A pair of red frame makes her look full of charm. Mr. Lu Baiyan? Su Xuan was very surprised that Minter Lu Baiyan would take the initiative to come to him. She is not Su Xuan's teacher, but a role similar to a counselor or a special staff member who is responsible for the College Lord competition. Won't you let me in? Lu Baiyan pushed his glasses and asked Su Xuan. Su Xuan thought that Delissa and the others had already fallen asleep, and they were dressed tightly, so it didn't matter to let Teacher Lu Baiyan enter the room. Please come in, Teacher Lu. Su Xuan opened the door and let Lu Baiyan enter the room. Lu Baiyan stepped on high heels and walked into the room. As soon as he entered the door, his eyes were attracted by the 3 succubi on the big bed. The people you recruited? Lu Baiyan took a glance and asked softly. Yes, let them see the new world and familiarize themselves with the environment. Su Xuan replied. Really? Lu Baiyan pushed his glasses. Pay attention to your body. Many lords fell into the arms of women after they became famous. I'll keep that in mind. I'm here this time to inform you about tomorrow's opponent. Lu Baiyan said as he sat down on the sofa where Su Xuan had been sitting just now. Adversary information? Yes, the schedule is random, and it will only be announced the night before the start. Lu Baiyan nodded and took out a document from somewhere. This is an assessment for you new lords, so as mentors, it is necessary for us to collect enough information for you. Your first opponent is Wang Hai from Class 6, who is a Black Iron Lord just like you. The troops are wild boar orcs, with high attack and blood, but very stupid, which is good news for you. Wild boar orc, Su Xuan muttered to himself. It seemed that he was not too difficult to deal with. But Lu Baiyan pushed his glasses again, and there was a trace of worry in his brown-red eyes. He has been developing in the endless world for 3 months, and you only have 1 month, which is very disadvantageous for you. And your arms. Lu Baiyan's eyes fell on Delissa and the others again. When he first entered the door, he was hesitant for some reason, so Lu Baiyan didn't notice what Su Xian's troop type was. But after careful observation, Lu Baiyan's expression suddenly changed. Your unit is a succubus? Yes. Su Xuan nodded. I didn't expect it to be a succubus. It's a miracle that you're still alive. Lu Baiyan complained, and at the same time his eyes shifted to one side, as if he was weighing something in his heart. After a while, he said to Su Xuan, Wang Hai is a Tier 1 7-star rare quality hero. This is the only thing you have to be careful about. Okay, I know. Su Xuan responded. After that, Lu Baiyan told Su Xuan some information, and she didn't leave Su Xuan's room until late at night. That's all. You can think about how to deal with tomorrow's game at night. I'll go first. Okay, thanks for the information. This is what I should do. See you tomorrow. Lu Baiyan walked out of Su Xuan's room, just about to leave, but found. Lu Baiyan wiped the hem of the skirt, and there was a touch of snow white on her palm. This kid. Chapter 29. The next day, Su Xuan went to the venue of the Academy Lord competition alone, and Delissa and the others returned to the baby ball first, waiting for Su Xian's call. Each class has its own lounge. As soon as Su Xuan entered the lounge, he saw Zhao Ning, who was beaten into a pig's head. What's wrong with you? Su Xuan asked in surprise. Stop talking. I was caught by their boyfriends yesterday. Damn it. Zhao Ning cursed. Su Xuan just smiled lightly, and could only say that this is what happened to the Tauren. Li Yin and Wang Long were also uncomfortable. Both of them had dark circles under their eyes, so they must have been beaten a lot. Not long after Su Xuan entered the lounge, Qi Qingxue brought her legendary hero Tylan into the lounge. When Qi Qingxue saw Su Xuan, her first reaction was to avoid her sight and start thinking wildly. She still remembers what happened yesterday. Yo, the big beauty Qi is here. The arrival of Qi Qingxue immediately enlivened the atmosphere in the lounge. F***K. Is this the epic quality hero recruited by Qi Damei? This elf is too beautiful, isn't it? Wait, isn't this an epic quality hero? I'm going. How can this be an epic quality hero? This is definitely a legendary quality hero. Only legendary quality heroes have such a domineering attitude. Damn it. Legendary quality. Qi Damei's luck is too good. Everyone was shocked. Legendary quality can be described as an extremely rare existence. 10,000 lords may not be able to recruit a hero of legendary quality. Therefore, as soon as Qi Qingxue's legendary quality hero came out, he was immediately amazed. Su Xuan, look at him. Legend quality hero. Zhao Ning pushed Su Xuan's arm and reminded him. I'm not blind. Su Xuan replied with a smile. Couldn't he see that Tylan was of legendary quality? It's just not as surprised as the big guy. After all, Qi Qingxue didn't pay attention to the shock of the crowd at all, but turned her attention to Su Xuan. She has also seen Su Xian's 3 succubi, and the quality of those 3 succubi is definitely not low. And one of the black succubi scares her even more. This also made Qi Qingxue start to doubt herself. She once said that she would help Su Xuan, but from now on, it is not sure who will help whom. Of course, she is still very confident. After all, she entered the endless world 2 months earlier than Su Xuan. What are you talking about? The competition is about to start. At this time, Lu Baiyan walked into the waiting room and said to the 5 people, the first Lord contest is for 1 person, and the winner will be rewarded with 50 Lord medals. You should make good use of it. Okay, beautiful teacher. On the other side, the high-rises of the 5 colleges are gathered in one hall. Several large screens in the hall will broadcast the Lord battle scenes of each venue in real time. Among them, a wine-red long-haired woman wearing a blue and white porcelain cheongsam was leaning on the guardrail of the corridor. Her fiery figure immediately attracted the attention of many men. Who was that person? That woman? The Su family. Has Su Xuan heard of it? Goddamn Su Xuan. Isn't her name Su Xuan? Su Xuan? Why did she come here? I heard that it was for the girl from the chief family. It is rumored that the girl has recruited heroes of legendary quality. F***K? Is it true? There's a high probability that it's true. The old man of the chief family is so happy. This time, it's probably the solo show of the daughter of the chief family. Everyone was discussing, focusing on Su Xuan and Qi Qingxue. Seeing everyone's focused gaze, Su Xuan just smiled and stared at one of the arenas with her seductive eyes. She came here precisely for Qi Qingxue, and the appearance of a hero with legendary qualities would definitely cause an uproar. That lord will also become a fragrant bun, which will be snapped up by many forces. What's more, Qi Qingxue, who has just entered the endless world. Even with brilliant gold, the probability of brilliant gold being able to recruit legendary quality heroes is only 1 in 1,000. This 1,000th. Enough to make everyone tempted. I hope you don't let me down. Su Xuan licked the tip of her tongue, looking forward to Qi Qingxue's appearance. At this time, a middle-aged man walked towards Su Xuan. He greeted Su Xuan respectfully. I didn't expect President Su to come here. It's really surprising. Principal Wang. Su Xuan glanced at the person who came and smiled. The purpose of my coming here is very simple. It is to recruit those new lords who have potential. And you know it. Only when you advance to the Gold Lord is the beginning of everything. So naturally, I will not miss any good seedlings. I hope that Principal Wang can give them to me, and the benefits will naturally be indispensable to you. Where is there? It's our honor that President Su can choose that person from several of our colleges. Who doesn't know that your guild requires at least a Gold Lord to join, and there are even Diamond Lords in charge, which is a big deal for us. Unreachable existence. The middle-aged man said with a smile. If you can join your Lord's guild, then the word success is only a matter of time. Principal Wang, if you have anything to say, just say it directly, without going around in circles. Su Xuan saw that there was something in the other party's words, and asked immediately. My 2 nephews, one of them has good aptitude, and is a very rare forest dragon man. I wonder if I can join your guild. Forest dragon man? When Su Xuan heard this, she sneered in her heart. Isn't the so-called forest dragon people the lizard people? Then he said, look at his ability. If he can enter the top 3, maybe I can give him a chance. Really? That's great. With my nephew's ability, it may be difficult to be the first place, but the top 3 is still very easy. I thank Chairman Su first. While talking, the middle-aged man handed Su Xuan a cup of tea. But Su Xuan didn't take the tea and stared at a screen with her beautiful eyes. Because she saw an interesting picture. In the screen, a handsome young man is leading 9 female troops into the battlefield, and at the same time, a big white spider is following behind the team. Oh, Su Xuan licked her lips with great interest and said to herself, Succubus? A troop like mine? Interesting. Duh. Chapter 30. Is the battlefield presented by projection? Su Xuan led his succubi into the venue for the First Lord contest. The moment he stepped into the site, the surrounding environment transformed into a forest landform. But for some reason, in the sudden change of the environment, everything around is real. The flowers, trees, and even the sunlight above the head are all real. Technological magic? Su Xuan immediately guessed that this was probably a product created by the humans on Blue Star through the combination of technology and magic. My lord, the enemy is coming. At this time, Delissa reminded Su Xuan. Su Xuan stared straight ahead. 1 kilometer away, an obese man was leading 10 wild boar orcs towards his position. The area of the competition venue is not small, with a diameter of at least 2 kilometers. And the other party dared to directly attack him without a strategy, either because he was very confident in his own strength, or an idiot. Su Xuan waved his hand, telling the succubi to wait in place. The other party will deliver it to the door. Soon, Wang Hai led his wild boar orcs to a distance of 100 or 200 meters from Su Xuan. But when he saw that Su Xian's troops were all extremely beautiful women, compared to his extremely ugly wild boar, he suddenly felt unbalanced. Damn it, Wang Hai cursed secretly and said with a grin to Su Xian, "You are so lucky. The soldiers are all beautiful women." Su Xian ignored him. "But what's the use of that?" Wang Hai sneered and continued to taunt. "To survive in the Lord's world, it depends on strength, its resources, its background. I basically understand your situation. You are alone, without any background for you to rely on, and you have only entered the endless world for a month. How can you fight me with such weak strength? Why don't you surrender as soon as possible? I can make a big fuss. Mercy forgive you." Of course, the smile on Wang Hai's face became more and more rampant. "The condition is that all your people will submit to me, and you will be my little brother. At that time, I can ask my uncle to take care of you more, and the promotion of the Bronze Lord in the future is also a certainty. Things this way. You made a lot of money." Su Xian was silent for a while, and then ordered Freemia, "Get rid of them." "Obey." Freemia immediately spread her pitch-black wings and soared into the sky. "Damn, you didn't listen to a word I said." Wang Hai gritted his teeth angrily and said with a ferocious smile, "Then don't blame me for being cruel. Aiken, capture them all alive." Boom! The strongest wild boar orc roared. Raising the huge axe in his hand, he launched an attack on Su Xian, and the rest of the wild boar followed closely, fighting for their lord. But in the next second, the pitch-black flames turned into arrows and fell from the sky, fall into the crowd of wild boars, and smash everything into pieces. Oh! In just an instant, the screams exploded among the wild boars. The wild boar man, who seemed to be strong, was as fragile as a paper man under the black flame arrow. They all fell to the ground. Only the wild boar hero is still standing upright, but the next second, a mass of pitch-black flames engulfed it, turning it into ashes. Oh! Before Wang Hai could react, his expression was dull and dull. What happened? Has the battle started yet? Why did all his wild boars fall down in an instant? It must be. Are you dreaming? Winner, Su Xian. It wasn't until the broadcast remembered that Wang Hai recovered from his trance. He lost. Just for a moment? Isn't this just the beginning of a minute? This is over? Lost so completely? At this moment, Wang Hai's mood was not depression after being defeated, but dullness. It was as if he had been slapped in the head, because he didn't even realize what happened, and it was over. It's like an ant walking happily on the road, suddenly being trampled to death by a passing elephant. That is crushing beyond dimensions. And how did he, a little ant, react? When Wang Hai came back to his senses, Su Xian had already left the battlefield. He stared at the corpses all over the floor, and his heart instantly collapsed. Shouted heart-piercingly, "No!" At the same time, there is a lot of discussion about this battle in the high-level hall. Which college does this student belong to? I've never seen it before. His unit is a bit powerful, and the magic value is very high. Although it is not comparable to the existence of giant dragons and angels, it is at least a second-tier unit. His hero quality seems a bit high. Elite quality. The opponent's strength is too weak. What kind of garbage are the wild boar orcs? Yes, there is no reference value at all. It can only be said that his strength is not bad, but it is only not bad. Everyone's eyes focused on Su Xian, and they were also very surprised by Su Xian's instant killing of his opponent. However, the strength of the opponent is too weak, so there is not much reference value. Only one person doesn't think so. Nice seedling. Su Xian licked her tongue. Her eyes were full of surprise. She seems to have found a more valuable newcomer than Qi Qingxue. Chapter 31. After finishing the first battle, Su Xian returned to the waiting room the same way. When the door of the lounge opened, Lu Baiyan was staring at him with wide eyes in disbelief. She never expected that Su Xian's Lord battle would be so quick and easy. Just walked out of the lounge less than 5 minutes later and came back. The speed of this battle was unprecedented for Lu Baiyan. Is the opponent too weak? Obviously not. When is the second game? Su Xian asked Lu Baiyan. The second match is tomorrow. You can sit here for a while and watch other people's Lord battles. Lu Baiyan replied to Su Xian. Then can I go back to the hotel? Whatever. Okay. Remember, don't spoil your body. After Su Xian left, Lu Baiyan specially reminded Su Xuan. Su Xuan just smiled lightly at this, then turned and left. As soon as he went out, he happened to meet Qi Qingxue back. Her lord battle ended very quickly, but it was still a step behind Su Xuan. You haven't gone in yet? Seeing Su Xuan coming out of the lounge, Qi Qingxue asked in disbelief. She thought Su Xuan hadn't started yet. No, I'm done. Su Xuan replied, then turned and left. Hearing this, Qi Qingxue froze in place. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Su Xuan's leaving figure, surprised in his heart. Su Xuan ended faster than her? After Su Xuan completely disappeared, Qi Qingxue pushed the door open and entered. Congratulations, Qingxue. Lu Baiyan congratulated Qi Qingxue on the victory of the first battle. Su Xuan he's faster than you, and much faster. Lu Baiyan knew what Qi Qingxue wanted to ask. After all, it is definitely unacceptable for Qi Qingxue for Su Xuan to end the Lord battle faster. Su Xuan returned to the hotel room. After he won the first Lord battle, he received 50 Lord medals. In addition to the 50 points of medals obtained by capturing the territory of the Orc Lord before, Su Xuan happened to have 100 points of Lord's medals, enough to be promoted to the Bronze Lord. And, even in a special area, Su Xuan can operate remotely to increase the level of the territory. Upgrade. The town hall is being upgraded. Wood, 20,000, stone, 20,000, gold, 1,000, Lord medal, 100. Upgrade countdown, 7 days, 7 days. Su Xuan murmured, counting the 100-fold acceleration. The upgrade can be completed in less than 2 hours. At that time, he can recruit more succubi. Boom, boom, boom. Sudden, someone knocked on Su Xuan's door. Who? Su Xuan came to the entrance and looked out through the cat's eyes. A coquettish woman in a white and blue cheongsam came into his sight. Who is this? Su Xuan had never met each other before, but for some reason, she always felt a familiar feeling in the woman. Owner. Elam walked up to Su Xuan and reminded him. That guy outside is so strong. Hearing this, Su Xuan looked at Freemia. And at this moment, Freemia's expression was also very vigilant. It was obvious that the strength of the woman outside the door far surpassed her. Su Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind full of thoughts. There should be no enmity between myself and the other party, and this is a special area. If you make a rash move, even the Gold Lord will have to pay a heavy price. So, she asked, Beauty, what can I do for you? What can I do with you? Naturally, I want to talk to you about life and the future, the woman said with a smile. A pair of dark red pupils are full of charm, giving people a feeling of heartbeat. Su Xuan is no stranger to this look. This is the unique characteristic of succubus, charm. The issue is, the woman in front of her is obviously human. Why is she like a succubus? Charming? Is the door still open? Su Xuan had been waiting outside the door for a long time, and urged Su Xuan to open the door quickly. Su Xuan thought for a moment, and finally opened the door. Since it's a succubus, it's up to me. When the door opens, Su Xuan swayed and walked into the room lightly. The moment she entered the room, Freemia and the others immediately became vigilant. Su Xuan just smiled mysteriously, and then sat down on the edge of the white bed, a pair of slender legs raised high, and asked Su Xuan, I admire you very much. Are you interested in joining my guild? Guild. Su Xuan also knew a little about the guild. The so-called guild is a force formed by an agreement between lords. They help each other to obtain resources more efficiently, and at the same time, they can jointly resist powerful enemies. But this also restricts some freedom and turns over some resources to the guild in proportion. Therefore, regarding the invitation from the alluring woman in front of him, Su Xuan couldn't make a quick decision. At the very least, he needs to know the identity of the other party. It seems that you are hesitant, then? Su Xuan smiled sweetly. She snapped her fingers, a teleportation array appeared in Su Xuan's room. Next second, a bright red shadow came into Su Xuan's eyes. She has a pair of crimson devil horns, and a slender peach heart tail swinging behind her back. Her beautiful appearance makes Su Xuan determine her race, succubus. Chapter 32. Succubus suddenly teleported to the red succubus in the room, causing Su Xuan's pupils to dilate. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that the woman in front of him is of the same type as him, also a succubus. Owner. The red succubus half knelt in front of Su Xuan. Let me introduce myself. Su Xuan introduced herself to Su Xuan with a full smile. My name is Su Xuan, the president of the Hongqian Guild. A. Platinum Lord. Platinum Lord? The president of the Hongqian Guild? Su Xuan. A lot of information poured into Su Xuan's brain. Where did he seem to have heard this name? As you can see, Su Xuan continued. My unit is the same as yours, a hellish demon called a succubus. If you are willing to join my guild, I can explain some knowledge points to you as a senior. Lords of the same type of arms have more topics, don't they? Su Xuan was silent for a moment upon hearing this. He really had a lot of doubts in his heart. For example, the succubus can only rely on the vitality of the Lord to increase its power, but Su Xuan is a woman. How should she open the mark of the succubus? Unseal all the power of the succubus? Su Xuan glanced at the red succubus. Her belly was engraved with the same succubus mark as Freemia and the others. But their succubus imprints are dim, which means that there is no life magic in the imprints. The succubus without the blessing of life magic power can be said to drop by 80%. Races that were originally in the second echelon may drop to the fourth echelon. However, the woman in front of her was still promoted to Platinum Lord. One can imagine her terrifying strength. What are you looking at? Su Xuan noticed Su Xuan's eyes and smiled seductively. Have you figured it out? I will only invite one person once. If you refuse, I will never come again. Your invitation is too sudden. I'm not ready yet. Su Xuan shrugged his shoulders. Ever since he entered the endless world, he hadn't thought about joining the guild. This is an opportunity. It will come at any time, but it depends on the person if you want to grasp it. Su Xuan smiled and leaned forward slightly. I am your opportunity. What you have to do is very simple. Hold your hand tightly to me. That's what you should do. During the speech, Su Xuan had already grabbed Su Xuan's wrist. Pull his right hand towards his chest, but always keep an extremely subtle distance. Su Xuan's fingertips could feel the heat from Su Xuan's body, but she couldn't touch the snow white hidden in the Cheongsam. Grunt. Su Xuan's heartbeat started to speed up. This woman is more attractive than a succubus. I will think about it. Su Xuan withdrew his hand and replied to Su Xuan. I won't wait for anyone, but you are an exception. Su Xuan stood up. Her graceful figure against the background of the Cheongsam made people imagine. I hope you can give me an answer tomorrow. Let's go, Sinus. After finishing speaking, Su Xuan left with her succubus. Su Xuan was still immersed in Su Xuan's words just now. He was almost confused by the other party. I was almost charmed. Really? Su Xuan let out a long sigh and said to himself, my heart is not strong enough. More trials are needed. Freemia, Elam, Delissa, today's trial has begun. On the other side, after Su Xuan left Su Xuan's room, she immediately teleported to her own room by magic. But when she just finished teleporting the next second, his body trembled, and he couldn't help but support the wall. How so? Su Xuan's beautiful face was full of shock. She almost lost her composure just now. When facing Su Xuan, Su Xuan clearly felt that all the cells in her body became active. It's like adding firewood to the flame, and it burns more vigorously. If I stay alone with Su Xuan, I'm afraid I will show an unprecedented ugly face. Could it be that you were too tired from work recently? Su Xuan tapped the back of her head lightly, and after taking a big breath, she calmed down her restless mood. That's all. I hope he can make a wise choice. The town hall has been upgraded. Your lord's imprint has been promoted to a bronze imprint. Your full attribute plus 300. Your population limit has been increased to 50. You can recruit a second hero. The upgrade is complete. Su Xuan put Elam down and focused on his lord panel. After being promoted to bronze lord, Su Xuan can clearly feel that his strength has increased dramatically. But it doesn't matter. Recruit. Su Xuan immediately recruited the second hero. Gold, 10,000. Heroes are being recruited. 100-day countdown. 100 days? Su Xuan frowned. Why did the recruitment take as long as 100 days? Could it be again? Forbidden quality Freemia is 500 days, and those 100 days are at least legendary quality heroes. The corner of Su Xuan's mouth curled up. His luck was really good. And this luck, Su Xuan intends to pass on to all succubus. Continue. Boom. Sudden. There was a knock on the door, and Su Xuan's expression froze. Who is interrupting their own good deeds? Su Xuan walked towards the door, and through the cat's eyes, she saw the female elf Tylan standing at the door. Is there something wrong? Excuse me, can I join you? Duh. Chapter 33. Can I join you? Tylan was standing at the door anxiously. Her beautiful eyes turned left and right. It was difficult to hide her nervous expression. You? As for Tylan, I can't give Su Xuan a chance. Why did she come here with Qi Qingxue on her back? Besides, what does she mean by joining? What did you say? Su Xuan asked Tylan. The female elf's words somewhat shocked him. It is me. Tylan blushed, rubbing her fingertips. Her gaze dropped slightly. Su Xuan followed her eyes curiously, surprised to find that there is also a pattern similar to the succubus mark on her lower abdomen. How can an elf have the mark of a succubus? This is somewhat beyond Su Xuan's cognition. In his understanding of all races, the elves tend to be kind, pure, lawful, and neutral, even the guardian of the forest. But succubi are definitely a type of lawful evil. How could the two have similar imprints? Etc. Why is the breath of the magic imprint so familiar to him? Is this my own? No. There is absolutely no such possibility. While Su Xuan was thinking wildly, Tylan asked Su Xuan, "We've met before, haven't we?" No. Su Xuan shook his head. How could he have met Qi Qingshue's hero? But why is there your mark in my body? Tylan took a step forward, trembling slightly. She was eager to get Su Xuan's approval. Ever since she was recruited by Qi Qingxue to the endless world, there was a voice in her heart telling her to find her real master. The magic imprint on her lower abdomen is the key information, and when Tylan touches Su Xuan, the magic imprint on her lower abdomen will sparkle. Obviously, Su Xuan is the person she is looking for. This, Su Xuan couldn't explain why. After all, he had nothing to do with Tylan. At most he knew her master. My lord, at this time, Delissa came to Su Xuan and said with a mysterious smile, I think this elf sincerely wants to join you. Why didn't you agree with her? And Delissa's eyes swept over Tylan. Ying laughed. She looks delicious, ahem. Of course, Su Xuan knew what Delissa was referring to. However, he gave Qi Qingshue's hero too. This is not good, is it? Qi Qingxue didn't kill him? Just when Su Xuan was hesitating, Elam had already led Tylan into the room. Come in. The master's heart is very kind. He will agree, Elam said to Tyran in a seemingly warm and friendly manner. Great. After being recognized, Tylan smiled. After entering the room, they fought with the succubus even more. This made Su Xuan shake his head with a wry smile. Aren't you an elf? So, the purpose of your coming to me is to recognize me? Su Xuan asked Tylan. No. When Tylan heard this, her face turned red with embarrassment. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Su Xuan, I have always felt that my power has been sealed, and I need someone's help to unlock the sealed power. While speaking, Tylan's clear blue eyes looked at Su Xuan affectionately, asked, Master, can you help me unlock the power of dust? Hearing this, Su Xuan understood the purpose of Tylan's coming to him. It turned out that she was the same as the succubus. Her power was imprisoned by the mark, etc. It's not right. Su Xuan looked Tylan carefully. He was sure that Tylan was developing normally, and there was no sign of her sealed power at all. If there is, Qi Qingxue will definitely find out. But now, Tylan can gain strength by removing the mark. Doesn't it mean that it is an extra power? Su Xuan was stunned for a moment. That would be too perverted. Hey, master, this is the duck I delivered to my door. Elam laughed at the side. Yes, Delissa also echoed. I wonder if she is sweet. Oh, Tylan was a little confused. After all, she was a pure and kind elf. Ahem, Su Xuan coughed. Tylan's uniqueness made him wonder whether there is such a thing as the law of causality in the endless world. But Su Xuan looked at Tylan. She didn't seem to know how to lift the seal. But if the other party came to ask me for help, I should take it as a pleasure to help others. Tylan, is that right? Su Xuan asked Tylan. Uh-huh. Tylan nodded, with pure eyes shining in her pupils. How do you explain this to Qi Qingxue? Su Xuan knew in her heart that if Qi Qingxue found out, she would definitely go crazy. She is my lord, and you are my lord. There is no conflict. Tylan replied to Su Xuan. Her answer made Su Xuan's eyes shine. This elf is really a little genius. Gone. This is obviously not true. Is it okay to keep it our secret? Su Xuan approached Tylan's ear and ordered softly, "Don't let Qi Qingxua find out." Duh. Chapter 34. Keep it our secret, will you, Tilling? Su Xuan asked the female elf. He is a helpful person, but he doesn't want to make unnecessary troubles. And the other party is Qi Qingxua. Well, I see. Owner. Tylan nodded obediently, willing to bury all this in her heart. That's fine. Su Xuan gently stroked Tylan's hair. Are you ready? It takes a lot of courage to break the seal. Courage. That's nature. This is the exploration of the unknown world, the study of life and death. Each time will carry the choice of hundreds of millions of creatures. Are you ready? Su Xuan asked Ti Lin with a serious expression, so that Ti Lin had enough mental preparation. Aye. Tylan hesitated a little. She seemed shocked by Su Xuan's words. Looks like you're not ready yet. Delissa quietly pressed Tylan's back, whispering in her ear. At the same time, as the fingertips brushed Tylan's snow-white cheeks, a faint purple halo shone in the dark purple pupils. If there is nothing, release the magic power of charm. Aye. Tylan was a little dazed for a moment, or at a loss. She naturally didn't know how to carry out the ceremony of breaking the seal. For a simple elf, she might think it was just a simple magic interaction, even knowing that the succubus is improved by absorbing the magic power of life. But she's not a succubus, is she? So I didn't think about that. It's okay. Like a senior, Delissa carefully taught. The sisters will teach you how to do it, and how to please the Lord. Now you are a blank slate, but after today, Delissa smiled evilly. You will turn into a colorful yellow. The voice fell. A show is on right now, and there is only one audience, Tylan. She will be shocked in just 1 hour. Then, in just 1 hour, she learned about the world she had never touched. Elf Su Xuan glanced at Tylan, who had flushed cheeks, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The taste is really good, Jingle. Just as Su Xuan was trying to break the seal for Tylan, the doorbell rang again. Who is it? Su Xuan asked the person outside the door. It's me, Qi Qingxua. Is there a problem? I can't find Tylan. Has she been to your place? Lin. Su Xuan was taken aback and looked at Tylan, who was covering her mouth. At this moment, Tylan's cheeks were flushed and the corners of her eyes were filled with crystal clear tears. She shook her head hastily when she heard that her lord had come to the door. Signal Su Xuan not to tell his lord that he is in the room. Su Xuan also understood in seconds and replied to Qi Qingxua, she hasn't been here before. During the speech, Su Xuan did not stop the ceremony of breaking the seal. Haven't you been here? Qi Qingxua's mood seemed a little unstable, and she quickly asked Su Xuan for help. Su Xuan, can you help me find it together? I'm afraid that child will be bullied. She cares about you. Su Xuan said to Ti Lin. Obviously, Tylan is a very important friend to Qi Qingxua. In addition, the elves are a pure race and can be easily deceived. Although it is not likely to be abducted by bad guys, the long-term disappearance is still very worrying. Tylan also realized that she had done something wrong, and her eyes turned to one side to avoid it. After hesitating for a while, Tylan grabbed Su Xuan's arm and asked, Master, can I come to you again at night? Hearing this, Su Xuan smiled lightly. You are always welcome. After getting an affirmative answer, Tylan immediately left through the window. Su Xuan wiped off his sweat, and after tidying up the room with the succubus, he opened the door. Qi Qingxua was waiting anxiously outside the door. Okay, I'll help you find her together. Great. I'm really anxious. Where did that kid go? Qi Qingxua's expression was full of anxiety. Tylan's disappearance made her feel puzzled, not knowing where the child would go. Will it be in your room? Su Xuan asked Qi Qingxua. Why? I still have the key card for the room. Qi Qingxua said, and opened the door of her room. But the moment she opened the door, she saw Tylan's figure. My lord, are you looking for me? Tylan was wrapping her delicate body in a bath towel and asked Qi Qingxua in surprise. Oh, I have a good figure. Naturally, Su Xuan also saw such a beautiful scenery and praised it freely. Don't look. Don't look. Qi Qingxua quickly covered Su Xuan's eyes. Okay. Don't look at it. Su Xuan smiled lightly. Qi Qingxua was indeed a little girl, and she had never seen any big storms. Why did you come back to the room? Qi Qingxua turned to Tylan again and asked. The battle just now made my armor a little dusty, so please clean it. Tylin lied nervously, but fortunately Qi Qingxue didn't see it. Tell me next time. Tylin, I'm so worried about you. Sorry, my lord. I will pay attention next time. Close the door. Don't let that scoundrel see you. Qi Qingxue hastily closed the door. Su Xuan outside the door just smiled lightly and then returned to his room. Chapter 35. The next day, Su Xuan entered the waiting room at a pinch, ready for the second Lord battle. Su Xuan, UTM are finally here. As soon as he entered the lounge, Zhao Ning rushed towards Su Xuan. I've heard what Miss Lu said. Your unit is actually a stunning succubus. Damn it, how can your luck be so good? Zhao Ning wanted to cry with envy. Succubus arms. This is simply the type of arms that every boy dreams of. The snot is about to drip on me. Stay away from me. Su Xuan hurriedly pushed Zhao Ning away to prevent Zhao Ning's snot from touching her. At this moment, Lu Baiyan in the lounge said to Su Xuan, you don't need to participate in the second round. You have already advanced. What does it mean? Su Xuan was a little puzzled. How did he get promoted without knowing why? Didn't you just wipe out the opponent's heroes and soldiers yesterday? Lu Baiyan explained to Su Xuan. Well, there is such a thing. Today's opponent surrendered directly, and his strength is not as strong as Wang Hai. Lu Baiyan shrugged and said with a smile. That's it. After Su Xuan learned about the situation, he said to Lu Baiyan, then I'll go back to the hotel first. Etc. Just when Su Xuan was about to leave, Lu Baiyan stopped him. What's wrong? Your opponent the day after tomorrow has come out. Lu Baiyan narrated to Su Xuan. Tomorrow is the rest time. So your next Lord contest will be the day after tomorrow. As for your opponent, Wang Xian, you need to pay attention to this opponent. Wang Xian, F***K, is it true? When Lu Baiyan said the name Wang Xian, the expressions of Li Yin and Zhao Ning who were sitting beside him suddenly changed. Is there anything wrong? Su Xuan was very curious about the huge reaction of the two. Wang Xian, the nephew of our principal. Don't you know? Zhao Ning was a little emotional, and at the same time his face became mixed, as if he remembered something. Yesterday, Wang Hai, I remember, was also the principal's nephew. Then, Su Xuan shrugged his shoulders and asked puzzledly, can this be the same? Zhao Ning hurriedly explained to Su Yang. Wang Hai's unit is a wild boar, a waste. Who cares about his life and death? But Wang Xian is different. His unit is a forest dragon. The strength of the second echelon arms. Forest Dragon Man. Hearing this, Su Xuan was a little curious. What type of army are the Forest Dragon Men? I really haven't seen it myself. How should I explain it to you? Zhao Ning sorted out his words. Anyway, Wang Xian is the most popular candidate for the top 3 competition this time, and he is at the same level as Qi Qingxue. Do you understand? Clear. Su Xuan followed Zhao Ning and nodded. If he was at the same level as Qi Qingxue, then it would not be difficult to deal with. Do you really understand? Boom. Just when Su Xuan and the others were discussing hotly, the door of the lounge was kicked open suddenly. I saw a man in a black windbreaker walking in, followed by several male students from other classes. Which of you is Su Xuan? The man in the windbreaker asked everyone in the lounge. Damn it. Although the man in the windbreaker was looking for Su Xuan, it was Zhao Ning who panicked first and hid behind Su Xuan in a hurry. Damn it. It's you again. The man in the windbreaker also noticed Zhao Ning's existence and was extremely angry. Oops. Zhao Ning wanted to sneak away in fear, but the door of the lounge was blocked, and there was no possibility of escape. What's wrong? Su Xuan asked Zhao Ning. He hadn't seen Zhao Ning panic like this for a long time. I went to sing last time. Didn't I call some girls from the next class? Zhao Ning explained to Su Xuan. When the atmosphere was up, I kissed that girl and even touched that girl. Damn it. The ghost knows that he will be bumped into by his boyfriend. TM, do you still dare to reproduce the scene? Wang Xian's face turned green with anger. Swear to tear Zhao Ning's corpse into thousands of pieces. Su Xuan, save me. Zhao Ning hurriedly asked Su Xuan for help. I can't help you. This is how the tower end up. Su Xuan shrugged and smiled. Hey, you have no morals. Don't run. The two immediately scuffled together. However, Wang Xian's small body is not as good as Zhao Ning's, but Zhao Ning has the upper hand. Sure enough, the warrior of pure love is about to be defeated. What are you still looking at? Let's go together. Wang Xian hurriedly shouted to the boys he had brought. Those people were just about to step forward to help when they were stopped by Su Xuan. How can someone bother a real man one-on-one? In addition, Su Xuan had just been promoted to the Bronze Lord, and his sudden increase in attributes made him very strong now. A few people were shocked back abruptly. Enough. At this time, Lu Baiyan stopped the two of them. This is the lounge, not a place for you to fight. Lu Baiyan scolded, and then separated Zhao Ning and Wang Xian. You wait for me. Wang Xian glared at Zhao Ning, then looked at Su Xuan. He said contemptuously, You are Su Xuan, right? Thanks to you, my cousin. The heroes and soldiers who worked so hard to cultivate were shattered in an instant. Victory or defeat on the battlefield is a common thing among lords. Can't he afford to lose? Su Xuan asked indifferently. I'm here to tell you, don't surrender the day after tomorrow. Wang Xian sneered. I will tear you and your succubus into pieces. Let's go. After Wang Xian let go of his harsh words, he left with his people. F***K. This guy Wang Xian is trying to kill you, Zhao Ning said to Su Xuan, covering his face. Su Xuan's answer was a little flat. Who would have thought that in this age, there would be such a thing as life and death? It's just a lizard man. What's so difficult about it? At this time, a familiar voice came to Su Xuan's ears. Everyone looked towards the door, and Su Fian and Qi Qingxue appeared in sight. Su Xuan could learn a piece of information from it, that he was not the only one who was invited. Qi Qingxue is also one of her targets. F***K. Chairman Su. When Zhao Ning saw Su Fian, his eyes widened. It seems that I have met my idol. President Su. Why are you here? Are you looking for a qualified rookie lord? What do you think of me? Zhao Ning asked Su Fian flatteringly. But Su Fian ignored him at all. Instead, he walked straight up to Su Xuan and said with a light smile, This so-called college lord competition is just a small fight between a group of children, and it is also an assessment for you new lords. The real war has not yet begun. Let's start. How do you think about what I told you yesterday? Would you like to join my guild? Chapter 36. Would you like to join my guild? When Su Fian's voice just fell, everyone present turned their attention to Su Xuan, especially Qi Qingxue, with a hint of surprise in those clear and beautiful eyes. It turns out that when Su Fian found Su Xuan, it was before her? Doesn't that mean, in Su Fian's eyes, Su Xuan's potential is even higher than her? Damn it! Su Xuan, you are developed, Zhao Ning shouted excitedly. President Su is the president of Hongqian Guild. Her guild has a diamond lord in charge. If you can join her guild, your future is limitless. Yes. Su Xuan, why don't you hurry up and agree with Chairman Su? This is a huge opportunity for you. Everyone advised and even made a decision for Su Xuan. To this, Su Xuan did not reply immediately, but chose temporary silence. Seeing this, Su Fian walked up to Su Xuan's side lightly and whispered in his ear, In front of so many people, I will only ask you once, so just treat it as a way of saving me. How about it? I think so too, but I think President Su is not sincere enough. Not sincere enough? When Su Fian heard the words, her pretty face froze. Come with me. Su Fian immediately pulled Su Xuan to the corner of the room. Everyone was very curious about the quiet conversation between the two, but she didn't dare to eavesdrop. After all, Su Fian's strength is there. Anyone who dares to eavesdrop is afraid that she will faint with a knife in one hand. What do you mean by that? I've come to invite you in person. Isn't it sincere enough? Su Fei glared at Su Xuan, wanting Su Xuan to explain. What I mean is, President Su, the conditions you put forward cannot impress me. Su Xuan explained with a light smile. The conditions I mentioned can't impress you? Su Fian smiled and asked. Why? Then what conditions do you want? Tell me. At the very least, provide me with the resources to develop my territory. Su Xuan told Su Fian her thoughts. Basic resources need hundreds of thousands of units. Gold is about 100,000. Bright gold is best to come with 20 units, and the rest of the fine iron, weapons and equipment are everything. Come on, I don't think it's too much. Hundreds of thousands of units of basic resources? 20 units of brilliant gold. When Su Fian heard the conditions proposed by Su Xuan, her beautiful eyes froze for a moment. How dare you want it? These resources are enough to support a silver lord to promote to gold, especially 20 units of bright gold. Is this a request that people can make? Everyone has his value, and I think I'm worth it, Su Xuan said with a smile, his eyes full of sincerity. You might as well take me away. That's not impossible. I just need a woman who warms the bed. Su Xuan glared at Su Xuan, and after thinking for a moment, she said, I will consider your conditions, but I also have a request. Any request? I have something to ask you. You can't refuse. It's acceptable, but it's agreed in advance that I'll sell myself, but not my life. Speechless, Su Xuan sighed secretly. Did she do something wrong? Afterwards, he slowly said, Then I will take it as your agreement. From now on, you are a member of my Hanshin Guild. The chairman is right. Very good. The corners of Su Xuan's mouth curled up into a charming arc. She also considered that this trip was not in vain, and she gained 2 newcomers with great potential. Then I'll go first. Su Xuan raised her voice, turned around, and was about to leave. Oh, that's right. Before leaving, Su Xuan reminded Su Xuan, depose Wang Xian and win the first place in this Academy Lord competition. This is the first task I give you. Decree. Oh, Su Xuan smiled and walked away. When passing by Qi Qingxue, he gave Qi Qingxue a look. After getting the reminder, Qi Qingxue followed Su Xuan and left. After Su Xuan left, the rest of the people immediately exploded. Su Xuan, what's the matter with you? How did Su Xuan fall in love with you? K. How did you do that? Damn. We are still working hard to develop the territory. Su Xuan has already taken the lead and directly approached the rich woman. Don't talk nonsense. I can be seen only because of my strength. I'm jealous. Su Xuan didn't bother to explain and went straight back to the hotel. After counting the time, his second hero is about to arrive. In addition, if Wang Xian is eliminated in tomorrow's match, there will be only the last match left. When everything is over, he can go back to his territory and have fun. Get it over with. The succubus can't wait. Su Xuan returned to the hotel and immediately showed the projection of the hero statue in the territory. With the end of the countdown, the hero statue is shining brightly at this moment. Next second, a graceful figure stepped out from the light. Like the rest of the succubi, peach heart tail, devil wings, devil horns. But the difference is that there are various strange lines imprinted on her snow-white skin, all over her body, and even her lavender hair is entwined with dark golden magic power, which finally gathers in the succubus mark on her lower abdomen. This made Su Xuan a little curious. What would these lines bring her? Or is it the mysterious power that has not been unsealed? Su Xuan unfolded the information panel of the second hero. Name, you. Race, succubus, taboo. Level, first tier 1 star. Power, 100. Agility, 100. Physique, 100. Magic power, 10,000. Talent, dark seal. Skill, dark forbidden curse. Expand, 1. 10,000 magic power. Chapter 37. Initial 10,000 magic points. When Su Xuan saw the newly recruited succubus, the mana was as high as 10,000 points. His heart is heavy. It is surging. It is irreversible. What is this concept? But you must know that Freemia's first level 9 star is only about 2,000 magic power. However, her magic power is as high as 10,000 points. Hisk, a real no-no. It's just that the rest of the attributes are far inferior to Freemia. The legendary glass cannon. Where is the master? You slowly opened her lavender eyes, but found that her master was not in front of her. But she could clearly feel that her master was watching her. You raised her head slightly and looked in a certain direction. It happened to meet the eyes of Su Xuan, who was watching the projection. You. Su Xian's voice rang in Yu's ear. Owner. Yu's voice was a little cold, as if there was no emotion involved. Wait, I'll send you over. Su Xuan immediately ran to the teleportation area to operate, teleporting a succubus back to his territory, and then teleporting you to his side. When you appeared in front of Su Xuan, her etherealness was even more evident. Yu's temperament is not like a succubus, but more like a fairy descended from the earth. From the fact that she has no charm talent, Su Xuan already expected you to be different. Master, you bowed politely to Su Xuan. She's different? Ella moved closer to you curiously, and carefully looked at Yu's body with a pair of eyes. Yes, Delissa also nodded, agreeing with Elam's statement. She doesn't look like a succubus at all, and I haven't met her in the group. Regarding the curiosity of Elam and Delissa, Yu's face remained calm. He just stared at Su Xuan closely with a pair of lavender eyes, and then, like a little sister next door, hugged Su Xuan's arm with a poof. Owner, soft and smooth cheeks gently pressed against Su Xuan's arm, unwilling to be separated from Su Xuan. Good boy, Su Xuan smiled lightly and stroked Yu's little head. Compared to other wolf-like succubi, Yu is more like a kitten. As long as she can stay by the owner's side, she is content. Master, I want it too. Suddenly jealous, Elam hugged Su Xuan's other arm tightly. Really, Delissa chuckled, and also greeted Su Xuan. But the two arms had already been occupied, so she stuck directly to Su Xuan's back. The sudden heaviness made Su Xuan a little helpless. Has Delissa grown up again? It should be because she just gave birth, which made her white and heavy. Fortunately it is. Su Xuan looked at Freemia. Freemia didn't follow the crowd, but rushed towards him. My lord, please add me, etc. There is really no place. Just as Su Xuan was immersed in the gentleness of the succubi, Qi Qingxue pushed the door open and entered. Why didn't you close the door? Qi Qingxue's voice stopped abruptly. The picture in Su Xuan's room is somewhat unbearable to look at directly. Fortunately, everything has not started yet. Qi Qingxue gave Su Xuan a white look and said jealously, Student Su Xuan is really popular. I won't see you for a while. My body will be covered with succubus. Ahem, what's the matter? Su Xuan tried to draw out his left and right hands. But Elam and Yu hugged too tightly. Coupled with the heavy snow white on top of his head, he couldn't use his strength at all. Nothing. Qi Qingxue glared at Su Xuan with a blushing face and put a document on Su Xuan's desk. President Su asked me to send it to you. You can take a look for yourself later. After finishing speaking, Qi Qingxue hurriedly left Su Xuan's room. Wait. Qingxue. Sudden. Su Xuan's call made Qi Qingxue stop. At the same time, Qi Qingxue's heartbeat started to speed up, as if he was fantasizing about something. Could Su Xuan want to? Qingxue, close the door for me. Thank you. F****KU. Boom. Qi Qingxue closed the door angrily. But after closing the door for Su Xuan, Qi Qingxue began to regret it. Since Su Xuan can accept so many women, why? Can't add myself, etc. Clap. Qi Qingxue patted her cheek vigorously. What am I thinking? She started to feel a little confused. She is a pure love party. How can the man who merged with him have such intimate contact with other girls? Even if there is, she will be the biggest. No. Qi Qingxue shook her head vigorously, then blushed and ran back to her room. Recently, her heart is too chaotic. She needs to calm down a bit. 2 days later, Su Xuan led his succubi, ready to enter the venue for the third competition. At the same time, in the high-level hall, the high-level leaders of the 5 colleges are gathering here, discussing today's competition enthusiastically. Principal Wang, I heard that President Su promised to let your nephew join her guild. Where is it? You have to be in the top 3 before you can enter the eyes of President Su. With your nephew's talent, isn't it easy to catch? A second-tier and 3-star forest dragon hero of elite quality is extremely rare in any academy. Wang Xin is lucky too. To have you, an uncle who treats him like his own son. Huh? Low-key. Wang Zhenxiong was chatting enthusiastically with his colleagues, looking forward to Wang Xin's performance today. In this regard, Su Fian was alone, away from the crowd, waiting for the start of the duel. Jingle. Accompanied by a crisp bell, rookie lords enter the arena. So is Su Xuan. When the gate of the arena opened, Su Xuan took a deep breath. Then he clapped his hands and said to the succubi, Succubus, it's time for us to play. Obey, your lord. Chapter 38. Su Xuan led the succubi into the venue. The venue this time is an open plain. At a glance, you can clearly see the enemy in the distance. Wang Xin is leading his forest dragon men into the field with Su Xuan. Among them, a forest dragon with pitch-black scales caught Su Xuan's attention, and its strength seemed a bit powerful. It just made Su Xuan care that the opponent seemed to bring only one hero into the game. It's great that you didn't just surrender. When Wang Xin saw Su Xuan, a smile rose from the corner of his mouth. With his hands spread out, his fingers showed a grasping movement, and he said arrogantly, "I will step on your head and win the appreciation of that adult. Become a member of the Hongqian Guild. Under the witness of everyone, be promoted to Platinum Lord. At that time, I will become the glory of Yunhai number 1 middle school. My uncle will also be promoted from vice principal to principal. Everything is like a train running on the track, and no one can stop it. And you, Su Xuan," Wang Xian grinned. "You're just a pebble on the railway track. No one cares about your life. Crazy. Too crazy. This is the arrogance that young people should have. Principal Wang, your nephew is still thinking about your career. It's so touching, running in both directions. Tears. The boy on the other side is also unlucky. In fact, his succubus units are quite rare. It's a pity that he met Wang Xian. This is inseparable from Principal Wang's careful cultivation. Where is it? My little nephew is able to be what he is today, all thanks to his own hard work. Ha ha. Be humble, Principal Wang." People in the high-rise hall naturally heard Wang Xian's speech clearly, and some even turned up the volume on purpose. Let Wang Xian's tone become more high-spirited, which immediately attracted everyone's praise. Wang Xinxiong also laughed out loud amidst the praises from everyone, and was very satisfied with his nephew's performance. Especially in the aspect of imposing manner, it can be said that he can handle it to death. Regarding this, Wang Xinxiong peeked at Su Xuan, looking forward to Su Xuan's reaction. However, Su Xuan just sneered at Wang Xian's arrogant remarks. Whispered, "Boring. I just want to see blood flow into rivers." The perspective returns to the battlefield. Su Xuan's reaction to Wang Xian's words was flat. He just took out his pocket and took out a red rose medal, which was a gadget attached to the document that Qi Qingxue handed him last night. It should be regarded as a guild membership certification. Su Xuan asked Wang Xian with a smirk, "The Hongqian Guild you're talking about. Is this it? You? Why do you have this badge?" When Wang Xian saw the badge in Su Xuan's hand, his eyes widened. Unbelievable face. What he dreamed of wanting to get. How could it be in the hands of Su Xuan? That's a long story. Su Xuan rubbed his nose and continued. Of course, President Su Xuan begged me to accept it. Otherwise, how could it have appeared in my hands? President Su, please? Su Xuan's words scared Wang Xian into a fool. At the same time, there were also Wang Xinxiong and others in the high-level hall who were scared to death. Everyone turned their eyes to Su Xuan, with unbelievable emotion in their eyes. The majestic Su Xuan, President Su, will ask for help. This kid. Su Xuan was also taken aback by Su Xuan's words. When did I? However, it was hard for her to explain this kind of thing. After all, the badge in Su Xuan's hand is indeed the badge of her Hongqian Guild. I had no choice but to remain silent, quietly staring at the picture on the screen. Not sure nor deny, but Wang Xinxiong was not happy. He asked Su Xuan, President Su, our agreement at that time. The agreement still counts. Su Xuan said coldly. As long as your nephew can enter the top 3, I guarantee that he will join my guild. Good. Wang Xinxiong's voice trembled, and his tiger eyes stared fiercely at Su Xuan on the field. He secretly made up his mind that Su Xuan must be killed here. So, Wang Xian must not fail. At the same time, on the battlefield, Wang Xian was gnashing his teeth and staring at the rose badge in Su Xuan's hand. Wang Xian's eyes were bloodshot and red. Jealousy drives people crazy. Tear them apart. Wang Xian ordered to his lizard men. In an instant, the lizard people immediately started to act. 3 lizard men holding wooden staffs began to chant magic, and a huge dark green magic circle appeared under their feet. In an instant, green liquid seeped out of the originally open plain. After a while, the site turned into a muddy swamp. The remaining 5 lizardmen warriors, led by 2 lizardmen heroes, launched an offensive against Su Xuan. Especially the lizard man with jet black scales that Su Xuan noticed just now. Its speed is very fast, even if its total attribute is more than 800. In the blink of an eye, he came to Su Xuan's camp, and the 2 blades in his hands flashed with green poisonous gas, flashing like lightning. What a speed! Even if there are only 2 tier 3-star heroes, their speed and strength are by no means weaker than 2 tier 5-star heroes. I think the battle will end in an instant. The highest level of Su Xuan succubi is only first level 9 star. How can it resist Wang Xian's second level 3-star Forest Dragon Man? It can only be said that student Su Xuan is too conceited. I heard that he has only been in the endless world for a month, and he is anxious to participate in the College Lord competition. Isn't this just making fun of himself? From what you said, this kid has potential. He has strengthened his troops to this point in just 1 month. It can only be said that President Su is blind and saw the wrong person. Everyone paused, waiting for Wang Xian's Forest Dragon Man to kill Su Xuan's succubi. However, they may have guessed the ending wrong. Facing the offensive of the enemy lord, Freemia raised her hand slightly. Instantly, the pitch-black flame turned into a sharp sword and condensed in the air. Fall down. So fast. Before the lizard man could react. Swish. The flaming sword flashed across the sky in an instant. In a blink, the body of the second-tier and 3-star lizard man was split in two by the flame sword. The pitch-black flames burned fiercely at the incision, burning the remaining limbs. Spike. Instant kill with one sword. This scene, like a thunderbolt, it caught everyone's eyes. Silence. The people present fell into silence for an instant. There is no sound. Chapter 39. At this time, the high-rise hall fell into silence. None of them thought that the second-tier and 3-star elite quality Forest Dragon Man would be instantly killed by Su Xuan's Succubus in an instant. Even, they didn't see clearly what happened. Is the battle between the two heroes over? What are you kidding? The miscellaneous soldiers didn't clear up so fast. Not to mention a Tier 2, 3-star hero. Oh, a word, instantly detonated the audience. Instantly, the discussion broke out like a mountain torrent. What's going on? How did you do that? A Tier 1 9-star hero can instantly kill a Tier 2 3-star hero? Lost thief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Defeat the enemy by surpassing 1 level. Unless the quality of this hero is 2 levels higher than the enemy. Could it be that his hero also has the legendary quality like Qi Qing Xue? Legendary quality. Are you sure? How can he? 2 lords appeared in a small 7th class and recruited legendary quality heroes. But there's no other explanation, is there? How is this possible? When will legendary quality heroes appear so frequently? Everyone couldn't believe everything in front of them. No one expected that Su Xuan's Succubus turned out to be a hero of legendary quality. Facing everyone's speculation, concubine Su smiled and said nothing. Generally, the quality of a hero can be distinguished from the temperament of the hero. Of course, if you want to truly clarify the quality of a hero, you have to learn it from the mouth of the Lord. But an old fritter like Su Xuan can tell the quality of a hero with only a pair of bright eyes. She was convinced that the succubus next to Su Xuan was definitely of the taboo quality level. Taboo quality. This is why Su Xuan took the initiative to find Su Xuan. You must know, even if she was promoted to the Platinum Lord, she was only a succubus of taboo quality. But Su Xuan. But at the beginning of the game, he recruited a succubus of taboo quality. In a sense, Su Xuan has more potential than her. Of course, it all depends on one's luck. It is possible that Su Xuan's next recruitment will not be able to summon a succubus of forbidden quality, and it is not impossible, etc. Su Xuan suddenly noticed the lavender-haired succubus beside Su Xuan. She had never met this succubus before, but she just saw it on the field today. And she, taboo. Another taboo quality? Su Xuan was stunned at this moment. Why is there another succubus of taboo quality besides Su Xuan? When? Etc. Has this guy advanced to Bronze Lord? Doesn't that mean that this lavender-haired succubus is just recruited by him? Thinking of this, Su Xuan's snow-white pretty face was stained with blood red. Her beautiful eyes shining like stars are also covered with traces of blood at this moment. Jealousy is crazy. Heroes with forbidden quality were recruited twice in a row. This man definitely died young. On the other side, on the battlefield, when Wang Xian's strongest lizard man was killed by Freemia, everything came to an end. The rest of the lizard men had no ability to resist, so they were slaughtered by Su Xuan's succubi, and finally only Wang Xian was left. How is this possible? Wang Xian knelt on the ground in despair, his eyes glazed over. He never dreamed that the forest dragon man he was so proud of was buried in the hands of Su Xuan's succubi in just a moment. At the same time, Su Xuan had already walked in front of Wang Xian, gently patted Wang Xian on the shoulder, and comforted. It seems that your identity is not qualified enough to join the same guild as me, and you need more training. Come on, boy. You? Wang Xian gritted his teeth angrily. Training? All his heroes and soldiers were killed by Su Xuan. Where is the possibility of development? I'm afraid I won't have this chance to do it all over again. It's over, let's go back. Su Xuan was about to lead the succubus away, and at this moment, sudden, the lizard man hero split in half by a flaming sword is reborn from the swamp. But its body is not the flesh and blood of a living being, but the appearance of an undead. The withered and yellow bones were covered with black blood and dirt, and the fangs and sharp mouth vibrated up and down, as if chewing something. Its heart? How is this going? Why did this lizard man come back to life? Undead. Its breath. It's stronger than before. Everyone couldn't believe the scene of the lizard man coming back from the dead. They all looked at the weird lizard man. Little did they know, Wang Zhenxiong behind them was showing a weird smile. How did you become an undead? Su Xuan was also very puzzled. Wang Xian's troops were not undead. How could it be possible to revive a dead hero? At this time, Wang Xian also looked at the palm of his hand in disbelief. He muttered to himself, could it be that I have awakened dual arms? Roar. Sudden, the revived lizard man hero let out a roar. Swinging the double blades in his hand, he rushed towards Su Xian's position. So fast, it's unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Su Xuan. My lord, it's dangerous. Elam stepped forward, hugged Su Xian's arm, and flew away quickly. Only then did he escape the devastating blow of the undead lizard. Boom. A bang. When the undead lizard's blow hit the ground, it split a crack several meters wide. What a powerful force. 4th rank. The rank of this undead lizard has definitely reached the 4th rank. What the hell is going on? Was there an accident? It seems to be a dead thing that no one has control. It will kill people if it goes on like this. Where are the guards? Hurry up and stop this game. The sudden change caused everyone to be in a mess. But at this moment, Wang Zhenxiong said, why are you panicking? It's just my nephew's Lord Talent. Lord Talent. Everyone looked at Wang Zhenxiong one after another, shocked. That's right, Wang Zhenxiong said proudly. You just need to watch quietly. Fight. Only now. Before he finished speaking, the people on the side reminded him kindly. Principal Wang, your nephew seems to have been affected by the attack of the undead just now, and his life and death are uncertain. Wang Zhenxiong turned his head abruptly, his eyes widened. When he saw Wang Xian dying in a pool of blood, he was paralyzed. Damn it! Quick! Go save my nephew! Wang Zhenxiong roared heart-piercingly. He can't do it himself, and the whole family depends on his nephew. Can't let him have a mistake. You can't live without doing your own crimes. Concubine Su rolled her eyes at Wang Zhenxiong. Snapping her fingers, the taboo succubus Sinus instantly appeared beside her. Su Xuan is going to solve this mess herself. After all, Su Xuan is the one she likes, so she can't let him get hurt. However, just when Su Xuan was about to break into the competition venue, sudden, a dark golden light appeared in the sky. The terrifying magic power swayed in the sky. Everyone was shocked to look into the sky. See, Yu was floating in midair, and a dark golden energy ball was floating above her head at this moment. And the magic power of this dark golden energy ball, even an existence like Su Xuan was moved by it. This is P.S. Ask for a monthly ticket to Chapter 40. This is Su Xuan's eyes were full of incredible eyes. She can be sure. Even she would be afraid of the magic power contained in the dark golden energy ball suspended in midair. You must know, as the Platinum Lord, Su Xuan, her strength is comparable to that of a 6th-order hero. But now, she was actually shocked by a 1st-order 1-star succubus? Sinus? Concubine Su looked at Zenas, wanting to hear Zena's thoughts. But he was surprised to find that Sinus's expression was also unusually heavy. She whispered to Su Xuan, Master, her magic power is almost the same as mine. How can it be? Su Xuan's beautiful eyes were slightly startled. There was a flash of thunder in her mind. Sinus actually told her that the magic power of the first level 1-star succubus in midair was on par with the 6th level self. How can this be? Sinus's mana value is as high as 10,000. How can a tier 1-star hero? Su Xuan's eyes were fixed. She believed that Cygnus would never deceive herself. That is to say, the magic value of that succubus exceeded 10,000 points the moment it was born. Su Xuan looked at you in the sky and smiled charmingly. It's interesting. The other side. With the help of Elam, Su Xuan has been away from the battlefield. Master, are you okay? Elam asked Su Xuan worriedly. Fortunately, I have you. Otherwise, something will really happen. Su Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes fell on Wang Xin, who was lying in a pool of blood. Cursing inwardly, what are the guards in the academy doing? How could such a serious disaster happen to the Academy Lord contest? Didn't you see it? A piece of Wang Xin's head was chopped off. After cursing secretly, Su Xuan immediately calmed down and looked at you in midair. After seeing him being attacked, you immediately condensed her magic power. And her magic power is as high as tens of thousands. Coupled with the increase of the territory, one of her magical destructive powers is enough to destroy the entire special area. Once this trick lands, I'm afraid of everyone present. All must die, especially at this moment. The lines all over the body are shining. That is to say, she is really angry. The fire of anger has been planted in her heart. Whoever hurts her master will go to hell. Damn it! How dare you hurt my master? You said angrily. The dark golden energy ball above her head burst into dazzling light. She slowly raised her right hand, and a slender fingertip touched the dark golden energy ball. Instantly, the majestic magic power is condensed at her fingertips. Then follow the movement of you putting his hand down. That dark golden sphere that contains endless magical power. Fall slowly. You, don't get excited. Su Xuan panicked. Are you going to destroy your master as well? Don't worry. Master, you immediately explained to Su Xuan. I have my own sense of proportion. Huh, that's good. Su Xuan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. In this moment, even more nervous than Su Xuan, it is the many high-level college officials gathered in the high-level hall. They were frightened by the scene on the battlefield. Their legs trembled and they ran around. F***K. When this magic falls, we will all die. It's over, it's over. It's over. This is at least a pseudo-forbidden level of magic. Isn't he just a bronze lord? Why can his hero release such terrifying magic waves? This is absolutely impossible to be his hero. How could a bronze lord have such a powerful hero? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and activate all the defensive magic on the field. This move, we have to finish. Don't stand still. Quickly open the technological barriers in the high-rise lobby. Double protection is the only way to be safe. For a while, everyone in the upper hall exploded. No one could have imagined that a simple college lord competition would cause such an uproar. On the other hand, Su Xuan's expression was unhurried, and her original thought of going to the end to help dissipated a few seconds ago. She decided to let Su Xuan handle the matter by herself. As the lord of that succubus, she believes that Su Xuan has this ability. Hiss, my head hurts. What happened? Wang Xin did not die in the attack of the undead lizard just now. After fainting, he got up from the pool of blood. He was trying to figure out what happened, but found a dark golden sun falling towards his position. This is a desperate scene. Immediately let Wang Xin's adrenaline burst. After a F***K passed out again. For the sudden episode, Su Xuan didn't notice at all. His eyes were all focused on the undead lizard. Obviously, the undead lizard is not Wang Xin's masterpiece. In other words, there was an undead lord who planted undead magic on Wang Xin's lizard man. Moreover, you can directly advance a Tier 2 hero to Tier 4, and the opponent's strength is definitely not weak. At the very least, a gold lord. As for why the other party did this, you have to ask the people behind Wang Xin. Wang Zhenxiong? Then he is too ruthless. Even his own nephew can be tortured like this. Undead lord. Su Xuan rubbed his chin. He really knows a necromancer. Maybe he can use it. Certainly. Until then, get the troubles out of the way. Roar. The undead lizard let out a roar. Without intelligence, it didn't pay any attention to the energy ball falling from the sky, and swung its double blades to kill Su Xuan. Die. How could you give it a chance to hurt its master? The dark golden energy ball fell instantly. The speed is as fast as lightning flashing. Boom. There was a loud explosion. The undead lizard was swallowed by the dark golden energy ball. But, unlike what others imagined, the entire venue was affected by the power of magic and completely destroyed. After the dark golden energy ball engulfed the undead lizard, the surrounding space was distorted at this moment. The magic power of terror blooms in a single point. Finally, with a roar of, the dark golden energy ball stopped abruptly. Disappeared with it were the corpses of the undead lizards. This scene stunned everyone present. They didn't even see clearly what was going on. All the chaos ended in an instant. Just now, everyone looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. But at this moment, clap clap, crisp applause rang in everyone's ears. They cast their eyes away. Su Xuan was smiling and clapping her hands. Her eyes are full of joy, he said excitedly. As expected of a succubus of taboo quality, there is actually a ripple of spatial magic in the profound meaning of magic. It's really amazing. Taboo quality. Chapter 41. Taboo quality. President Su, are you saying that the succubus has a forbidden quality? Impossible? Forbidden quality. Since the establishment of our entire Yunhai city, only 2 heroes with forbidden quality have been born. How is it impossible? If it is not a hero of taboo quality, why would there be such a terrifying power? Everyone turned their eyes to you, and his Adam's apple was throbbing. Forbidden quality hero. Over the past 200 years since Yunhai City was founded, there have been 2 lords born with heroes of taboo quality. One is the president of Hongshan Guild, Su Xuan. The other is the head of Yunhai City. And now, a rookie lord who has just entered the endless world for a month. But he is accompanied by a hero of forbidden quality? It's unimaginable. What a man of great luck. And they finally understood the reason why Su Xuan went to this person. Forbidden quality hero. Who would not be moved? The potential of Su Xuan is immeasurable. The perspective shifted to the battlefield again. When the undead lizard disappeared, there was a dim magic mark on Ziyu's palm. Master, this is the soul imprint of that undead lizard. You handed over the soul brand to Su Xuan. You did very well. Su Xuan touched Yu's little head appreciatively. The soul imprint she gave to her was just right to detect the information of the other party's undead lord. Are you all right? When everything was dusted, the guards rushed over. At the same time, Wang Jinxiong and others broke into the arena. I'm fine, he doesn't know. Su Xuan glanced at Wang Xin, who was lying in a pool of blood. With his head injury and shock, he was afraid that when he woke up again, he would most likely become a vegetable. My nephew. Wang Jinxiong ran towards Wang Xin with tears streaming down his face, knelt on the ground, and was at a loss. Su Xuan didn't bother, and directly led the succubus to leave. Student Su Xuan. Wait a minute. Student Su Xuan, have you considered joining our academy? We are willing to support you to participate in the regional lord battle in 3 months' time. Don't. Come to our academy. Guarantee that you will be promoted to the Silver Lord within 3 months. Come to us. I have a beautiful mentor here, the Dean of Shuyan. Hey, why does your college sound a little unscrupulous? A group of people flocked to recruit Su Xuan. However, they haven't gotten close to Su Xuan yet. A figure stood in front of the crowd, and the person who came was naturally Su Xuan. Stay away from him. Su Xuan is my man. Su Xuan's understatement immediately sent everyone away. Su Xuan didn't care. He didn't want to pay attention to this group of people. Thanks. Su Xuan gave a perfunctory thank you and was about to leave. But she was stopped by Su Xuan. Wait, I have something to do with you. Can it be later? I'm a little tired now. Su Xuan, who just finished the battle, just wanted to go back to the hotel quickly and then take a quick shower to wash away the blood and mud on his body. Come to my room at 7 o'clock in the evening. After Su Xuan handed a golden card to Su Xuan, she left. Before leaving, her cold eyes swept over the crowd around her. Everyone was so frightened that they didn't dare to take half a step closer to Su Xuan. There are so many things to do every day, so I don't want to join any guild. Su Xuan shrugged her shoulders. Su Xuan has so many things to do. Then, he glanced at the card that Su Xuan handed over to him. Heaven and Earth? What the hell? Sounds like an unprofessional place. Su Xuan murmured, put the card in his pocket, and left quickly. After returning to the hotel, Su Xuan first took a refreshing shower. He just went out wrapped in a bath towel, and the Lord's medal for today's victory has been delivered to his territory. Lord medal plus 100, adding the 50 from the day before yesterday. We are still 850 away from the Silver Lord. Su Xuan muttered to himself. Upgrading from the bronze mark to the silver mark requires 1,000 Lord medals and a bunch of basic resources. But after upgrading to the Silver Lord, the territory will also usher in a qualitative change. Originally, there were only 2 heroes and a population limit of 50. We'll break through to the quota of 5 heroes and a population limit of 500. That is to say, only Silver Lords can step into the ranks of Lords, and once they are promoted to Gold Lords, it will be even more transformational. The population limit will be raised to 5,000 people. The war in the true sense has only just begun with the Gold Lord. What time is it? Su Xuan glanced at the time. It was only past 4 o'clock, and there was still time. Delisa, Elam, I'm coming jingle. Before Su Xuan could start to act, the doorbell rang again. Who is it again? Su Xuan scratched his head helplessly and opened the door. I saw that Qi Qingxue was waiting anxiously at the door, and beside her was the female elf Tylan. When Su Xuan opened the door, Qi Qingxue hurriedly asked Su Xuan, I heard that there was an accident in your arena. Are you not injured? Fine. Su Xuan shook his head and told Qi Qingxue that he was fine. It's fine. Qi Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief and gave Su Xuan a big hug with peace of mind, but suddenly realized that her behavior was too ambiguous. He hurriedly took a step back, his cheeks flushed with a faint blush. After a few seconds, he continued, I also successfully passed the 3rd round, and now there is only the last round to prepare. Then congratulations. Su Xuan congratulated Qi Qingxue. Are you stupid? Qi Qingxue's expression darkened suddenly, and she said to Su Xuan, the last match is between me and you. Ha ha. Really? Su Xuan smiled. He almost forgot about it. His mind was full of the undead lord. Su Xuan. Sudden. Qi Qingxue plucked up her courage and shouted to Su Xuan, you rejected my confession last time. I still hold a grudge. If you lose this time, you will be my boyfriend. Really? It seems that you have great confidence in yourself. Hearing this, Su Xuan smiled lightly. But it's a pity, I won't lose. Damn, you are really an idiot. Qi Qingxue complained, and then ran back to her room blushing. How can you curse people? Su Xuan shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He also understood Qi Qingxue's intentions in his heart. But for some reason, Qi Qingxue always failed to hit her own XP. Sure enough, the peers are far less attractive than the mature big sister. It can only be said that Qi Qingxue is still too young, and the future can be expected. Su Xuan was about to turn around and enter the room. Sudden, a figure appeared behind him. Su Xuan turned his head abruptly, and the red-haired succubus stared at him expressionlessly. Sinus, Master asked me to bring you something, Sinus said, and handed over a ring inlaid with rubies. Chapter 42. This is a gift from the Master. Sinus handed Su Xuan a ring set with a ruby. Gift. Su Xuan took the ring curiously. The ring is placed in the palm of the hand, and no fluctuation of magic power can be felt. However, the heart shining inside the ruby made Su Xuan understand that this is definitely not an ordinary ring. This ring. Su Xuan was about to ask Zenas about the origin of the ring. But after Sinus handed the ring to Su Xuan, it instantly turned into a cloud of crimson smoke and disappeared. Going so fast, Su Xuan complained and returned to the room. While muttering to himself, he carefully looked at the ruby ring in his hand. Master, what is this? Elam jumped forward curiously, observing the ruby ring on Su Xuan's palm. I don't know what the purpose of a gift from someone else is. Su Xuan shrugged and said, ordinary props can check its effect, but this prop is strange. In other words, this is not a prop, just an ordinary gadget, but it doesn't look like it. My lord, if you want to wear it directly, maybe you will find something. Delisa came over and suggested to Su Xuan. Well, I'll try. Su Xuan put the ring on. At first, I didn't feel much, just like wearing a ring. But after a minute, Su Xuan suddenly felt his blood flow start to speed up. Even, the skin color of the whole body was dyed a touch of blood red. What a strange feeling. Su Xuan exclaimed in disbelief. But it doesn't seem to have any special effect. Just when Su Xuan turned his gaze to Delisa and the others, he was surprised to find that Delisa and the others were showing a shocked expression. "What's wrong?" Su Xuan asked them. "Owner." Elam covered her mouth and pointed in a direction for Su Xuan. A pair of beautiful almond eyes are full of shock. Su Xuan looked down suspiciously. When he saw the great changes in himself, his eyes widened in an instant. F***K. What epic enhancement. Giggle. At this time, Delisa laughed like a silver bell. He leaned forward and said expectantly, "Our Lord is becoming more and more perfect, I agree." Delisa and Freemia are naturally very excited, because this is simply a reward upgrade for them. But for Elam, that's hard to say. How can this be? Elam looked at her own weakness, and couldn't help the tears from the corners of her eyes, no matter how you think about it. It's a consequence she can't bear. It is simply that the difficulty has been raised to the difficulty of hell. Elam is miserable. Elam couldn't take it anymore. Woo woo woo. When the time came to 7:30, Su Xuan went to look for Su Xuan with some unfinished business. He was very satisfied with the gift that Su Xuan gave him, and of course, the succubus were also very satisfied. Heaven and earth. Su Xuan found the place where Su Xuan lived. The so-called heaven on earth was originally a villa area built by Su Xuan privately. As soon as he arrived at the location, Su Xuan saw Sinas waiting for a long time at the gate of the villa. "Please follow me." Sinas brought Su Xuan into the villa area. The villa area is very large, with 3 floors. Each floor is about 300 to 400 square meters, and there is a swimming pool and some entertainment facilities outside. And to Su Xuan, this is just one of her private properties. As long as it is a second-tier city or above, special areas will be built for competitions between lords or assessments and the like. As for why it has been called a special area, it is because the scale is too small. If it is a large-scale special area, it generally has its own area name, just like the Star District, Moonlight District, Yayong District, and so on. But these areas can only be entered by silver lords and above, not the areas that Su Xuan can step into now. It's really rich. From a distance, Su Xuan saw Su Xuan sitting on the balcony on the 3rd floor, tasting red wine. As expected of a rich woman's life, it is different. "Master, he is here." Zenas brought Su Xuan to Su Xuan. "Sit." Su Xuan motioned for Su Xuan to sit down. Su Xuan glanced at the decorations on the table. Candles, wine, red rose. "Is this a date?" "Sinas, go prepare some food." Su Xuan gave an order to Zenas. As ordered, Sinas immediately went to do it. And after she left, Su Xuan's seductive eyes looked at Su Xuan tenderly. He asked with a smile, "Have you tried the gift I gave you?" "Well, I tried it. Easy to use." Su Xuan stretched out a finger, put it against his lips, and said with a smile, "It just went through 3 battles, don't wake it up." Su Xuan's words made Su Xuan stunned. But after a few seconds of recollection, I immediately understood what Su Xuan meant. She couldn't help but lock her eyebrows lightly, and said to Su Xuan, "I just gave you a ring to increase your vitality. What did you do with it?" "Really?" "Ha ha." Su Xuan smiled awkwardly. "So the ring can only increase chi and blood?" But after thinking about it, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. The more energy and blood, the stronger the power of the artifact. It's just that ordinary people have limits, but Su Xuan doesn't. As expected of the Lord of the Succubus, his mind is full of lust. Su Fei smiled and took a sip of the red wine. "Aren't you the same?" Su Xuan shrugged and said, "Isn't Su Fian's unit also a succubus?" "I." Su Fian smiled mysteriously when she heard the words. "I'm different from you. I've always guarded myself like a jade, waiting for my Prince Charming to appear. But you are 28 years old." "Quiet." Su Fian glared at Su Xuan. Doesn't she know her own age? Need to remind her? Chapter 43. Sinas serves Su Xuan a plate of food that resembles a steak. But when Su Xuan saw the texture of the meat, he was sure it was not an ordinary piece of meat. At least it is the flesh and blood of a high-level monster. "Try it." Su Fian smiled and said, "Sinas's cooking skills are good. The key is, the meat is good." While speaking, Su Fian had already put a piece of meat into her mouth. While Su Xuan hesitated, he also put a piece of meat into his mouth. Instantly, the fragrance overflowed in his mouth and fell down the esophagus, and a burning sensation came from his stomach. and this hotness is transmitted to his whole body and limbs. Plop. Sudden. There was a vibration from the bottom of the table. What's the situation? Su Xuan was taken aback by surprise. Su Xuan was kicking the table? Ahem. I hit it. Su Xuan said awkwardly. I was shocked. This meat is not simple. It actually awakened all the sleeping beasts. Be careful, don't get hurt. Su Xuan reminded with concern. After the meal, Su Xuan wiped the corners of her mouth and said to Su Xuan, It's almost time now, and it's time for us to talk about business. What business? Su Xuan drank a glass of water. He doesn't like alcohol very much. In addition, after eating the whole steak, he felt that he could not control his growing pains. Su Xuan, you and I are both succubus lords, but you also saw it. Su Xuan leaned back, leaning on the back of the chair, crossed her slender legs, and placed her hands on her knees. He said seriously, None of my succubi have unsealed their marks, but your succubi is different. After saying these words, a gleam of light flashed in Su Xuan's eyes. As the lord of the succubus, of course, she knows how to open the succubus mark. As for Su Xuan's succubi, basically everyone has traces of being unsealed. This made Su Xuan very surprised. A pair of beautiful eyes swept across Su Xuan's body. Is it really a young man who has just turned 18 and is full of vigor? Even a dozen succubi can be fed? Well, I can see it. Su Xuan nodded, and it was precisely because of this that when both sides had the same level of succubi. For heroes of the same quality, Su Xuan's succubus is definitely far stronger than Su Xuan's succubus. Then what? In the past few years, I have been looking for ways to help this group of children. Su Xuan glanced at Zenas, who was quietly standing behind her, and continued, But I found nothing. It can't be helped. The succubus are only interested in the magic power of their lord's life. But you. Su Xuan looked Su Xuan up and down. She is not the maker of the magic power of life, but the recipient of the magic power of life. That's why I came to you, as a succubus lord. Do you have any good ideas? When Su Xuan saw Su Xuan's succubus, she noticed that he was different. So, she believed that Su Xuan might have a way to help her. I don't have a clue. It may continue to develop, and there will be clues. Su Xuan shook his head. He has only entered the endless world for a month. It is still too early for things beyond the rules. Then I look forward to your growth. Su Xuan smiled faintly, took a sip of the red wine, but her eyes drifted into the distance. In fact, she had an idea a long time ago, and she just waited for an opportunity to try it out. But I haven't found anyone who meets the requirements. Her conditions are too harsh. As long as one must be a succubus lord, 99.9999% of the personnel were eliminated. And now Su Xuan basically meets all the conditions, except for one thing. Su Xuan is still hesitating. That is trust. She is not enough to give Su Xuan 100% trust, and as long as this is not satisfied, everything else is out of the question. President Su seems to be preoccupied. Su Xuan also saw what was on Su Xuan's mind and asked her, As the president of a guild, I am responsible for the operation of the entire guild on my shoulders. Su Xuan explained to Su Xuan. In the beginning, I could rely on the power of the succubus to develop smoothly, but when it comes to the Platinum Lord, I can't do it. I deeply feel the gap between the second echelon arms and the first echelon arms. Have you ever seen it? The giant dragon soars through the sky, and the breath of the dragon is all ashes. In the eyes of the first echelon troops, the rest of the troops, whether they are elves, centaurs, or succubi, are as weak as ants. Before the strength, even I can only look back, unless... Su Xuan, unless what? Unless I can unseal the seal of the succubus. But unfortunately, I'm just a girl, and I can't instill the magic power of life into them. Su Xuan sighed softly, and tears of unwillingness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Su Xuan also roughly understood Su Xuan's psychological activities. Really, Su Xuan was able to elevate the unsealed succubus to its current status, which was already far superior to others. If her succubus can unseal the succubus mark one by one, I'm afraid it will be no problem to be promoted to the Diamond Lord. I said too much. You are just a newcomer to the guild. You shouldn't confide too much negative emotion to you. Su Xuan interrupted the conversation, stood up, and said to Su Xuan, I actually called you here today. just to have a meal to enhance our relationship. By the way, congratulations on your success in entering the finals. Beyond that, tomorrow's match between you and Xue, just give up, and I will give you compensation. Give up. What Su Xuan said made Su Xuan startled. But he didn't refuse too much. After all, there was compensation. Even if you are the champion, you only have 200 Lord medals, plus a piece of epic quality equipment. What improvement can you make? As for Xue, she needs to win this championship to stabilize the family's status, which is very important to her. It's really useless for you to say so much. Just tell me what compensation you can give me. Su Xuan asked Su Xuan simply and clearly. The College Lord competition is not an honor competition, so what's the use of winning? Not for more resources. I will give you a piece of legendary quality equipment, plus a territory mark for you to practice. If you capture her territory, you can get at least 500 Lord medals. What do you think? Su Xuan asked with a smile. Do you want me to do it myself? Don't worry, you will never suffer. Although her territory is well developed, her arms are too weak. Although she is a Silver Lord, she is not even as good as an ordinary Bronze Lord. If it wasn't for the better initial position, she would have been killed by others. It has been captured. Su Xuan continued to explain. But unfortunately, I found a clue and found her territory. Now that Lord is just a piece of fish on the chopping board. Let me play with it. You are so newborn. What did you say? I said, what is her branch? Flower Demon? Or Flower Fairy? Duh. Chapter 44. Flower Demon or Flower Fairy? Su Xuan said. Flower Fairy. Su Xuan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It turned out to be a plant-based unit, which is quite powerful, but that was in the later stage. In the early stage, it was basically the same as raising flowers and trees, focusing on health preservation. Okay, you send me the location of her territory, and I'll go get her. Su Xuan accepted Su Xuan's proposal. That's good. I will send someone to deliver the legendary quality equipment to you tomorrow, and I promise you will be satisfied. Su Xuan assured Su Xuan. Su Xuan naturally believes in Su Xuan's character. She will definitely do what she says. That's fine. I'll go back first. Su Xuan stood up and was about to leave, but suddenly knocked on the table again. There was a plop. It immediately caught Su Xuan's attention. When Su Xuan saw what hit the table, her pupils dilated instantly, and she stroked her cheek with a jade hand, showing a look of surprise. This. Why is little student Su Xuan so flamboyant? Ahem. Accident. Su Xuan smiled awkwardly, forgetting that the effect of the monster meat that Su Xuan had prepared for him was not over yet. Su Xuan covered her face and said softly, Go back quickly. There is a reason why you became the Succubus Lord. See you tomorrow, Mr. President. I look forward to the legendary quality equipment you prepared for me. After speaking, Su Xuan turned and left. This guy. Su Xuan stared at Su Xuan's back. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Su Xuan possessed such an artifact. Even the succubus might be no match for him. If you cough, cough. Sinas, what do you think? Su Xuan asked Zenas behind her for her opinion. He could be a good friend. Sinas replied. Just friends. Lover. I didn't ask you this. Concubine Su gave Zenas a white look and continued, What I'm talking about is he qualified enough to be the one in the plan? This. Sinas raised his head and looked at Su Xuan, who happened to walk out of the villa. A faint gleam flickered in a pair of bright red pupils, and it took a long time before Zenas replied. Yes. He is capable of meeting all your requirements, Master. You think so highly of him. Su Xuan was very surprised by Sinas's evaluation of Su Xuan. Sinas is cold to everyone. Why is he acting so uncharacteristically towards Su Xuan? Master, I don't know if I should say something. Explain. As soon as I saw him, the blood in my body began to be restless, and the desire in my heart became stronger. I wanted, Master, what I just said did not mean to betray you at all. Oh, is it? Hey, my heart is still too soft. Su Xuan was walking quickly back to the hotel. While walking, he exclaimed, I should be tougher, so that there will be more than one piece of legendary quality equipment. Hey! When Su Xuan came back to the hotel, he happened to see Lin standing at the door of his room. She seemed to want to knock on the door, but hesitated again. Lin. Su Xuan called out to Tylin. This call startled Tylin immediately. Master. The moment Tylan saw Su Xuan, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. A pair of beautiful eyes evaded in all directions, like a little girl who wanted to beg for candy. What? What do you want me to do? Su Xuan walked to the door and was about to open it. But Tylan immediately stretched out her jade hand to stop him. Owner, Tylan said to Su Xuan, my lord has something to go back to the family, and he won't be back tonight. So master, can you come to my place? Su Xuan was stunned when he heard this. Tylan turned her head shyly and explained, the methods of the Succubus sisters are too wild and rough for me to adapt to, so I implore the master. Can you teach me strength alone? Tylan's words let Su Xuan roughly understand her intentions. Really, elves and succubus cannot be generalized. When dealing with succubus, Su Xuan can be a bit rude, but treat the kind and helpless elves with gentleness. Moreover, if you go back to your own room, the succubi will definitely swarm you. Now that Qi Qingxue has gone back to the family, it seems that she can indeed go to her room. Okay, let's go to Qi Qingxue's room. Thank you, master. Su Xuan followed Tylan into Qi Qingxue's room. Qi Qingxue's room is almost exactly the same as Su Xian's room. Both are spacious big bedrooms. The only difference is that there are many plush toys on Qi Qingxue's bed. It may be carried with him. After all, the Lord can hide some personal items in a special space, but it is not big, only a few dozen square meters. In addition, after entering the room, Su Xuan also smelled a fresh fragrance. The aroma seemed to be wafting from the sheets. Su Xuan took a closer look, only to realize that Qi Qingxue's bedding was all her own. She is really a good girl who loves cleanliness. Master, do you want me to bathe you? Tylan gently closed the door and asked Su Xuan. Su Xuan could feel that Tylan was very nervous because her cheeks were flushed and her heart was beating very fast. And, although she is an elf, her pupils are like succubus, with a heart pattern flashing faintly. Yes, Su Xuan nodded. He has not enjoyed the service of the elves yet. You must know that although the elves are not as charming as the succubus, they are also a beautiful race. The pointed and long ears are extremely cute, especially the blush on the tip of the ear, which makes people love it. In addition, the elf has a breath of the forest, and when you approach it, it is like visiting a lush forest, which is refreshing. Certainly, the key is fairy skin. Their skin is as lubricated as running water, as if it can be broken by blowing a bullet. What a stunner soon. There is plenty of hot water. Su Xuan raised his hand, and Tylan came up to meet him and took off his clothes. But when she glanced at the reason wrapped in the holy light, her pupils trembled instantly. What a terrifying holy sword. Can I really withstand its holy power? Thanks. Su Xuan smiled and plunged into the water, followed by Tylan. Master, I will help you. No, Tylan, the succubus are already active enough. Su Xuan shook her head and resolutely said to Tylan, I hope you can be more passive. Passive? Tylan nodded upon hearing this. I understand. Master, sneak attack. Master, slightly angry. Grit your teeth. Be patient. Tylan, as an elf female warrior, you must endure the process of unsealing the power of the seal. The master is right. Brave female elf. Sing in my ear like a canary. Didi. Sudden. Someone sent a video call to Su Xuan through the Lord's communication interface. Su Xuan frowned slightly, unexpectedly coming to make trouble at this time. F***K. Qi Qingxue's. Chapter 45. Su Xuan was stunned. Who would have thought that Qi Qingxue would send herself a video call at this time? Su Xuan asked Tylan to keep quiet. It's Qi Qingxue's. Lord. After Tylan heard that the other party was her lord, she immediately fell silent, put her hand over her lips, and tried not to make any noise. Su Xuan started the video call, and after adjusting the angle of view, only his figure could be seen. On the other side, as soon as the video screen appeared, Qi Qingxue said nervously to Su Xuan, Su Xuan, you, her voice has not yet fallen, suddenly realized that Su Xuan was not wearing clothes, and immediately covered his eyes. Why don't you have any clothes on? Who asked you to start a video chat while I was taking a shower? Su Xuan shrugged his shoulders and smiled helplessly. Nice body. What did you say? Nothing. I mean, I have something to ask you. Qi Qingxue hurriedly said to Su Yang. Oh, you said. While Su Xuan was chatting with Qi Qingxue, he didn't stop lifting the seal. In order not to make a sound, Tylan endured all the pain deep in her heart. This inevitably brought crystal-clear teardrops to the corners of Tylan's eyes. Occasionally there was the sound of water splashing, but it did not affect the conversation between Su Xuan and Qi Qingxue. I have something to do, and I can't come back these 2 days. I can only come back on the last day of the finals. Can I ask you to take care of Tyran? Qi Qingxue asked Su Xuan. Sure. Su Xuan readily agreed. Really? Thank you so much. Where? We are all classmates. It's a trivial matter. Su Xuan smiled faintly, and at the same time looked at Tylan, who was facing away from her. He is taking care of it now. Great. I wanted Tylan to go back to the territory, but this child seems to be very curious about our world, so I let her stay there. Fortunately, you are here. Qi Qingxue smiled gratefully. Su Xuan could tell that Qi Qingxue's eyes were full of sincerity. This made Su Xuan feel a sense of guilt in his heart. Qi Qingxue believed in herself so much. How can I do this by myself? Hateful. Between thoughts, his strength burst out quickly. Certainly. Tilling knew nothing about it. She only knows that her master is getting stronger and stronger. Why is that? Is it because you are chatting with the Lord? What a Q asterisk 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 hobby. Strange. Why is your bathroom exactly the same as my room? Suddenly, Qi Qingxue noticed something strange. Little idiot. Isn't it normal that hotel bathrooms are exactly the same? Su Xuan shrugged his shoulders and smiled disapprovingly. But the shower gel in my bathroom is all specially bought by me. Don't tell me you bought the same ones as I did. This? Su Xuan was stunned for a moment. Did Qi Qingxue even bring her own shower gel? Ahem. Don't you think this is a kind of fate? We even have the same brand of shower gel. And shampoo. I like this shampoo very much. It smells very good. And the lady mask? Can't men put on face masks? You're discriminatory. Okay. I didn't expect our tastes to be the same. Maybe this is fate. Qi Qingxue suddenly became a little shy, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. It seems that after knowing that I am entangled with Su Xuan's fate, I feel very happy. And Su Xuan only had 3 words in his mind at this time. Sin? Anything else? Su Xuan asked Tylan to turn around, and asked Qi Qingxue, if it's all right, I'm going to die? No. It's okay. Then I hung up. Wait. I want to ask you one more thing. What's up? That is... what sound? Tylan's sudden voice aroused Qi Qingxue's curiosity. Su Xuan was a little flustered for a while. He admitted that his movements were a little too big just now. It's nothing. You heard wrong. Su Xuan replied perfunctorily. Hey, forget it. I'll tell you next time. Good night. Big carrot. Big radish. Su Xuan was taken aback when he heard Qi Qingxue's nickname for him. What big radish? Hey, Su Xuan closed the chat bar, then looked at Tylan, who was covering her mouth. He smiled wickedly. See how much your lord cares about you, and let me take care of you for 2 days. Don't worry. I will take good care of you for Qi Qingxue. Thank you, master, for your kindness. The following is a plot of magic singing. 100,000 words are omitted below. When the sun was rising the next day, Su Xuan slowly opened his tired eyes. What came into view was Tylan's flawless white face. It's hard to imagine an elf with such resilience, and Tyran's willpower is the strongest Su Xuan has ever met. Moreover, elves and succubi are different. The succubus is greedy and lustful in its bones, but the kind and simple elves will not indulge in the exploration of life magic. So, Su Xuan really likes Tylan's persistence. Owner. Tylan opened her eyes, her face flushed slightly. It was just dawn. The master woke up. Would you like breakfast? Okay, Su Xuan generously prepared breakfast for Tylan. Jingle. Just as Su Xuan prepared breakfast for Tylan and was about to taste it, the doorbell rang suddenly. Qi Qingxue is back. Su Xuan's tiger's body shook, and a sense of panic and a guilty conscience emerged spontaneously, forcing the blood to flow faster, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Su Xuan had no choice but to hug Tylan and lead her to the entrance. He saw the figure outside through the cat's eyes, and it turned out to be Sinus. Su Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door a small gap. Just stuck his head out and asked Sinus, how did you find me? Your succubi say you're in the next room. Sinus replied to Su Xuan. Forehead. Su Xuan froze for a moment, then looked at Sina's right hand. In her jade hand is holding a long sword shining with dark golden light. The legendary quality weapon that Su Xuan promised him. Coming. Done. Chapter 46. Su Xian's gaze was attracted by the magic sword in Zena's hand. The magical power emanating from the blade of the demon sword made him obsessed. This. It was tailor-made for him. Sinas also noticed Su Xian's gaze and hurriedly said, "The legendary quality weapon that the master wants to give you is not this magic sword." "Huh? Isn't it?" Su Xuan was taken aback. He really likes this sword. "The legendary quality equipment that the master wants to give you is this one." After the words fell, Sinas raised his hand and waved lightly in midair. Suddenly, a flame ignited out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, Sinas then took out from the flames a bead that shone with lightning. The moment Su Xuan saw the beads, he was overjoyed. He could feel the extremely terrifying thunder and lightning magic power contained in the beads. Perhaps it could be a one-time item, but the power is only afraid that it can destroy a city. That's it. This is simply tailor-made for him. Not this one either. Gone. Su Xuan stared. Is Sinas playing with himself? But in the next second, this thought disappeared. Because Sinas took out another holy sword with a white body from the flames. There is a golden orb inlaid on the hilt of the holy sword, which seems to contain infinite power. His good sword. This is it. Zenas held the holy sword in his hand and looked it over carefully before handing the holy sword to Su Xuan. This sword is named Yaoguang. It was seized by the master in a lord battle a few months ago. I heard that this sword came from an angel. Now it belongs to you. Put it on the ground. I don't have time to do it now. Su Xuan asked Zenas to put the holy sword on the ground. These words immediately made Sinas stunned. Didn't you take the holy sword? This is a legendary quality weapon. No, I really have nothing to do right now. Su Xuan quickly explained that he was still holding Thailand. How did you take over the holy sword? Oh well. Zenas suspiciously put the holy sword into the room where Su Xuan was. Thank you, President Su, for me. Su Xuan smiled and closed the door, leaving Sinas outside the door messy in the wind alone. However, as a succubus, Sinas's keen color vision naturally sensed what Su Xuan was doing when he was talking to him. She smells love, it's incredible. After finishing speaking, she disappeared without a trace. Time soon came to the final day of the finals. Everyone is looking forward to the final showdown between Qi Qingxue and Su Xuan. The duel between the legendary quality elves and the taboo quality succubi. It's really exciting. This battle will definitely be recorded in the history of our Yunhai city. I think this will be a one-sided crush. Student Su Xuan is too good, but student Qingxue has the advantage of a high level, so it's worth seeing. In the high-rise hall, a group of people were discussing, but Su Xuan was the only one missing. She had already left a few days ago. In the preparation room, Qi Qingxue is nervously waiting for the decisive battle with Su Xuan. Beside her, Thailand was standing quietly, but she was a little apprehensive, because she is pregnant. When Qi Qingxue was away, she was pregnant with Su Xian's child. When the door of the preparation room opens, Qi Qingxue knew in her heart that the battle was finally about to begin. Immediately she arose and led her elves into battle. But when she entered the battlefield, she didn't see Su Xuan, which made Qi Qingxue startled. Everyone in the high-rise lobby was also stunned. Su Xuan, what about people? Is it 300 or 400 kilometers away from your territory? Su Xuan naturally returned to his territory long ago. Since he agreed to Su Xuan's conditions, he must keep his promise. So I returned to my territory one day earlier, so as not to waste time there. At this time, Su Xuan was looking for the plant lord's territory according to the coordinates Su Xuan gave him. The other party's territory is located 300 or 400 kilometers south of his territory. Before setting off again, he needs to reorganize his territory. Su Xuan first spent 4,000 gold to increase the population to the maximum, and 40 new succubi ushered in the territory. It's a pity that luck is always conserved, and the succubi recruited by the town hall are basically of ordinary quality. But this does not prevent Su Xuan from infusing them with the magic of life magic. While Su Xuan was working hard to take care of his territory, dozens of messages popped up in the field of vision. Qi Qingxue, why did you surrender? Qi Qingxue, do you have some serious illness? Qi Qingxue, come back to me. Qi Qingxue, Su Xuan is a big villain. Qi Qingxue. Regarding Qi Qingxue's complaints, Su Xuan just smiled lightly. He doesn't have the time to play house with little girls. He wants to experience real life with the succubus. Next week, we'll be completely crazy. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Under the light of Su Xuan's life magic, the succubi in the territory gave birth to his offspring. In addition, 6 descendants were born, providing new growth for the territory. But the effect is not particularly good. Apart from, Master, I'm a little scared. Elam lay on the bed, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Elam was pregnant half a month ago now, finally ushered in the most critical day. Don't be afraid. Master will always be by your side. Su Xuan waited by Elam's side, comforting him gently. With the passing of time bit by bit. Finally, Elam successfully gave birth to a baby girl. Ding. Detected that the host has offspring born. Race, half succubus, half human. The aptitude evaluation of this descendant is legendary quality. Reward, territory increase, mental immunity, S. Lord's boost, succubus crown, SS. Spiritual immunity, S. The people on the territory are immune to any mind control magic. Succubus crown, SS. You are no longer a human, but the king who controls the succubus. Chapter 47. Succubus crown, SS. You are no longer a human, but the king who controls the succubus. Am I not a human being? When Su Xuan saw Elam and his descendants, and the rewards provided by the system, he was shocked. Are you starting to be inappropriate? That's all. Humans have limits. But he didn't. Thank you, Elam. Su Xuan caressed Elam's hair and thanked her. All of this is for the master. There was a happy smile on Elam's pale face. As long as the owner is happy, she will be satisfied too. After that, Su Xuan rested for 2 days. Prepare for the expedition to the marked territory that Su Xuan gave him. Before going on the expedition, Su Xuan needs to raise Freemia's level to the 2nd level. In the past few days, Freemia has also led the succubi to clean up the monsters that emerged from the territory. Increase the reserve of magic crystals to 12W. This is enough for Freemia to be promoted to the 2nd level. Certainly, upgrading to the 2nd level requires a huge amount of magic power crystallization. For just one person to break through to the 2nd level, a reserve of 100,000 magic power crystals is needed. At most, Su Xuan could only promote Freemia to the 2nd level first. Upgrade. With a thought, Su Xuan transferred the 10W magic power crystal into Freemia's body. Freemia closed her eyes, feeling the power slowly flowing into her heart. Magic crystal, 10W. Your hero Freemia has been upgraded to Tier 2 and 1 star. All attributes plus 1,000. Your hero, Freemia, has a new insight and has acquired a new skill. Devil's Breath. Devil God's Breath, pseudo-forbidden magic. Every time he breathes out, he will transmit the power of destroying the world to himself. Temporarily increase all attributes by 100%. The effect of Magic Flame Body is increased by 300%. Your hero, Freemia, has a new insight and has acquired a new skill, Magic Flame. Magic Flame, pseudo-forbidden magic, a powerful flame that seems to be able to burn everything. Have new insights. Su Xuan frowned. Freemia really has a lot of insights. Other people's small-level promotions happen without incident, but Freemia is always feeling new abilities. Other people's high-level upgrades will only comprehend one new ability, but Freemia has 2. It's hard to imagine where Freemia's limit is. Really, every hero of taboo quality is a perverted existence. That, Su Xuan suddenly looked forward to it. How terrifying would a mythical hero be? I'm afraid that every time she improves, the whole world will tremble. After that, Su Xuan used the remaining magic power crystals to upgrade the rest of the succubi. Yu is very special. She doesn't seem to have the concept of a small level and can only be promoted directly to the 2nd level in one go. But that would cost 20W of magic crystals, which Su Xuan could not afford now. Lord, thank you for your strength. Freemia bit her fingertips lightly and thanked Su Xuan excitedly. Now that everything is ready, it's time for us to go. Su Xuan gathers the succubus in the territory. He only brought 20 succubi, as well as Fremia and Delissa. Elam and you are in charge of guarding the house, and the rest of them wage wars with their great lords to other territories. Set off. Obey. One order. Su Xuan led the succubi to march towards the marked territory. Master, come back early. At the time of departure, Elam and the others' blessings lingered in Su Xuan's ears. Su Xuan smiled slightly at this. Succubus are so nice, the other side. In a field full of plants, a girl with short green hair is squatting on the ground, taking care of the plants in the territory. Grow up quickly. Only when you grow up can you protect our homeland. The girl gently stroked the petals, looking forward to the day when her arms would grow. The plant lord is weak because it is in the form of a plant in the early stage. It is difficult to develop resources, and it grows slowly. But their way of upgrading is very special. As long as they are irrigated with clear water and nourished by sunlight, they can continue to grow. It is also for this reason that the lords of the plant department choose to develop silently in the early stage, and then become a blockbuster. Yi Linkai also had the same idea, and had spent a year safely in the endless world. Even through some college and regional activities, he was successfully promoted to the Silver Lord without fighting. It's a pity that all of this will be destroyed today. Beep, beep, beep. Sudden, the plants in the botanical garden began to sway wildly. What's the matter? Everyone. There's no wind at all. Yi Linkai was puzzled. Even though there is no wind blowing around, why do the plants behave so strangely? There is only one possibility, and that is, there are enemies coming. Discovered. Yi Lingcai's beautiful eyes were slightly startled, and there was a trace of surprise in her heart. As a plant lord, the most dreaded thing finally happened. Her territory has been discovered. Not good. You must quickly activate the defensive magic circle. Yi Linkai hurriedly ran to the town hall and activated the defensive magic circle. The blue magic barrier slowly wrapped her territory, and Yi Linkai breathed a sigh of relief when the last piece of the gap was closed. But there was still a touch of sadness in the pair of beautiful green eyes. I hope the enemy can't break through my defensive barrier and leave by myself, Yi Linkai said to herself worriedly. Wait, I have to inform my brother and the others. Yi Linkai suddenly remembered something, and was just about to open the chat box to ask her relatives and friends for help. And at this moment, a group of pitch-black flames suddenly appeared in the sky. The terrifying power instantly made Yi Lingcai's face turn pale. When she saw this flame, she knew it was over. The strength of the enemy far exceeded her estimate. Could it be that the other party is also the Silver Lord? While Yi Linkai was in a daze, the pitch-black flames had slowly fallen and hit the magic barrier protecting the territory. Chapter 48. It's over. Yi Lingcai's pretty face suddenly changed, and her expression was solemn. She doesn't know how long her magic barrier can last, so she can only choose to believe. Boom. A bang. The magic barrier opened by Yi Linkai split countless cracks in an instant. Magic barrier dash 33%. This. With just one blow, the magic barrier reduced 33% of its charge, making Yi Lingcai's fear intensify again. Isn't it as long as it's there twice? It's boom. Before Yi Linkai could react, the magic barrier burst instantly. The magic barrier has been broken. How come? When the magic barrier was broken, Yi Linkai squatted on the ground in fear, holding her head in her hands. Where would she have thought that the enemy's firepower would be so fierce? In just a few seconds, all her magic barriers were destroyed. How to do? A sense of powerlessness erupted in Yi Lingcai's heart. Weak and feeble, he said to himself, It's over. It's over. It's all over. When Yi Linkai was squatting on the ground and shivering, the plants in the botanical garden stretched out their vines to protect her. Everyone, Yi Linkai wiped her tears and stood up bravely under the encouragement of the plants. Although the combat power of the plant arms is weak in the early stage, it does not mean that they have no combat power. The venom on the vines and the hallucinogenic pollen can limit the enemy's ability to move and even kill the enemy. We fight. Yi Linkai is determined and ready to face the enemy. Her decision also caused the surrounding plants to sway in the wind, as if answering her lord's decision. And just when Yi Linkai decided to lead the plants in the botanical garden to fight against the enemy. At this time, Freemia led the succubi into Yi Link-sized territory. Several pitch-black fireballs appeared in the sky. The terrifying power far exceeds that just now. Coupled with Flame's perfect restraint of plant units, despair erupted in Yi Link-sized mind instantly. I can't beat it. No matter how I think about it, I can't beat it. Yi Linkai took a step back in fear. This is no longer a question of whether to fight or not. I'm afraid even escaping is a problem. The opponent's lord's arms, at first glance, is that kind of super powerful existence. Where are her plants to deal with? Even if the plants insisted on fighting, she could predict the final result. All of them were wiped out. Little girl. Sudden. Su Xuan walked through the succubus and walked to the front of the line. When he saw the other party's lord, he was a little surprised. The girl on the opposite side looks only 15 or 16 years old. When can a 15 or 16-year-old girl enter the endless world? Or, is she a legit little Lolita? But none of this matters. Su Xuan glanced at the budding plants in the botanical garden and smiled evilly. This is the disadvantage of plant lords. It takes time to grow. Lord, she seems to be so frightened that she is about to faint, Delissa reminded Su Xuan with a smile. Su Xuan also noticed that the girl's legs were trembling with fear, and there were still tears in her eyes. Obviously, when faced with her own attack, her first reaction was fear, powerless to fight. The poor little guy doesn't seem to have experienced the cruelty of war. This also made Su Xuan understand why Su Fian said that this territory could be captured easily. This is simply a free resource. Don't come here. I will resist. Yi Lingxi's voice trembled a little. It was the first time she was facing a life-and-death battle, and the pressure was too heavy for her. But her voice just fell. The surrounding plants are ready to fight immediately. They raise the vines one after another. The buds are blooming here. A strong floral fragrance hits the nostrils in an instant. The hallucinogenic pollen drifted away quietly, but unfortunately, the succubi who were immune to spiritual magic would not be affected in the slightest. How can flowers and plants be enemies with us? Freemia chuckled lightly. The voice just fell. Her whole body was ignited with a pitch-black fire. The body of the magic flame is launched. A fiery breath swept across the audience in an instant. As a result, the flames ignited among the plants, and the plants were still aggressive and wanted to fight the succubus. It's hard to protect yourself for a while. Even extinguishing the flames became a problem. Everyone. Yi Lingkai looked distressed, but helplessly at the surrounding animals. Her plants have no ability to resist in front of Su Xuan's succubi. This is a massacre. A complete massacre. Please, don't hurt them. I surrender. Yi Lingkai finally chose to surrender after struggling in her heart. This is the most helpless choice for a lord. Surrender means that your town hall and units will be owned by the opposing lord, and they who lost everything can only leave the endless world. As for the heroes and soldiers accepted by the opposing lord, how will they be treated? No one knows. It may be slaughtered to death, or it may continue to serve as a slave. But the town hall will basically be burned to the ground, because it doesn't have any value. Since it is the arm of the loser, why should the winner inherit it? And after losing the lord, the hero statue will also lose its function. Surrender? Su Xuan thought for a moment when he heard this. There are very few cases of lords voluntarily surrendering, because surrendering means having nothing and giving up everything they own. It's better to fight in the corner. At worst, your own territory will be burned, and all heroes and soldiers will die in battle. But as the lords of the territory, they can escape. If the situation is not right, immediately hide in the town hall, and then escape from the endless world through the portal. But the girl in front of her chose to surrender, which is rare. Certainly, whether you want to accept the girl's surrender depends on the benefits. Su Xuan glanced at the plants in the botanical garden, and the weak flowers and plants didn't look threatening at all. But when they grow to the 4th, 5th, or even 6th order, it will evolve into a giant plant with advanced destructive power. At that time, the combat power will be different, and it can even compete with the 2nd echelon, or even the 1st echelon. Certainly, most importantly, Su Xuan's talent is to speed up time 100 times. This is for plant lords. It is simply a god-level talent. These plants may have great use value. I accept your surrender, but on one condition. What conditions? Yi Lingkai raised her head. Her bright eyes were filled with tears. You stay in endless world as a subordinate lord, and assist me in managing the territory and cultivating these flowers and plants. If you don't agree, I will kill all the flowers and plants you planted. Are you willing? The so-called subordinate lord means that Yi Lingkai gave up her status as a lord and chose to attach herself to Su Xian's territory and serve Su Xian's territory. When the relationship is established, Su Xuan will have full control over Yi Lingcai's territory. Even Yi Lingcai's own Lord Mark will be controlled by Su Xuan. For Su Xian's words, Yi Lingcai panicked for a moment. I do. Please don't hurt them. Chapter 49. I am willing. I am willing to be your subordinate lord. Please don't hurt them. Yi Lingcai asked Su Xuan. I hope Su Xuan can extinguish the flames on the plants. Smart choice. Su Xuan smiled slightly. Immediately order Freemia and the others to take back the flames. Freemia just waved her hand, and the flames burning the plants disappeared without a trace in an instant. Bring it on. Su Xuan took out a contract. Sign the contract. As long as this contract is signed, Yi Lingcai will become her subordinate lord. The subordinate lord will act as a deputy to take care of Su Xian's territory. Unless Su Xuan shows mercy and lets her go, she will never be able to escape Su Xian's control for the rest of her life. Of course, it is not as humble as a slave. A boss-subordinate relationship. Yi Lingcai gritted her teeth lightly. Of course, she didn't want to become a subordinate lord, but from now on, she had no choice. Okay, I'll sign. Yi Lingcai finally signed a contract. Stretch out your little hand and leave your name on the contract. The contract is completed, and Yi Lingcai will work for Su Xuan under the constraints of the world's laws. Su Xuan smiled lightly, and then said to Yi Lingcai, bring all your heroes here. Okay. Yi Lingcai pursed her lips. Now that she has become Su Xian's subordinate lord, she can only obediently obey orders. Yi Lingcai first moved a pot of yellow flowers in front of Su Xuan. She said to Su Xuan, this is the first hero I recruited, Sunflower. Sunflower. Su Xuan looked at the pot of yellow flowers and thought. Name, Sunflower. Race, plant, rare. Level, Tier 2 1 star. Power, 250. Agility, 250. Physique, 250. Magic power, 250. Talent, none. Skill, photosynthesis. Expand. Sure enough, low-level plant lords want to resist the enemy's attack. It's just wishful thinking. Su Xuan couldn't help frowning after seeing Yi Lingcai's hero plant. This is too weak. This is the second place. Yi Lingcai brought in a second pot, another pot of Lianghua, the level and attributes of which were the same as the first pot of Lianghua. Su Xian's face darkened instantly. The early stage of the plant lord was too weak. This is the last one, and my strongest hero. At this time, Yi Lingcai moved the last potted plant in front of Su Xuan. Su Xuan looked down and saw that it was just a flower pot with only brown-black soil in it. Where? It's inside. Yi Lingcai gently turned the soil with her little fingers. Only then did a white bud appear in front of Su Xuan. Forehead. Su Xuan was silent. Hasn't sprouted yet? The hero I just recruited a while ago. Yi Lingcai murmured softly. The appearance of squatting on the ground and turning the soil is a little cute. Exactly. There was a smile on the corner of Su Xian's mouth. Let me try. His talent is about to work again. Oh. Su Xian's words made Yi Lingcai a little puzzled. What to try? Su Xuan smiled lightly, and first checked the information of the seeds. Name, Snowy Jasmine. Race, plant epic. Level, first tier 2 stars. Power, 1. Agility, 1. Physique, 1. Magic power, 1. Talent. White illusion skill, Expand. Or an epic quality plant? Su Xuan was a little surprised. It seems that the little girl is lucky. Su Xuan glanced at the growth time again. It will take a total of 15 days to be promoted to the second rank. It takes 2 months to reach the third level. That's right. The growth of Plant Lord heroes is special. They will continue to grow with the passage of time, and their power comes from the weak magic that permeates the endless world, and the power in the soil and the sun. With a thought in Su Xian's mind, the growth speed of the snow-colored jasmine was directly accelerated. After about 10 hours, the snow-colored jasmine will advance to the third level. Certainly, in addition to the snow-colored jasmine, Su Xuan also accelerated all the plants in the botanical garden. A total of more than 100 plants are all in a state of 100 times acceleration. Tomorrow, Yiling-sized plant territory will undergo a qualitative change. Okay, Su Xuan clapped his hands and then said to Yiling-kai, "It's time for me to capture the spoils. Let's go. Let's go to the town hall." Yiling-kai reluctantly took Su Xuan to her town hall. After entering the town hall, Su Xuan still saw a variety of plants. Some plants are not her arms, but wild flowers and weeds picked from the wild. "It's all here." Yiling-kai handed Su Xuan a treasure chest. All the resources that Yiling-kai collected in this year are stored in it. Su Xuan opened the treasure chest and immediately received various prompts. Lord Metal plus 500, Gold plus 20,000, Wood plus 50W, Stone plus 20W, Refined Iron plus 100, Fiber plus 100W, 1,000,000 fibers? 500,000 lumber. Su Xuan was surprised when he saw the resources released from Yiling-sized territory. Fiber is one of the materials used to make equipment. Although it is not a particularly rare material, a reserve of 1,000,000 is still amazing. As expected of the Lord of the Plant Department, such resources are indeed abundant. Besides, Yiling-kai is now his subordinate lord. Therefore, the lord metals of the two are shared. Of course, how to distribute the lord's metals is entirely up to Su Xuan to decide. Yiling-kai had to get Su Xuan's consent if she wanted to upgrade the lord's mark. Not bad. Su Xuan is very satisfied with this campaign. The harvest of this trip, really rich. Su Xuan stretched his waist and then said to Yiling-kai, "Is there anything to eat? I've been running all the way today, and with the battle just now, I'm hungry and tired now." "Yes, but only fruits and the like." "Enough, go get some for me." "Good." Yiling-kai reluctantly prepares food for Su Xuan. And just as she was walking towards the botanical garden, ready to pick the fruit, she was surprised to find that the pod of snow-colored jasmine had sprouted. It has been 3 days since the snow-colored jasmine was recruited, but there has been no movement. Why did it sprout in just 2 or 3 hours just now? Strangeness? What exactly is going on? Chapter 50. What exactly is going on? Yiling-kai walked up to the snow-colored jasmine in doubt and gently touched the snow-white petals with her fingertips. She was very puzzled. Why did the snow-colored jasmine sprout suddenly? This is definitely beyond her estimate. According to time estimates, it will take at least 10 days to germinate, but it has just passed 3 or 4 hours. Strangeness. Yiling-kai scratched her head. Unable to solve the confusion, she had no choice but to prepare dinner for Su Xuan first. She walked to a fruit tree, which was full of red fruits. Similar to an apple, but a special fruit belonging to the endless world. Big villain, choking you to death. Yiling-kai was still complaining about Su Xuan's intrusion, and when she was picking the fruit, she cursed Su Xuan softly. Little did they know that everything she did was under Freemia's surveillance. On the other side, after Su Xuan occupied Yiling-sized territory, she sent a message to Su Fian, telling her that the plant lord's territory had been conquered. In less than a few seconds, Su Fian sent a reply. "Su Fian, I'll just say it's very simple." "Oh, asterisk, asterisk. Oh, Su Xuan, how old are you? And you still use kanji?" "Su Fian, do you want to die?" "Su Xuan, ahem. Are there any other territory markers? Let me practice." "Su Fian, do you think I'm a wishing machine? And this kind of fat is absolutely rare. If I can meet it, I've burned it for 8 lifetimes. Now it's cheap for you." "Su Xuan, that's fine. I'll hang up first." "Su Fian, by the way, even if you have captured the opponent's territory, you have to be more careful. That child is a bit special." "Special?" "Su Fian, you will find out tomorrow. Maybe it will be a great opportunity for you." Beep. After Su Fian finished speaking, she closed the chat channel. Su Xuan shrugged his shoulders, not knowing what Su Fian meant. At this moment, Yiling-kai walked towards him carrying a basket of fruit. "Thanks." Su Xuan smiled and passed the fruit, and then took a bite. The flesh is plump, juicy, and delicious, and the deliciousness surprised him. "Won't you give it to them?" Seeing that Su Xuan monopolized a basket of fruits, Yiling-kai asked suspiciously. "I thought that the opponent's troops were humanoid, and they should also eat fruits, so I took some more. However, the reality is just the opposite. Su Xuan glanced at Delisa beside her and smiled faintly. Then, he took out a piece of fruit from the fruit basket and threw it to Yi Lingkai. Eat it, they don't want to eat it. Yi Lingkai had question marks all over her face, but she didn't ask Su Xuan why. He took 2 bites of the fruit, stared at Su Xuan secretly with his big clear eyes, thinking, he doesn't seem to be a bad person. It may be because the taste of the fruit is really delicious, and every time he eats one, Su Xuan feels that his physical strength has improved. Su Xuan ate all the basket of fruits that Yi Lingkai picked. Why did you eat it all? Yi Lingkai expressed shock at Su Xuan's appetite. She usually eats 1 a day. You just eat less, so you can't grow tall, you can't grow big. Su Xuan reminded Yi Lingkai. I do not believe. Yi Lingkai glanced at Su Yang. She couldn't believe that it was because she ate less that she didn't grow taller. Forget it if you don't believe it. Su Xuan shrugged his shoulders and then asked again. By the way, how old are you? 19. 19. Su Xuan glanced again. No matter how he looked, he didn't look like he was 19. How could a 19-year-old be so petite? Almost like Elam. But Elam is a succubus, and Yi Lingkai is a genuine human girl. Do not worry, Su Xuan assured Yi Lingkai. As long as you hang out with me, I will definitely not treat you badly. After finishing speaking, Su Xuan suddenly felt something was wrong. Strangeness? Why do you look like a little b********************? D? Is he accepting younger brothers? Oh, Yi Lingkai's big eyes rolled around. She didn't believe Su Xuan. At least in a short time, I won't believe it. Su Xuan stretched himself, seeing that the sky was getting dark. He finally told Yi Lingkai, go to sleep. I'm going to sleep too. When Yi Lingkai heard that Su Xuan told her to go to bed, she immediately ran away. The little girl is quite introverted. Su Xuan shrugged his shoulders, but it didn't matter. What he needs is not Yi Lingkai, but Yi Lingkai's plants. Perhaps I can use these plants to strengthen the defense of the territory. As for the time ahead, Su Xuan turned to look at Delisa and the others. Since he was full, he should feed the succubus too. Hey, what should I do? Yi Lingkai lay on the bed and couldn't sleep all night. Although she expected that sooner or later, her territory would be discovered by others, and she would be forced to suffer war, but never thought that this day would come so soon, and in just a few minutes, he was defeated. Didn't even have time to wait for support. By the way, my brother and the others should have received the distress message. I wonder if they can deal with this guy. Yi Lingkai muttered to herself. Of course, she doesn't want to be someone else's vassal. At the very least, it is up to you to make your own decisions, not forced to choose. When Yi Lingkai thought of this, she became restless. Sitting up bored, he looked out the window. And just when she saw the scenery outside the window. How come? Shocked emotions burst out in her mind instantly. Because it was just a snow-colored jasmine seed that had just germinated, but after a few hours, it grew to a white bud of about 2 meters. What exactly is going on? Yi Lingkai was so shocked that she jumped out of bed and ran to the botanical garden. She circled the white buds, but couldn't figure out why. I don't know what is the reason for the rapid growth of snow-colored jasmine. Could it be Su Xuan? Yi Lingkai suddenly remembered that it was after Su Xuan's arrival that the snow-colored jasmine had such a change. Not only snow-colored jasmine. The rest of the plants are also growing like crazy. Their growth rate is much faster than before. After realizing that it might be Su Xuan's reason, Yi Lingkai was about to ask Su Xuan for clarification, but it was already 1 or 2 o'clock in the night, and Su Xuan was probably already asleep. Yi Lingkai gave up this idea and was about to return to the room. Sudden, a strange sound came from a certain room. Is he still asleep? Yi Lingkai realized that Su Xuan hadn't fallen asleep yet. Yi Lingkai ran excitedly to the room where Su Xuan was, wanting to tell Su Xuan about the change in the snow-colored jasmine. However, the moment she opened the door, the originally excited smile disappeared in an instant. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.